Hello everyone, it's Lucy here again. I'm so happy to see you all. Today, I'll be reviewing a new story for you. Before we dive into it, please give me a like and subscribe to my channel. It really motivates me to create more amazing content for you. The story begins with a scene somewhere, where a mysterious figure is falling from above. I never expected to encounter a human soul here. It seems that neither of our fates should end here, says the figure as a golden light emerges from their forehead. Suddenly, a young man opens his eyes wide, drenched in sweat. Standing beside him is a girl wearing high-tech glasses. "Congratulations, soul number YY95106616, she says. The young man slowly sits up and looks at the girl. "What? Because your merit points during your lifetime are sufficient, you can use them to draw rewards. There's a chance to win various reincarnation prizes," the girl explains. The young man, named Xingyi, who is 20 years old and a student, looks bewildered and asks, "What are you talking about? Where is this place?" The girl continues to explain. "Here is the place where the soul begins and also where it ends, located in the Tower of Rebirth, the divine weapon Hong Huang of the De Tian world. I am the one responsible for your reincarnation, with the code number 177.633, so my appearance is automatically formed based on your preferences." Xingyi raised his hand to scratch his head, awkwardly laughing, "Ha ha ha, which broadcasting company is playing tricks on me?" While he was sitting there laughing, the young lady suddenly kicked him in the stomach. He was frightened, his face turning pale, and placed both hands on his stomach, shouting loudly, "My stomach, does this clarify your doubts? Right now, you are in a soul state with no physical form." Xingyi covered his face with his hand, sweating profusely. "Wait, it seems I remember, when I was walking, I saw a little girl fall into the water, and then I jumped in to save her, but I can't remember anything after that. So, does this mean I am dead?" He looked up quickly and asked, "What about the girl? Was she saved in the end?" The young lady raised her hand to display the screen right before Xingyi's eyes. "According to your merit records, she has been rescued." Seeing on the display screen, there was a deduction of 2 merit points due to overthinking about being a nuisance to the person in charge of reincarnation. Xingyi then raised his hand to cut off the system, forcing a laugh. "Ha ha ha, well, that's good, at least it wasn't a pointless death. It's just that I'm sure her parents will be very sad. Usually, they tease them for only knowing how to compete and make money, but even that can't replace health. Now the healthiest person in the family, which is me, has died first." The young lady in charge of reincarnation pointed at the display screen. "Let me introduce you, this is the merit lottery machine. Can I have a moment to be sad first? Each time you draw, it's nearly 8,888 merit. Your merit points happen to be just enough to draw once, and you have a chance to receive a rare reincarnation gift. You might even be revived immediately." "Really?" Xingyi was drenched in sweat, his hands clasped together, eyes tightly shut in prayer. "Heaven help me, I've never won anything in my life, I've always had bad luck in games, at least this time, don't let me step on dog poop." He pressed the red button on the display screen and shouted loudly, "Revive." Immediately, streams of energy emerged from the display screen, causing Xingyi to raise a hand to shield his face, smiling excitedly. "This momentum, it's here, it's here." The merit box on the display opened, revealing a bag labeled "Immortal" on top. "Congratulations, you have drawn the reward of a cultivation gift bag, which can retain memories and randomly enter cultivating true immortal, rewarding a 100% successful take-over capability." The girl in charge pointed at the display screen. "Now, I will teleport you, demon seducer. At the very least, you should clarify a bit. And who is the demon seducer? If you don't want me to have strange thoughts, then don't turn into the form I like." The girl in charge of reincarnation began to explain. "Retaining memories, I suppose I don't need to explain anymore. Takeover means you can directly use your soul to penetrate the body of another person, borrowing someone else's identity to reborn. This gift bag operates in a foolish manner. Just shout 'takeover' in your heart, and then rush towards the target." After hearing this, Xingyi was unexpectedly dazed, and asked the girl in charge with confusion, "Then doesn't that mean, the host of that body has been killed by me?" "That's right, so there are limitations to take over. One can only take over a body with negative merit points. Xing Yi was sweating profusely, his gaze filled with frustration. Negative merit points. Does that mean I can only be the bad guy? That's right. If you feel it's unsatisfactory, you can choose to give up the gift bag. I was just making a comment, sacrificing for the people is also very good. Xing Yi raised his hand to stroke his chin, deep in thought. Moreover, giving up would be a loss. Can I search for the person with the lowest merit points in the reincarnation world? I will take over him. The girl in charge replied, it can be found, but you need to think carefully. The person with the lowest merit points in the world of cultivating immortals is definitely the demon leader, who harms the nation and the people, kills like a demon, and is an enemy of many. Upon hearing this, Xing Yi put his hand to one side of his mouth and smiled confidently. The great demon leader must still have the ability to protect himself. If I take over successfully, I can directly retreat and live a secluded life. That's fine then, the takeover requires your direct involvement. I will teleport you to the target's side. Xing Yi looked at the girl's hand, which was continuously pressing on the setup screen. People in the cultivating immortals world must be very strong. Will they not detect this soul form of mine? Rest assured, the Tower of Rebirth will conceal your presence before you successfully take over. With a series of actions from the girl in charge, Xing Yi was immediately enveloped by a blue aura. I wish you a pleasant reincarnation, you love-struck man. Before Xing Yi could say his final words, he was teleported right before the eyes of the girl in charge. Suddenly, the girl in charge of reincarnation turned to look at the spatial rift, as a strange figure stepped out. This figure emerged from the spatial rift and asked urgently, ID 177.633, where is the soul you are in charge of? Has the reincarnation been successful? This figure spoke. It's quite strange, my side detected that although he is a soul just entered the Tower of Rebirth, the time of death clearly shows 3 years ago. Upon hearing this, the girl in charge was stunned. What? After a moment, Xing Yi was teleported to an unknown location, accompanied by the announcement. Teleportation location confirmed, please use rewards within half an hour. He spread his arms wide, beaming with joy, smiling happily. The world of cultivating immortals, I have arrived. Suddenly, a young woman with white hair, holding a sword that emitted sparks of lightning, rushed toward Xing Yi. Seeing this, Xing Yi panicked, raised his hands to shield his face, and shouted loudly, are you kidding? I already said you wouldn't see me. He quickly sidestepped to avoid the sword that the young woman was thrusting at him. Heroine, please spare my life. The young woman's sword hit a barrier, and immediately red streams of energy spiraled out, surrounding the sword. The white-haired girl looked at the red energy swirling around her arms, and as she tore her sleeve, she was taken aback. She released her grip on the sword, which shattered into pieces, and jumped back. She was caught by another girl. Luckily, thanks to the shock-absorbing bag, neither of them was harmed. Xing Yi was sweating profusely as he overheard the two young women discussing the imprisonment formation. An imprisonment formation? So it wasn't aimed at me. I thought the teleportation was supposed to bring me next to the demon leader, but why are there only these two women? He raised his hands to his head, drenched in sweat, his eyes dark. Wait, could it be the female demon leader? Suddenly, Xing Ye's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing something. Before him were two young ladies with merit points displayed above their heads. So they all have merit points above their heads. And all positive numbers. Then they are not my targets for a takeover. He glanced behind him when he heard an eerie laughter echoing. Indeed, if one does not reach the late stage of golden elixir, they cannot break this formation. One young lady clasped her hands and bowed respectfully. We pay our respects to the senior. We are disciples of the Qinyan sect and accidentally entered your secluded area. We hope you will forgive us. Oh. I particularly like cultivators from prestigious orthodox sects like you. While the conversation was ongoing, Xing Yi was surprised to see his arm passing through a barrier. He leaned half of his body through the barrier and looked around. It seems that my soul can pass through the formation. Suddenly, Xing Yi broke into a cold sweat, eyes wide in shock as he saw something. What struck him was an old man completely covered with a hood, with negative merit points exceeding 1 billion. Seeing this, Xing Ye's face drained of blood, and he gasped in shock, 1 billion merit points. This guy is the demon leader, he must have done countless bad deeds. Xing Yi stepped beyond the barrier and into the secret passage, staring intently at the mysterious old man, but taking him down could save the lives of those two girls. But looking so fake and ugly, I feel like he's on the verge of death already, I can't bring myself to attack. On the side, the two young ladies outside were startled to see green smoke swirling in from somewhere. The mysterious old man grinned wickedly, this toxic gas is corpse poison that I have refined. Once infected, the skin will rot, and the internal organs will dissolve, ultimately turning you into a half-dead person, unable to live and unable to die. The young lady with the bow on her head, upon hearing this, widened her eyes in panic. What? There's a mechanism in the formation, as long as you channel spiritual energy into it, you can expel the poison outside the formation. Upon hearing this, the two ladies glanced at the bagua plate on the ground, while the old man's one eye darkened, and he smiled wickedly, but. He had not finished his sentence when a sword thrust flew towards the hexagram, but it was stopped by a burst of purple energy. The girl with the bow glared and opened her mouth in shock when she saw that the sword of the grand senior sister could not strike. The white-haired girl clicked her tongue and said, "Is there also a protection restriction? What are you doing? Didn't you hear me? This is a mechanism that can vent poison out, do you want to ruin it and not want to live anymore?" The girl with the bow, standing behind the white-haired girl, advised, "That's right, grand senior sister, let senior finish speaking." The white-haired girl, with a cold gaze, glanced back and said, "He is not a senior at all, just a demon cultivator who takes pleasure in tormenting others." The old demon leader, overhearing the words of the two girls through the crystal ball, pulled down the black cloth on the iron cage, revealing two people bound tightly, their mouths gagged. Seeing this, Xing Yi broke out in a cold sweat, numbers racing through his mind. Great, did I just predict your prediction? This has left the demon leader dumbfounded. While the two girls were standing vigilantly looking around, a glowing orb flew towards them. The white-haired girl raised her hand to reassure, "Don't worry, it's just a projection from the crystal sphere." Inside the crystal sphere, a sinister laugh echoed, "Hee hee, quite clever." On the surface of the crystal sphere, an image of the old demon leader pointed at the iron cage, a wicked smile on his face. "Indeed, outside this formation are the mortal children I captured. I want to see, in the end, whether you can remain calm while being tormented by corpse poison to the point of wishing for death but unable to die, or wanting to live but unable to do so." From the space, the white-haired girl took out a vial. The girl with the bow smiled with joy upon seeing the vial. "Is it the poison-repelling pill?" "As expected of a grand senior sister, you've prepared it well." The old demon leader, with a tone full of arrogance, spoke into the crystal sphere. "How ridiculous, do you think a mere poison-repelling pill can resolve my corpse poison?" The white-haired girl, with a cold expression, looked in another direction. "This is not the poison-repelling pill, it is a poison I devised, capable of floating in the air, colorless and odorless. For those below Foundation establishment, just one breath will send their souls soaring to the heavens." The girl with the bow felt darkness closing in, breaking out in a cold sweat from fear as she was at the 9th level of refined chi. "Wait a minute, grand senior sister, what are you taking the poison out for?" The young woman with white hair placed her hand on the lid of the poison vial. "Mix my poison into his corpse poison, and it will allow those children to leave without pain. After sending them on their way, we will also commit suicide." The girl with the bow, the old demon leader, and Xing Yi were all incredibly surprised upon hearing this. The girl with the bow immediately grabbed the arm of the young woman with white hair, smiling awkwardly. "Don't act rashly, think if there's another way. This is the best plan I could come up with." The girl with the bow was frightened, tears welling in her eyes. She opened her mouth and shouted loudly, "This is not the best way." The young woman with the icy expression looked back. "If we are captured by this evil cultivator, then death would be the best release." The old demon leader's eyes darkened as he looked at the sphere displaying images of the two young women. "If you can't bear it, just take a breath first. It won't hurt, it's just like going to sleep." "Don't, take it away." Xing Yi broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing the words from the sphere. The demon leader wanted to find amusement, but he picked the wrong target. This grand senior sister was indeed frighteningly alert. He ran quickly ahead. I couldn't hesitate any longer. If it turned out bad, so be it. If I didn't act now, before the demon leader could strike, we would all be sent on our way by this grand senior sister. Xingyi raised his hands in front of him, closed his eyes, and charged towards the old demon leader, internally shouting, "Take over." Suddenly, from the spatial ring that the old demon leader wore on his hand, streams of bright red demon energy radiated out, leaving Xingyi utterly astonished. His vision darkened, and he stood there, mouth agape, in shock as he felt himself begin to merge with a stream of demon energy. Wait, what is this? In the blink of an eye, the streams of demon energy dissipated, revealing 5 puppets standing around the old demon leader. Xingyi found himself within one of the puppets, his expression blank, not comprehending what had just happened. The old demon leader smiled sinisterly and commanded the 5 puppets, "Go catch those 2. Immediately, the 5 puppets, including Xingyi, jumped out of the barrier and rushed towards the 2 young ladies. Careful, it's a corpse, Xingyi thought, his soul sweating profusely as he raised his hand to stroke his chin. Wait, what is this situation? Let me recall, when I took over, that demon leader summoned a bunch of zombies. Then I got hit and took over one of those zombies, right? Thinking about this, his eyes went wide and his face was dotted with sweat. Xingyi began to rush in to attack the 2 young ladies. This is truly a trick. Isn't it the end then? His body was no longer under his control, it was being controlled by that demon leader. Suddenly, a system appeared, catching Xingyi off guard, and a question mark appeared in his mind. It detected that the host had developed self-awareness and successfully activated the magical powers system. The assimilation of the host's soul and body was too low, and modifications were in progress. Xingyi nearly took a sword strike from the girl with the bow, aimed at him. What is this situation? The gift bag didn't say anything about a system. Could it be that the system belongs to this body? Did I take over a zombie with a system? The mask on Xingyi's face was sliced in half and fell off, revealing his confused expression. Repairs completed, synchronizing. The white-haired girl was sweating profusely, turning her face to look back, panicking and shouting, "Xiao Wan, be careful." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wan's eyes widened in surprise. Behind her was a corpse with its mouth gaping wide, gathering a ball of demon energy. While the system was announcing, current assimilation level 400%, Xingyi's forehead darkened. One eye glowed red like a malevolent spirit, and he clenched his fist, charging towards Xiao Wan. Xiao Wan shut her eyes tightly, sweating with fear, thinking, "It's over, there's no way to dodge." Suddenly, with a fierce gaze, Xingyi swung a powerful punch at the mouth of the bald-headed corpse while shouting, "What the hell is 400%? Am I an Evangelion?" Xingyi looked at his palm, a thrilling smile blooming on his face. "Can I control my body now?" The white-haired girl glanced back, her eyes filled with doubt. Can that corpse talk? Can it still save Xiao Wan? The old demon leader observed everything through the crystal sphere, his eyes wide with surprise. Number 4 has broken free from my control technique and can act freely. How is that possible? One side of his face darkened as he ordered the corpse. Number 1, number 3, ignore those 2 women, quickly bring number 4 over here. After receiving the order from the old demon leader, the 2 corpses ignored the white-haired girl and unleashed their demon energy, rushing forward quickly. Seeing the 2 corpses lunging at him, Xingyi's face turned pale as he panicked and ran away. Hey, why are you charging at me?" He broke into a sweat, his gaze blank as he saw the system notification. Demonstrating sentience in front of the demon leader, gained 15 magical powers. Xingyi leaped into the air, dodging a punch from the huge corpse. What the hell is this? Magical powers? There's even a reminder for gaining points. It feels like it's mocking me. The system displayed, this magical powers system emphasizes that what is ordinary is mundane, while what is contrary is celestial. By doing more contrary things, one can earn opportunities for magical powers. Xingyi was left bewildered by the system display. What does doing contrary things mean? Xingyi bent down to avoid the arm of the oncoming corpse, feeling frustrated and irritable as he saw the system explain. Isn't that seeking death? Can't we just call it a death-seeking system? Xing Yi was struggling to avoid the two arms of the corpse flying towards him while listening to the system explaining, because the system is about rushing into death but still living, emphasizing the bitter end and sweet beginning, using misfortune to exchange for good fortune, using the inverse to exchange for immortality. Immortality? Then how did the previous host die, and why was he turned into a zombie by someone else? Seeing the system only display the word whistle, Xing Yi lost his temper, his eyes darkening as he shouted, "What are you whistling about? Answer me." Xing Yi was stunned as he saw the two arms of the female corpse, with strands flying around its body, along with the male corpse rushing towards him. In the blink of an eye, Xing Yi was tied up like a traditional dumpling, watching the fist radiating demon energy from the corpse getting closer. Just when the fist was about to hit Xing Yi, suddenly a sword flew in, piercing through the arm of the corpse. The white-haired girl clasped her fingers together in front of her, releasing an aura to perform the lightning sword technique. Immediately, the sword embedded in the arm of the corpse emitted lightning bolts, continuously affecting its body. Xiao Wan took the opportunity to rush in and used a knife to cut through the strands that were binding Xing Yi. As the corpse's two arms fell away from Xing Yi, they immediately clasped together to form a seal. With a resounding boom, the arms exploded, releasing thick green smoke. The old demon leader observed all the developments outside the barrier through the crystal ball, his expression filled with murderous intent. "If there's going to be chaos, then I'll take care of you first." Inside the corpse poison smoke, Xing Yi raised his hand to his mouth and coughed, saying, "Don't worry, the corpse body of the host is not afraid of corpse poison, but the two women are. We are all on the same boat now." Seeing the system remind him, the system in the trade city sells antidotes, Xing Yi sweated nervously and thought, "I feel like they still don't trust the stuff I gave them to eat. We could wait until they faint before giving it to them, then wouldn't they lose their ability to fight?" The system retorted, "It's indeed troublesome. You decide." The old demon leader stared intently at the crystal ball, his tone smug. "It should be time to end the battle." The poisonous smoke gradually dissipated, revealing three figures still standing firm. The old demon leader's forehead darkened as he widened his eyes in shock. "What?" The toxic smoke dissipated, revealing Xing Yi making a heart shape with his hands towards the two maidens wearing protective clothing. The maiden with white hair opened her eyes wide in surprise, looking at the outfit she was wearing. "We should thank you, fortunately, we have this gear of yours. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to defend against corpse poison and can slowly recover from the body that has been corroded by corpse poison." Xiao Wan stepped forward to stand in front of Xing Yi, her gaze skeptical. "Are you really a corpse? I've never heard of a corpse being able to talk." Well, from within the sphere of light, the voice of the old demon leader emanated, "I have underestimated you. I only used corpse refined chi stage, it seems I must take this seriously." The old demon leader wore a sinister smile, as two streams of red demon energy flew out from his spatial ring. "That number 4 has unexpectedly gained intelligence, it truly is the right time for me. I cannot allow him to be harmed in any way. Go, kill those two women, and capture number 4 alive, don't let him get injured." From the spatial ring emerged two corpses, a swordsman and a monk. Xing Yi clenched his hands tightly, watching the two corpses step in from outside the barrier. "Be careful, there are two more coming." Seeing this, Xiao Wan's sweat dripped down like waterfalls. This oppression is as strong as the master, with the corpses at the golden elixir stage in the great perfection. Suddenly, the white-haired girl pressed the blade of her sword against Xing Ye's neck, startling him greatly. She whispered softly into Xing Ye's ear, "If you want to live, cooperate with me." At first, that evil cultivator only sent out low-level corpses at the refined chi stage. With his personality, he would definitely gradually increase the corpse's power, watching us fight for his amusement. Now, suddenly sending out two corpses at the golden elixir stage, I can only think of one possibility: his goal has changed. It's not to torture us, but to quickly capture a corpse body, especially you. Xing Yi was shocked and gasped after hearing this. He turned his gaze toward the two corpses and was very surprised. Those two zombies really aren't moving anymore. Xing Yi reached back and accidentally touched the girl's breasts. Grand Senior Sister, you are really strong, it seems you guessed right. Who is your Grand Senior Sister? The system announced, exceeds chest attack limit, gains 6 magical powers points. Seeing this, Xing Ye's eyes dark as a panda, angered. What do you mean exceeding the chest attack limit? I accidentally touched it. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have even realized it was a chest. The image of the old demon leader was projected onto the star globe, wearing a wicked smile. Ha, I just don't want to play with you anymore. Number 4 is only at the refined chi stage. I have over 100 more here, so if you want to kill, go ahead. Upon hearing this, the white-haired girl with a cold expression gathered her strength to plunge her sword into Xing Ye's neck, but with the body of a corpse, he felt no pain and no blood flowed out. The old demon leader, seeing this, had his eyes darken and shouted in shock, "Stop." He smirked and proposed, "Damn it, I can let you go, but number 4 has to stay." The white-haired girl frowned, her gaze sharp, "Open the restriction formation first." Immediately, the old demon leader raised his hand to dissolve the formation, causing the barrier to gradually dissipate. The old man frowned, visibly angry. "All right, you can leave now." Xing Yi glanced at the white-haired girl, smirking foolishly. "Grand Senior Sister, you can't trust this demon leader. Do you want to leave yourself with future troubles? Don't worry, I will set off with you. I won't let you fall into the hands of those evil cultivators." Xing Ye's forehead darkened, beads of sweat forming, his eyes showing helplessness. "Why do you always want to take others along? Are you saying you want to become a subject for those evil cultivators' experiments?" Suddenly, Xing Yi raised his hand to grasp the hilt of his sword, making the white-haired girl widen her eyes in surprise. "That's not what I meant." Xing Yi held the hilt tightly, his expression emotionless. "What I meant is, the road over there is very familiar. There's no need for you to guide me." The old demon leader standing nearby felt darkness clouding his mind, bewildered. Xing Yi, unafraid, glared at the old demon leader in front of him. "Hey old man, I want them to ensure the safe departure of those children. If not, I will die right in front of you." At that moment, the system announced, "Host has made a desperate declaration, gaining 205 magical powers." He frowned, his bullet-shaped eyes said to the system, "Don't say such pretentious words. If we can live, no one wants to die. Is there any teleportation item?" Seeing the system announce, "No escape items for sale," Xing Ye's face darkened, and he pouted in frustration. "I guess I now know why the previous host died." The old man put his hands behind his back and secretly made a gesture. All right, I agree with you. They can leave now." Xing Yi glanced at the white-haired girl behind him and smiled. "Don't worry, Grand Senior Sister. I was supposed to die anyway. Now that I can save you, that's good enough no matter what, right?" He closed his eyes, sweating, and thought, "This time I saved 5 people. I wonder if I can still draw a reward." Hearing the white-haired girl ask, "Do you have any unfulfilled wishes?" Xing Yi bit his lip tightly. "I want to travel the world, I want to become wealthy, I want to eat delicious food in the immortal realm, I want to have a wife like Grand Senior Sister, I want to have a child and name them." Before he could finish his sentence, the white-haired girl took Xiao Wan and flew away on her sword, leaving Xing Yi standing there in a daze. "I will avenge you." She flew past the old demon leader, raising her hand to use her control technique, directing the iron cage that was holding the children away. Interesting, indeed very interesting. The puppet I personally refined unexpectedly has its own consciousness and even knows how to sacrifice itself for others. The white-haired girl widened her eyes in surprise upon hearing these words from the old demon leader. The old demon leader's eyes darkened, and a meaningful smile appeared on his lips. "I'm afraid you have mistaken the person. Saving such a selfish little person is not worth it." Xing Yi was sweating profusely, tightly gripping the sword at his neck. "Old man, don't act rashly. We've been waiting here for half an hour. Are you really going to let them go? Isn't it too easy? Is this all the demon leader's negative merit adds up to?" Scene shifts to the 2 young women flying at an incredible speed, getting as far away from the old demon leader as possible. Suddenly, the protective gear on the 2 young women began to gradually disappear, which surprised Xiao Wan immensely. The protective gear has vanished. She sat on the iron cage, turning to look at the white-haired girl. Grand Senior Sister, the evil cultivators are not chasing us. The corpse really did save us. Seeing the white-haired girl with a dark expression, tightly biting her lip, made Xiao confused, and she quickly asked, Grand Senior Sister, what's wrong with you? The white-haired girl replied with a serious look, when I left, I saw the handprints behind the backs of those evil cultivators. They used them to draw the formation from a distance. That corpse bought us time, but the evil cultivators are also buying time. When the time comes, the formation will take shape, and it will be difficult to commit suicide. Xiao was dumbfounded upon hearing this. The white-haired girl's face was as dark as a bottom of a pot. I was afraid he would sense the fluctuations, and I was also afraid that those evil cultivators would fish in troubled waters, so in the end, I still didn't remind him. Those evil cultivators deliberately exposed their handprints for me to see. He has already won. Before the final glimmer of hope for survival, no matter how brave one is, it will turn into the selfish desire to live. After this incident, my Tao heart has been tainted, and I fear I will be swallowed by inner demons in the future. After hearing this, Xiao spoke to reassure her, Grand Senior Sister, this is not your fault. Anyone else in your position couldn't have done better than you. The white-haired lady with a cold, icy expression flew forward on her sword. Let's not talk about this anymore. The only thing we can do now is to quickly return to the sect, invite the master and the elders down from the mountain, and see if we can save that corpse. The scene shifts to Xingyi, standing face to face with the old demon leader and two corpses. At this moment, Xingyi, with eyes full of suspicion, felt that something was off. This demon leader must be up to something, he thought to himself. He widened his eyes in surprise when he saw the notification, a ceiling formation is about to form under the host's feet. Xingyi clenched his teeth, feeling frustrated. I knew it couldn't go smoothly like this. Suddenly, a surge of aura appeared on the sword that Xingyi was holding. He was incredibly surprised. What is this? The old demon leader, with his hand radiating demon energy, waved strongly behind him. In an instant, Xingyi's sword was knocked out of his hand. Immediately, the bald corpse lunged at him, pinning Xingyi to the ground. The old demon leader grinned wickedly. Your desire for death is not strong enough, and your decapitation move is way too slow. If not, this worn-out body of mine truly has no confidence to stop you without relying on the formation. Xingyi was immobilized and gritted his teeth in frustration. How frustrating, beheading myself is truly difficult for a 21st century college student like me. The old demon leader turned to look at the corpse swordsman and ordered, go kill those two women and the fleeing children. Xingyi glanced at the old demon leader, smirking smugly. Haha, it's been so long, you won't catch up. Will you catch up or not, it doesn't matter. The old demon leader smiled sinisterly. I have planted a mental demon in that woman's mind, her future days will not be much better than yours. Xingyi was extremely surprised to hear this. What? The old demon leader's eyes darkened. Huh, you have indeed been sold off by others, and you're counting the money for them. When they left, I intentionally left a mark for that woman to see, but she didn't remind you and just ran to save herself. So, how are you feeling now? Don't you think it's not worth it for yourself? She has reminded me already. The old demon leader heard this and his eyes turned red like a malevolent god. What's wrong? Xingyi smirked slyly. If not, then why did I suddenly cut my own throat just now? It's because I knew your ceiling formation underneath my feet was about to take shape. The old demon leader, as if unable to believe his ears, shouted angrily, liar, when did that happen? How did she remind you? Xingyi then made a mocking face, his tone intended to provoke. I won't tell you, you fool, and you still can't figure it out, calling yourself a demon leader. What's wrong, are you angry? As soon as he finished, the system announced, provoke the one who holds your life and death, gained 168 points. Upon hearing this, the old demon leader's eyes turned bloodshot, and he trembled with anger. Very well, I am becoming more and more interested in you. I hope that when I tear you into 7 or 8 pieces, you can still talk back like this. Just in case, tie him up, and let's leave before talking. Upon receiving the order, the corpse took the chain from around its neck and tightly wrapped it around Xing Ye's arms. "Be gentle, it's about to break." Then, the old demon leader and the corpse holding Xing Yi flew out of the cave. Xing Yi couldn't move, anxiously thinking to himself, "It's over. Although I don't know what this demon leader wants me to do, it surely can't be better than dying." Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide in surprise when he saw the system notification, "Analysis of abnormal assimilation speed completed." After seeing the notification, Xing Yi furrowed his brows in confusion. Assimilation speed analysis. What does that mean? The system answered his question. "Did you not ask the system earlier what an assimilation speed of 400% is?" Xing Yi broke into a cold sweat, looking frustrated. "Oh no, that was just a joke." The system explained, "You carry a soul power that does not belong to you, which is crucial for you to take over this body. However, this soul power is too strong, and after assisting with the takeover, this corpse in the refining chi stage leaves you with a large amount of residual energy. This is also why the assimilation speed reached 400%. Is it really 400%? I thought I was playing some kind of trend." Xing Yi recalled the time he drew a merit reward before reincarnating into this world. Could it be caused by the takeover function of the cultivating immortals gift bag? He had two pitch-black eyes, staring intensely at the old demon leader in front of him. "I originally intended to take over the demon leader, but ended up taking over a mere pawn." Xing Yi widened his eyes in surprise when he saw the system notification. "The system has just analyzed this soul power source, and it has been completed. This soul power is temporary. The assimilation rate has now dropped to 393%, but before it falls to zero, it can be controlled by the system." "What do you mean? Why control it?" Xing Yi was taken aback when he saw the system reminder. "If the excess assimilation rate is shared with others, they will be controlled by the host." Xing Yi plotted to share it with the old demon leader to control him, but was slapped in the face by the system. Because the host took over a corpse, the excess assimilation rate can only be shared with corpses that are similar to you. Seeing what the system said, Xing Yi turned to look at the bald corpse with a doubtful expression. "A corpse? I feel like this guy is not a match for that ghost. Is there a way to know the cultivation of this demon leader?" The system replied. "Whispering to assess the target works, each time costs 5 magical points." Instantly, Xing Yi activated his appraisal eye and stared straight ahead. As the appraisal eye looked at the old demon leader, all of his information appeared. Name, Dulader, race, human, age, 968, realm, mid-nascent trans, now heavily injured and has fallen to late golden elixir. Then, he directed his appraisal eye at the bald corpse. Name, Zhu Wei before death, race, corpse, formerly human, age, 440, formerly 289, realm, mid-golden elixir, formerly a perfected golden elixir. After seeing all the information about the old demon leader and the bald corpse, Xing Yi thought to himself, "Oh my god, mid-nascent trans, luckily he is heavily injured and has fallen. Dealing with him using just this bald corpse will definitely not be enough. To escape, I can only take a gamble." He turned to Zhu Wei and commanded the system, "Transfer all my remaining soul power to this corpse." Controlling this bald one only requires 6%. At this moment, Xing Yi was contemplating something. "Just follow my instructions, I have my own plans." "Alright, the partition is complete." Lauder unexpectedly glanced back when he heard Xing Ye's voice ring out, "What are you doing?" What caught Lauder's eye was the corpse of Zhu Wei dragging Xing Yi backward, causing him to fall back, and then both of them plummeted down, screaming in fear. But immediately, an aura rushed towards them, enveloping Xing Yi and the corpse. Although they were surrounded by Lauder's aura, they continued to fall, and Xing Yi still landed face down on the ground. Lauder stepped forward, placing his hand on the corpse's face, his eyes wide with surprise. "What is going on?" "The control seal of the third corpse has also broken." His face was filled with murderous intent as he pressed, "What have you done?" Xing Yi slowly got up, furious and irritated. "This bald guy almost made me fall to my death, and I still have to ask you what you are doing. Don't release such easily mishandled things in the future." Lauder raised his hand to put the corpse into the spatial ring. "Little guy, don't think you can trick me." He stepped in front of Xing Yi, his tone sinister, "Although I won't kill you for now, there are many ways to make your life worse than death." Suddenly, Xing Yi knelt down, his whole body trembling as he burst into laughter, ha ha ha. Seeing this, Lauder's brow furrowed with anger, his face filled with veins. What's so funny? Xingyi raised his head and wore a smug smile. Indeed, there are ones even more powerful in that ring of yours. Upon hearing this, Lauder's eyes widened in shock as he looked down at the ring on his finger that was glowing. What? Suddenly, a gust of energy flew out from the spatial ring, followed by a fist striking Lauder with great force. He took the full blow, his eyes rolled back, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood, letting out a terrible scream. Unexpectedly, from where Lauder was, waves of golden aura erupted, accompanied by blinding light. These auras radiated out, impacting part of the mountain nearby. With a loud explosion, a part of the mountain broke apart, sending dust flying everywhere. As the dust gradually cleared, Lauder emerged from the debris, coughing violently, blood continuously spilling from his mouth, staring intently ahead. How can this be? This corpse nascent trans in the middle stage, even at my strongest period, I would have to trade my lifespan to control it. What exactly have you done? Xingyi stood next to the corpse nascent trans, raised his hand to adjust his wrist, and smirked triumphantly. We are corpses, isn't it normal to help each other? Intentionally borrowing the name of the monk as a mediator to control stronger corpses. Seeing the system say that, Xingyi mumbled to himself, I thought it was to control all the corpses in the storage ring and gang up on this old man. Lauder sat on the rubble, staring at Xingyi. I didn't expect that after all the struggle to escape the pursuit of those people, I would be killed by my own corpse. Xingyi broke out in a cold sweat, shocked when he saw the system reminding him, time is running out, the speed of assimilating the excess person to control the nascent trans is very reluctant. Now it has fallen to 185%, and in half a moment, you will have to face an uncontrollable corpse nascent trans. Is it that fast? Suddenly, the corpse controlled by Xingyi slammed down hard on the ground, and in an instant, another corpse rose up from below. Xingyi raised his hand to block in front of him, squinting his eyes to look at the red-haired corpse. It's a corpse that knows how to burrow, perhaps it took the chance to escape when the wall collapsed. This corpse is indeed treacherous, appearing weak on one hand while striking secretly on the other. He turned his face towards the hand of the red-haired corpse, which wore a storage ring on its finger that was glowing. Seeing this, Xingyi broke out in a cold sweat, his teeth clenched tightly together. This is the ring on the demon leader's finger, right? Return to defense. As soon as the order was given, the armored corpse stepped in front of Xingyi, raising its hand to create a shield. However, a red aura shot out from the storage ring like a bullet, piercing through the shield. This aura flew straight into Xingyi's stomach, causing him to cry out in pain. Lauder smiled smugly at the sight. Little guy, you're not the only one who knows how to use a storage ring for surprise attacks. Just as he finished speaking, the armored corpse lunged forward and grabbed Lauder by the throat. He was lifted into the air by the corpse, but still managed to laugh loudly, ha ha ha. Xingyi's forehead darkened. What is that thing? It could penetrate the mid-stage nascent trans armor so easily. And it pierced straight into my body. Lauder's entire body trembled like a frightened dog, and he sneered maliciously, haha, it's a great gift. With this, you will meet the same fate as me, and you surely won't die peacefully. Xingyi's cold, sharp gaze commanded, kill him. Immediately, the corpse crushed Lauder's neck, causing blood to splatter everywhere, along with a banana peel landing on the dining table. The system notified, successfully leveled up by killing old Demon Du, gaining 2,000 points of magical powers. Xingyi stood there, confused, and asked the system, what did that old man shoot into me? Analysis complete, it's a treasure called the Een Slaughter Pearl. As long as it harmonizes with the elements of self-destruction and dark evil, it can allow those to be reborn and become immortal quickly. With the current corpse body of the host, as long as it isn't injured to the point of disintegration, it can be resurrected and restored to its original state. After the system finished explaining, Xingyi's eyes widened, and he gasped in disbelief, what? How could that old man shoot such a defying object into me? Why didn't he use it himself? Although he is an evil cultivator, he is still human at his core and cannot use it. It's a waste to let only his corpse use it. Earlier, he mentioned being hunted down, so it's likely due to this item. This is not something he can obtain in this realm. He raised his hand to his mouth, his gaze thoughtful. Perhaps he captured me because he wants to find a way to use the slaughter pearl properly through me. It's possible. Although the host possesses a divine object, their cultivation is too low to suppress its aura. Once discovered by others, they will be refined into a treasure alive. Can it be taken out? The host has already fully merged with that pearl, and the system has no way to help. Xing Ye's sweat dripped down his cheek, his brows furrowing. So doesn't that mean I'm now a mobile treasure? This is troublesome. An hour later, two middle-aged men stood watching Ladder lying dead on the ground. The one holding the head of a corpse was Wang Guanzhou, Zhengyang Peak, elder of the Qingyun sect. Standing next to him was Qin Xian, master of the Qingyun sect. Guanzhou turned to look at the white-haired maiden below. Disciple, is this the evil cultivator you mentioned? Yes, sir. Qin Xian glanced at the armored corpse lying nearby. It seems he was killed by his own corpse nascent trans stage. After that, the corpse nascent trans stage has committed suicide. Can evil cultivators control the corpse nascent trans stage? Although we don't know what happened, at least they are all dead now. If not, then the two old men like us would have to lose our lives here. The Zhonglan kingdom would also fall into misery. Qin Xian looked at the white-haired girl standing on the rock in the middle of the stream, puzzled. Lu Qianyun, what are you looking for? There's something valuable that needs to be submitted to the sect's treasury. Master, this corpse nascent trans stage has a piece of paper in its hand. Qianyun turned her face to look around for Xingyi. No, there's no name of that corpse refined chi stage. It makes sense, in a battle of this level, even if he was within the fluctuation of magical power, he would have turned to dust. Qin Xian glanced at the piece of paper that Guanzhou was holding. A piece of paper? What does it say? Grand Senior Sister, don't worry, I'm fine. What? This corpse nascent trans stage also has a Grand Senior Sister. Moreover, where is the fine? It has already committed suicide. Before Guanzhou could finish reading, Qianyun suddenly rushed over and snatched the piece of paper. Qin Xian and Guanzhou stared in confusion at Qianyun, who had run far away. Lu Qianyun, what does this mean? Does that piece of paper have some hidden meaning? Guanzhou glanced at Qin Xian, drenched in sweat, his mouth agape in shock. Disciple, it just smiled. Your iceberg of a disciple smiled. You must be seeing things. Qin Xian and Guanzhou looked at the red mist hovering over the ground. That's right, Wang Elder, did you notice the slaughter energy here? I discovered it as soon as I arrived. That aura ends at the river. Could it be that these evil cultivators have some treasure that fell into the lake? I'll have the inner sect disciples row out to search. The scene shifted to the entrance of a cave, where waves of sinister energy were emanating. Inside the cave, Xingyi sat surrounded by piles of junk. Garbage, just garbage. He looked frustrated as he examined the storage ring he held in his hand. I thought there would be something in this demon leader's storage ring that could conceal the aura of the slaughter pearl, but it cost 500 points to break the restriction and another 380 points to sign the contract. He glanced over the pile of items nearby. The only useful result is 600,000 low-grade spirit stones, the rest are just a heap of poisons and evil items, completely useless. Xingyi raised both hands to his head, grabbing his hair in frustration. There are no available props in the store, and if I can't resolve the issue of the slaughter aura emanating from me, I won't be able to go anywhere. Suddenly, the system announced, leaving him wide-eyed and speechless. You can use the red box behind on the left. Xingyi reached out and picked up a box. This one? That's right. He used his appraisal eye to look at the box, and after reading the information, he puzzledly asked, what is this useful for? Do you want to put me in it? Xingyi stared intently at the system panel displaying. You can use system items to combine and then use them. If the host combines a magic weapon with a function different from this box, there is a high chance that it can be combined into a prop that effectively conceals the slaughter pearl. This function is good. He then approached the pile of scrap metal to rummage through. Not only can I conceal the slaughter pearl, but my identity as a corpse can also be hidden. I remember I had a contract with something earlier. After rummaging for a while, Xingyi finally found an item called the Yin-Yang Pendant. Its function can transform dead energy into life energy, a divine weapon for the cultivation of ghost cultivators and the world. He placed the Yin-Yang Pendant into the system panel. Let's see, setting this necklace as the main item, and the box as the secondary item. In an instant, a beam of blue light shone out from the cave. Xingyi smiled with delight as he saw the enhanced Yin-Yang Pendant on the system panel. Success, this attribute is perfect. He began to wear the enhanced Yin-Yang Pendant around his neck. Let's see what the effect is. As soon as he put it on, Xingye's face became rosy and radiant. How about it, system? Is there still evil energy radiating out? No, but the aura of the Yin Slaughter Pearl is so strong that it has also turned into life energy, resulting in the host now feeling a sense of vitality. Life energy radiated from Xingyi, causing the plants around him to grow rapidly. Seeing this, Xingyi raised both hands, eyes wide and mouth agape, shouting loudly, "So what use is that? I'm still a living target." The system reassured the host, "You don't need to worry, the life force is much easier to control than the Yin Slaughter aura. You just need to buy a magic item to conceal the aura in the store, and you can hide it." Then, strands of hair gradually fell to the ground. Xingyi, before reincarnating here, had cut his own hair as he was the leader of the world in his previous life. The necklace concealing the Yin Slaughter Pearl, the clothing hiding the necklace, I feel like I have a bunch of patches on me. Although the realm is slightly low, luckily the appearance of this zombie is not bad. He then used the identification eye, but it only revealed information about the mirror, not about Xingyi in the mirror. Is the identification function not usable on oneself? Open the system screen, you can find detailed information about the host there. Seeing the system's reminder, Xingyi reached out to open the system screen. The system screen displayed name, Xingyi, age, 23, age at death, 22, race, corpse, formerly human, status, commoner, identity, space traveler. Seeing the identity of space traveler on the system panel made Xingyi extremely shocked. What the hell is this? Before dying, what does an astronaut mean? Isn't this a world cultivating immortals? System, explain it to me. His forehead darkened, his eyes filled with helplessness as he saw the system notification. I can't explain because the memories of me and the previous host are damaged. The previous host woke up in a mountain village, severely injured, lying in the house of the village leader. He remembers nothing. According to the village leader, he was in a coma in the forest and was discovered by the village leader's daughter. As for me, I only remember that I am a magical powers system and I need to collect magical powers points. I have the functions of the system and encyclopedic knowledge about this world, but I don't remember how I was born or why I appeared on the previous host. Xingyi stood dumbfounded, sweating profusely, and asked the system hesitantly, "Then why did your previous golden finger host still die?" This is because the system has a very serious bug. What? The system continued to speak, making Xingyi increasingly afraid. But after the host arrived, this bug malfunction no longer activated. Could it have repaired itself? Hey, clarify that for me. Suddenly, the system screen turned red, accompanied by a mission notification, making Xingyi stare wide-eyed in surprise. The system screen displayed, main mission, cultivate a skill set and earn at least 300 magical powers. Successful mission, 1 reward draw, mission failure, lose half of divine consciousness, duration 1 year. Xingyi looked up at the system board, sweating profusely, his eyes filled with doubt. What kind of mission is this? What does cultivating a skill have to do with magical powers? It has come again, this is the bug I mentioned. The system issues missions completely at random, without considering the host's level. Seeing the system display this, Xingyi was taken aback, his face black like a pot bottom, eyes wide open and mouth agape, frozen for 5 seconds. What the hell? He raised his hands, frustrated and angry, opening his mouth to shout loudly. He's only at refined chi stage, and that demon leader is at golden elixir stage, and he's supposed to kill that guy with an egg? The system replied indifferently, that's right, system missions can be very simple, but they can also be very difficult. The luck of the previous host was quite good, surviving for 2 years, during which more than 40 missions were hanging by a thread, and fortunately, all were cleared. This final task truly has no way out. The punishment for failure is to incinerate the divine soul to death. Aren't you the system? What about the mission? Can't you manage it? When he saw the system display, unable to fix bug, Xing Ye's eyes rolled back, and his mouth opened wide in disbelief, exclaiming, "Are you kidding me?" He was psychologically traumatized and collapsed to the ground on his knees. Other people's systems are golden fingers, while mine is a death curse. Moreover, why is it such a coincidence? I want to take over that demon leader, and just as he summons a corpse, he happens to summon 5, and I coincidentally run into the one with the system. It proves that the host is chosen by heaven and has very good luck. Xing Yi frowned, looking confused. There is bad luck, but what does it mean that failing the mission reduces half of my divine consciousness? The system explained, the host is only at the refined chi stage now. Losing half of one's divine consciousness is equivalent to becoming a fool. After hearing the system's explanation, Xing Ye's face turned pale, and he gasped, "I don't want that." He raised a hand to his mouth to bite his nails, sweat pouring down like rain. "I have to complete this mission, the deadline is only 1 year. Cultivating skills, ultimately, how does one increase magical powers? To put it plainly, magical powers are essentially points of lethargy towards life. Cultivating skills of lethargy towards life, what does that mean?" Xing Yi pointed to the system panel and quickly asked, "Did the previous host not learn any skills?" "I did learn, but after being turned into a corpse, I became a lifeless object. It's just a divine weapon in the form of a human, the divine soul and spiritual roots have already been refined, so I can't sense the spiritual weapons of heaven and earth, thus I can't cultivate skills." Hearing the system say this, Xing Ye's expression soured, and he tore the system panel apart. "Then doesn't that mean I definitely won't be able to complete the mission?" The situation of the host is somewhat different because theoretically, a corpse cannot be taken over, just like you can't take over a table or a chair. Regardless, it is a bag of goods taken over successfully 100%. Xing Yi raised his hand to stroke his chin, his eyes deep in thought, numbers bouncing in his mind. Wait a minute, isn't it only possible to take over someone with negative merit points? Do corpses have merit points? I didn't look closely at that moment. Once I took over, the ability to see merit points disappeared. His expression darkened when he saw the system display. The existence of the host is inherently a violation of law and common morality. There are no records of intelligent corpses in my memory. Xing Yi collapsed onto the ground, tomato sauce spilling from his mouth. I feel that my potential is a shade of black. As he lay there with blank eyes, his soul about to leave his body, the system displayed, the host can allow the system to check first. After all, there is still a consciousness, likely possessing spiritual roots, or perhaps it's just a requirement. Xing Yi stood up, placed his hand on the system board, and immediately received a notification, "No spiritual roots found." There is an old saying that a fool has the luck of a fool. Being mocked by the system made him even angrier as he threw the system board away. "Damn you." He raised his hand in shock and hurriedly asked, "Is there really no other way? Can someone create these spiritual roots?" The system store has records of 2 special types of spiritual roots, one called chi spiritual roots, which are typically used by high-level cultivators to break through by refining magic weapons with corresponding attributes to enhance a specific attribute, but cannot be maintained for long. The other is demon spiritual roots. It is a secret technique that uses specially designed inner Dan demon beasts to enhance the attributes of spiritual roots or to improve the quality of spiritual roots. When it was first discovered, it became well known for a time, but later it was found that even when supplementing with demon pills that matched one's attributes, a gradual rejection response would occur, ultimately leading to an inability to manipulate spiritual weapons and a severe regression in cultivation. After that, this method gradually became lost to time, but the system still offers it for sale. Xing Yi rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. It's worth trying, but using chi spiritual roots to learn a set of skills to complete a task, while using demon spiritual roots will lead to an inability to cultivate later on, seems a bit off. Wait a moment, system, what exactly does the rejection of demon spiritual roots mean? Hearing Xing Ye's question, the system replied, of course, it means the rejection of one's own spiritual roots. With a calm expression, Xingyi hurriedly asked, then what if one originally has no spiritual roots? There is no one without spiritual roots. And what about me? Seeing the system state that he was not a person, Xingye's eyes darkened, and he stood in shock, unable to speak. The system displayed, as I said, a corpse is essentially a magic weapon, divine weapon. Have you ever seen a magic weapon with spiritual roots? He raised his hand to stroke his chin, inadvertently finding light in the dense smoke. So it means that just because others can't use demon spiritual roots, it doesn't mean I can't, right? I don't know. After all, the host is an unreasonable existence. Xingyi had sweat rolling down his face, his gaze resolute. In general, it's better than the worst outcome of turning into a fool. As long as I'm breathing, there's still a way out. With that, he pressed the button to purchase the secret book on demon spiritual roots for 200 magical power points. The scene shifted to a forest, where Xingyi was sitting on a tree stump, reading the newly acquired secret book on demon spiritual roots from the system. So that's how it is. The quality of spiritual roots includes common, inferior, medium, superior, and supreme, which corresponds to the levels in demon pills. The secret book on demon spiritual roots includes foundation, establishment, nascent, yuan-ing, nascent trans, and divinity. With my current strength, I can at most only kill demon beasts at the refined pill stage. Common spiritual roots are definitely out of reach. Does the system store have any demon pills? Xingye's expression darkened, disheartened at seeing the system display. The store is a high-level store. Only finished products are sold, no raw materials. He raised his hand to his chin, his expression thoughtful. It seems I have to go to a place where monks trade to see if I can buy a high-grade demon pill. I also wonder if 60,000 low-grade spirit stones will be enough. He abruptly stood up, brushed off his backside, and asked the system, is there any place nearby like a monk market? Xingye's eyes went blank, and he rolled them in exasperation when he saw the system display. I and the previous host have always been on the mountain. I have never seen a crowded place. I suggest the host go to where local monks are to ask. Garbage, no wonder it's a recycled system. Then, he walked step by step along the path leading to a small village ahead. Who are you calling recycled? So, are you a widow system or a divorcee system? I and the previous host are not married, so please stop trying to brainwash me. He raised his hand to his mouth, recalling, what about the two young ladies Qian Yun and Xiao Wan, the local monks? I remember they are from the Qin Yun sect, though they don't know my situation well. Given the character of the grand senior sister, she surely won't deceive me. Xingyi suddenly exclaimed when he heard the system speak. I know about the Qin Yun sect, this is recorded in the encyclopedia. This land is called the Celestial Continent, with 5 palaces and 10 kingdoms. The place we are in is the Zhonglan Kingdom. The most famous forces cultivating immortals are the 3 sects and the 4 sects. The 3 sects are Qin Yun sect, Fenglai sect, and Hehuan sect. The 4 sects are Beast Tamer sect and Wangxiang sect. Before the system could finish speaking, Xingyi raised his hand and closed his eyes. Stop, you're saying so much that I can't remember it all. In his mind, he recalled the scene of Xiao Wan clasping her hands in salute. No wonder that little girl mentioned my sect first when she encountered the old demon leader. Is the Qin Yun sect so famous? Xingyi curiously asked the system about the location of the Qin Yun sect. Where is it located, do you know? Not far, at your walking speed, host, you can reach it in just 2 hours. He took steps forward. By the way, is Hehuan sect nearby? If it's on the way, I'd simply like to take a look around. It's not too far, but whether it's the vitality or the Yin slaughter aura on your body, they both integrate to refine into the male cauldron of Hehuan sect. Then forget it. The scene shifts to the Qin Yun sect, where Xiao Wan is standing with her hands on her hips, boasting and bragging to the other disciples. I'll tell you all this, I fought that corpse of the evil cultivators for 300 rounds, and just when I was about to behead him, he suddenly said, Fairy sister, please spare my life. How can a corpse talk? You're making it up, right? Xiao Wan crossed her arms and squinted her eyes. If you don't believe me, you can ask Grand Senior Sister. If I'm lying, then I'm a little puppy. Suddenly, A young man approached with one hand behind his back. Can you tell the details about that corpse? As soon as the young man stepped forward, the disciples present their bowed in respect. Grand Senior Brother, we pay our respects to you. Greetings, Grand Senior Brother. Xiao Wan looked disinterested. Paying respects to you, Wong Deng Senior Brother, it's like this, I was with Lu's senior sister. Before she could tell Wong Deng, Qian Yun came over and called out loudly, Xiao Wan, Grand Senior Sister. Seeing Qian Yun approaching, Wong Deng clasped his hands behind his back and asked hurriedly with concern, Lu Junior Sister, I heard you encountered evil cultivators. Are you all right? I'm just slightly injured, it's nothing at all. Qian Yun pulled Xiao Wan's hand and walked away, leaving her confused. Come here for a moment, I have something to tell you. The two disciples standing behind Wong Deng showed visible displeasure. Really, the senior brother cares for her, yet she has such an attitude. She must be envious since the senior brother has definitely surpassed her in cultivation, stealing the title of the most talented disciple of Qin Yin sect. Don't say that, Lu Junior Sister's personality has always been like this. After pulling Xiao Wan into a room, Qian Yun locked the door tightly. With an expressionless face, Qian Yun turned to Xiao Wan. I was careless and forgot to tell you about the matter concerning that corpse, don't speak of it to outsiders. Hearing this, Xiao Wan stood frozen, her eyes wide in surprise. Senior sister, have you and the master found those evil cultivators? Qian Yun's gaze turned cold. Those evil cultivators were killed by my corpse nascent transformation stage, and then that corpse nascent transformation stage also committed suicide. However, the corpse that saved us is still alive, and he hasn't said anything to the master, so you shouldn't mention it either. Xiao Wan was sweating profusely, her voice trembling, nascent trans stage. Doesn't that mean it's the same cultivation level as the Grand Senior Elder? What on earth happened? The nascent trans stage has already died, and he is only at the refined chi stage. How could he not be dead? Grand Senior Sister, how could you know? The senior sister raised her hand to tuck her hair back and replied, he left a note for me. Suddenly, Xiao Wan's eyes widened, her mouth agape in shock as she saw something. She stared at Qian Yun, stuttering, Grand Senior Sister. What is it? Xiao Wan pointed her finger forward, her cheeks flushed, that expression just now, do it again. Do you want to die? While the two were talking, a voice called out from outside, is Lu Qian Yun, Grand Senior Sister, here? Hearing this, Qian Yun opened the door, wondering, what's going on? A female disciple with pink hair pointed behind her, there's a 5th level refined chi cultivator at the sect gate, claiming to be an old acquaintance of the Grand Senior Sister who wants to meet you. After hearing this, Qian Yun closed her eyes and slowly shut the door, I won't meet. I have no old acquaintances. The pink-haired disciple spoke up, he also said, I wonder if the Grand Senior Sister saw the note he left behind. As soon as she finished her sentence, Qian Yun rushed past like a gust of wind. The pink-haired disciple turned to look back, curiously asking Xiao Wan, who had just stepped out of the room, Xiao Wan Senior Sister, what's wrong with the Grand Senior Sister? You ask me, who should I ask? Outside the entrance of the Qin Yun sect, Xingyi saw Qian Yun coming down the steps and raised his hand to wave, Grand Senior Sister. Xingyi was sweating profusely, his forehead pale and bewildered when he saw the tip of a sword pointed at his throat. Qian Yun, with a cold expression, questioned, you are not that person, where is he? Why are you disguising yourself as him? Xingyi raised his hands and quickly explained, it's me, I found a divine weapon that conceals death energy, otherwise, why would I dare come to find you? I don't want to be anyone's test subject. Hearing this, Qian Yun slowly lowered her sword, making Xingyi breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Qian Yun grasped Xingye's wrist, saying, this is not the place to talk, follow me. With that, Qian Yun flew away on her sword, dragging a terrified Xingyi behind her, screaming out from the fear of heights. At that moment, Wong Deng stood high above, inadvertently witnessing everything. He was deep in thought about something, looking quite enigmatic. The scene switched to Xingyi, whose face was as green as a toad, and a rainbow of colors continuously emitted from his mouth. He leaned against a tree trunk, beneath which was a patch of tea plants he had left behind. Grand Senior Sister, could you fly a bit slower next time? Qian Yun, with an icy expression, glanced at Xing Yi behind her. I didn't expect you to escape from those evil cultivators without a scratch. Just lucky, just lucky. Suddenly, Qian Yun's eyes darkened. There's something I want to tell you, actually. Xing Yi raised a hand to scratch his head, interrupting Qian Yun. If I had known at that moment that the demon leader was setting up a formation from afar, I would have killed myself immediately, not caring about your lives. Being captured by him would definitely lead to torment worse than death. To me, you are just strangers. If I hadn't shown up, you would have been doomed anyway, so I owe you nothing. Qian Yun fell silent and spoke up, it seems you already know everything. I have discovered his scheme, but still said nothing and left. Xing Yi crossed his arms in front of his chest and glanced to one side. That's right, that demon leader will not miss any opportunity to mock you. Qian Yun clenched one hand and called out from behind. You are very disappointed, aren't you? Sacrificing your life to save selfish people like me. Xing Yi stepped closer to Qian Yun. What is Grand Senior Sister saying? Did I not just say that? Fortunately, you didn't remind me at that time, otherwise, would have committed suicide, I would have died, and I wouldn't be able to stand here and talk to you now. Upon hearing this, Qian Yun's mind spun like a top, staring blankly. Xing Yi extended both hands and said, Grand Senior Sister is not afraid of death, and not reminding me is because you don't want Junior Sister and the children to be in danger. From your standpoint, I would do the same, so there's no need to blame yourself. Moreover, if I, being directly involved, am not concerned, then it's a bit unreasonable for you to still be holding on. With a doubtful look, Qian Yun stared intently at Xing Yi and hurriedly asked, You really don't care? Xing Yi, with a serious expression, replied. What we notice is the way the Grand Senior Sister handles things. Not wanting to let the evil cultivators enjoy themselves, she destroyed the mechanism of the formation first. Not wanting the children to suffer in pain later, she sent them on their way a step ahead. Not wanting to turn the junior sister and herself into toys, she chose to commit suicide. These actions may seem like the most rational choices. Do you think a miracle won't happen to you? Xing Yi stepped forward and stood in front of Qian Yun. But clearly, a miracle has appeared this time, so in the future, when facing similar situations, I hope the senior sister can value her life more and leave a little room for miracles to occur. After hearing these words, Qian Yun pondered. A miracle? Right, I used to believe that miracles would happen, but after experiencing that event, Xing Yi raised two fingers, his gaze weary. Perhaps you have your own struggles, which is why you dismissed my earlier words. But putting aside all those grand principles, I did indeed save your lives this time. He pointed a finger at Qian Yun with a menacing expression. So if you still think it wouldn't matter if you died, it would make my act of saving you seem very amusing. Do you understand? Qian Yun placed her hands in front of her abdomen, staring intently at Xing Yi. I know, when in danger, I will gain an ability that the junior brother will come to rescue me. After hearing this, Xing Yi raised his hand to scratch his head and smiled shyly. Oh no, you make me feel a lot of pressure. Wait, what did you just call me? Qian Yun raised her hand to tuck her hair behind her ear, putting on a graceful demeanor. You've been calling me senior sister for so long, shouldn't I call you junior brother? Definitely not. Xing Ye's expression was one of boredom and reluctance to speak when he saw the system display. Unfortunately, I am the magical powers system, not the target finding system. What are you talking about? Qian Yun questioned, looking at Xing Yi standing in front of her. Did the junior brother come to see me for this reason? Actually, I have something to ask the grand senior sister. Qian Yun's eyes widened in surprise. What? Do you need a demon pill? Yes, the higher the level, the better. Senior sister, do you know where to buy one? After hearing Xing Ye's question, Qian Yun put her hand on her chin and replied, At the foot of Qin Yun Mountain, we have a market, but it can only sell demon pills of level 2, for levels 3 and 4, you need to go to an auction. What about level 5? Qian Yun spoke up to explain. Level 5 demon pills are just a legend, no one has ever seen one. Demon beasts that can normally reach the divinity stage go off to the void to seek opportunities and will not stay here. Xing Yi raised his hand, grinning with curiosity. So, what kind of demon pill can be bought with around 600,000 low-grade spirit stones? Normal attributes from level 2 and down should be enough. Hearing Qian Yun say this, Xing Ye's gaze became vacant, and he pouted in frustration. Doesn't that mean it's just enough for low-grade spiritual roots? Is that demon leader really that poor? He raised his hand to his mouth, deep in thought. Once the main spiritual roots are chosen, they can't be changed anymore. Even if there are other demon pills for enhancement later, the maximum limit won't exceed low grade. Somewhat unwilling, the two of them stood in the middle of the forest discussing. What does the junior brother intend to use the demon pill for? He wants to conduct an experiment to enhance his own strength, but he's unsure if it will succeed. Qian Yun, with wide eyes, asked curiously, is it that important? Xing Yi raised his hand to his grim forehead, his brows furrowing. It's extremely important. Qian Yun stared at Xing Yi. You took a storage ring from that evil cultivator, didn't you? That's right, the other one only had a corpse, so I didn't take it. Weren't there any suitable demon pills in the ring you took? There were no demon pills, just stuff from the evil sect. Qian Yun raised her hand to stroke her chin, her expression doubtful. That's strange. Theoretically, an evil cultivator who practices body refining like him should have gathered a lot of resources. Demon pills are also essential, how could there be none? Suddenly, Xing Yi remembered something, his eyes widening as he slapped his palm. Could it have been left in the cave at the beginning? Qian Yun responded with a sharp gaze. At the very beginning, my master and I went there and didn't find anything special. From her storage ring, she took out a fly sword, but maybe we didn't search thoroughly enough. Let's go back there. As soon as Xing Yi saw the fly sword, his face turned pale, and he scratched his head awkwardly. I'm a bit afraid of flying. Qian Yun slowly stepped onto the fly sword, reassuring him, you stand here, I will fly slowly. Xing Yi trembled as he stood on the fly sword and said, is there a bigger sword? This is something I can't stand firmly on, so please lean on me a little. Hearing that, Xing Ye's face darkened, and he closed his eyes tightly, wrapping his arms around Qian Yun's waist. Instantly, the system notified him of an increase of 68 magical powers. Before he could react, Qian Yun suddenly accelerated, flying faster. Xing Yi clung tightly to Qian Yun's waist, his eyes wide open in fear as he let out a terrified scream. Hearing the scream from above, Xiao Wan, who was standing on the ground, looked up with shock. She raised one hand to her forehead, her eyes wide in disbelief. Wasn't that the corpse behind Grand Senior Sister? He was even hugging Grand Senior Sister's waist. She clenched her fists in frustration, angrily kicking the tree as she fumed. I haven't even had a chance to hug her, how dare that bastard hug her? Why did Grand Senior Sister agree to this? Suddenly, Xiao Wan stopped, pondering with her chin propped on her hand. Wait, could it be that Grand Senior Sister has a thing for corpses? After a while of flying with their swords, Xing Yi and Qian Yun finally arrived at the cave that used to be Lauder's base. They stepped forward to explore the cave. Xing Yi followed Qian Yun, turning to look around. It really is just like an ordinary cave, there are no turnoffs at all. Why did you all come here before? My junior sister and I are investigating the disappearance of Sect disciples. We didn't expect to find evil cultivators here. Qian Yun pointed ahead. He set up a formation to trap us here, at the end of the cave. Xing Yi then used his appraisal eye to scrutinize the surroundings. There's no reason a soul transformation stage grand cultivator would dig an ordinary hole like this. The appraisal eye of Xing Yi only revealed limestone and green moss wherever he looked. Observing Xing Yi turning around, mumbling, just rocks and stones, made Qian Yun feel puzzled. Is this guy new to the game? Suddenly, the appraisal eye detected something that surprised Xing Yi. The appraisal eye noticed a weak spatial wall in one corner of the cave. What is this? Qian Yun asked as he saw Xing Yi staring intently at a corner. What are you doing, junior brother? Wait a moment, I'll tell you later. System, what is a weak spatial wall? Hearing Xing Ye's question, the system explained, in places like ancient battlefields, because great power cultivators fight, it disrupts the space law, causing instability in space and resulting in situations where the space walls become thin. Xing Yi scrutinized the front with a discerning eye, but this is not an ancient battlefield, the space law here is very stable, except for one place that is different. Then there is only one possibility, a cultivator from the divinity has expanded a void cultivation cave. This is because a stable piece of space exists within the disturbed void, and this cultivation cave would use formations or divine weapons to stabilize itself in the chaotic void. However, if the cultivation cave is abandoned or the great power has been lost, the stable formations and divine weapons would have loosened over time. The entire cultivation cave would begin to move slowly. If the cultivation cave moves onto a certain space that is originally very stable, it will result in the space walls becoming thin. After being enlightened by the system, Xing Yi broke out in a cold sweat, his brows furrowing. Very good, a cultivation cave from the divinity. This opportunity is indeed amazing. Suddenly, a red system panel slowly appeared right in front of Xing Yi, leaving him stunned with a question mark appearing above his head. The system panel displayed the task: explore the cultivation cave of the divinity stage ahead, reach 80% exploration. Reward for successful completion, 100 top-grade spirit stones, penalty for failure, burn divine soul, time limit 3 years. Out of nowhere, a golden key fell from the sky and hit Xing Yi on the head, accompanied by the system's announcement, receive the mission item, key to cultivation cave. After reviewing the task, Xing Yi raised his hands, his face dark as a storm cloud. Damn it, I just started refining qi. The refining qi stage and the dungeons of the divinity stage, why not just kill me outright? Qian Yun, standing beside him, watched Xing Yi frozen in place, puzzled and asked, what's going on? You were just mumbling to yourself a moment ago. Qian Yun covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes wide in shock. What? The cultivation cave of a divinity stage cultivator. She looked at Xing Yi, whose face was downcast and eyes dim, but how do you know? The divine consciousness of the Yuaning stage of the master didn't detect any issues with this space. Just treat it as if I have talent, he replied. Qian Yun turned to look towards the end of the cave. If this really is the cultivation cave of divinity, then I must quickly report to the master. I should probably invite the elder to exit. Before Qian Yun could take a step, she was pulled back by Xing Yi, leaving her wide-eyed and confused. Xing Ye's eyes were dark like a panda. I must go in there. Qian Yun was incredibly surprised to hear this, sweat running down her face. What? Are you really hiding your cultivation? In response, Xing Yi raised 5 fingers to confirm to Qian Yun. I refine qi at the 5th level. Why does the junior brother take such risks with his life? Hearing Qian Yun's question, Xing Yi ran his hand through his hair in frustration. It's not that, I just don't know how to explain it. I have a reason that compels me to go in there to investigate. Going might not necessarily mean death, but definitely not going will lead to certain death. I won't go in now, but to ensure that I am the first one to enter, please keep this a secret for me, senior sister. There are still 3 years left, we must address the issue of spiritual roots first. Improving your strength will increase your chances of survival a little, Qian Yun said, reaching out towards Xing Yi. Reporting this matter to Sect is a tremendous achievement. Your demon pill issue can definitely be resolved as well. No, the priority level of this matter is higher than the demon pill. Then you must agree to one thing with me, I will keep your secret. Senior sister, go ahead. Qian Yun, with an unwavering expression, set the condition: before you enter this cultivation cave, you must inform me first. Xing Yi, always scoring 100 points for credibility in games, replied, all right, no problem. Suddenly, the system announced, I propose to the host that you can take a look inside first. If it's dangerous, you can come back out. Why? The evil cultivators have discovered this cultivation cave and can't just leave it alone. Perhaps there's something in his storage ring that is useful related to the corpse. Hearing the system say this, Xing Yi raised his hand to express his opinion. Announcement, I want to go in now. Does the junior brother think I am very kind-hearted? Xing Yi pointed ahead, smiling shyly. No, I just want to take a look and come back out. I suspect that the demon leader is hiding something good in here. Qian Yun placed her hand on her chest, staring intently at Xing Yi. If you want to enter, then I will enter as well, my cultivation is higher than yours. Xingyi turned to look at Qian Yun, his expression very determined. The junior brother has a compelling reason to go in first, and besides, I am a corpse, even if I suffer a mortal injury, I will not die. If there really is danger, then the chance of escape will be slightly greater. With a look of frustration, Qian Yun said, if you don't come out after an incense stick's worth of time, then I will go inform the sect. Okay, goat. Xingyi took steps forward, asking the system as he walked, how do I enter, system? There are a few instant teleportation talismans in the storage ring of the Du Demon Leader. The principle of the instant movement device is to compress space. If you encounter weak spatial areas like this, you will pass through directly. Xingyi examined the talisman being held between his fingers with an appraising eye. So that's how it is. I was still wondering why he liked so many low-grade talismans. Then, he used the teleportation talisman to pass through the thin spatial wall. Just as he stepped through, Xingyi gasped in surprise at what he saw. Upon seeing Xingyi appear right in front of him, Qian Yun stood frozen. So fast. Xingyi's forehead darkened as he glanced seriously at Qian Yun. Senior sister, you should take a look too. After that, both of them used a teleportation talisman to pass through the thin wall of space. Qian Yun widened her eyes in surprise, staring ahead. Is this the cultivation cave divinity? No, this is the space. The dark blue-green thing in front of them was the outer wall of the cultivation cave. Senior sister, look above. Hearing Xingyi say that, Qian Yun followed and looked up. Whatever scene she saw left her gaping in shock. She was met with countless souls trapped, crying out in agony. Hatred, 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 I caused the deaths of those innocent children. Senior brother, why did you turn against me? These souls were imprisoned within a formation, witnessed by Xingyi and Qian Yun standing below. Are these the souls of the cultivators? Xingyi turned to Qian Yun and said, I heard that you are investigating the missing disciples. Do you think it might be related to these souls? That's right, most of them are outside sect disciples of our sect. It turns out they were all killed by that evil cultivator. Xingyi looked up, sweating profusely, his eyes filled with doubt. But what does he want with the souls of low-level cultivators? Qian Yun furrowed his brows. I've seen this formation in the skill instruction books of the sect. It's called the soul-devouring formation. It can erode the sect's protective barrier. Using it here must be to corrode the spatial wall of the cultivation cave of the divine cultivators. The strength of this formation lies in the fact that it can gradually consume the protective formation of high-level cultivators using the souls of low-level cultivators. Junior brother, weren't you looking for demon pills? The items embedded around this formation are all third-grade demon pills. Hearing this, Xingyi looked up at the formation, mouth agape in surprise. Third grade? Does that mean the demon pills are equivalent to human yuaning cultivators? So many, 144 pills. The purpose of these demon pills is to nurture the soul, but using demon energy and blood qi. Thus even the souls of low-level cultivators can generate a lot of evil energy under the influence of numerous third-grade demon pills. Then they are absorbed by the formation, and the heavier the initial resentment of the soul, the better the absorption effect of the demon pills. No wonder that demon leader tortured people so much before dying. Xingyi glanced at Qian Yun and hurriedly asked, can these fellow disciples of yours still be saved? Qian Yun looked up at the formation. These souls have lost their consciousness long ago and have become a part of the formation. If we break the formation, they will be freed, which is the best outcome. Xingyi reached out and took out a charm wrapped in golden light. In that case, I will not be polite anymore. What? As he spoke, his body was enveloped by aura and flew beside the formation. There is a key to the cultivation cave system, so this formation is unnecessary. He reached out and took a demon pill tightly stuck to the formation. I will take all these demon pills. Qian Yun, standing below, watched Xingyi struggle to remove the demon pill from the formation and shouted in panic, what are you doing? Come down quickly. Qian Yun looked up. It's useless, the demon energy, blood qi, and evil energy of this formation have merged into one. Once formed, at least 3 soul transformation stage cultivators are needed, and at the same time. Before she could finish her sentence, Xingyi had removed a demon pill from the formation. Qian Yun was struck by reality with a painful blow to the face, her gaze blank and frozen for 5 seconds. Then, Xingyi jumped down from above, landing right in front of Qian Yun. Qian Yun looked at the demon pill in Xingye's hand, her mouth agape in astonishment. How is this possible? How could you do this? It's a bit slippery, it just needs some strength, he replied. It's not about whether it's slippery or not. Once a demon pill was removed, the formation that had imprisoned the lingering souls immediately showed signs of cracking. Then, the formation shattered, causing Qian Yun and Xingyi to look up in surprise. The lingering souls inside the formation surged out. Before their eyes, a lingering soul of a little girl, smiling happily, said, "Thank you, Gij, Jijie." In an instant, these lingering souls dissipated right before Xingyi and Qian Yun. Watching the souls vanish before them, Qian Yun and Xingyi began to discuss. I didn't expect there would still be souls with weak consciousness. I suddenly feel that bastard's death was quite pleasant. Qian Yun turned to look at Xingyi with a gaze full of suspicion. Junior brother, are you sure you are only at the refined chi stage? Are you hiding your cultivation? No, why did senior sister ask that? That's true, everyone has their secrets. I was too abrupt. Hearing Qian Yun say that, Xingyi thought to himself, what is going on? Xingyi was sweating when he saw the system display. It's probably because the host is related to the Yin Slaughter Pearl, directly breaking a formation that only 3 Yuan cultivators could break, which makes her feel very confused. Is that so? Actually, the system also finds it a bit confusing. Even with the help of the Yin Slaughter Pearl, you are still only at the refined chi stage, so it shouldn't be that simple. Let's say I stepped on a dog's poop. Xingyi looked up at the demon pills on the formation. The cultivation of that demon leader has dropped to golden elixir. Where did he get the 3rd-grade demon pill? Qian Yun replied from the side, although Yuaning stage demon pills are very rare, as long as you have money, you can still buy them. Moreover, those evil cultivators don't shy away from using ruthless means, they must have done quite a bit of robbing and killing. Xingyi felt disheartened, recalling Lauder's merit points. That's right, he has a merit of -1 billion. I can't imagine how many people have been killed already. Xingyi warmed up his limbs, looking up at the formation. Senior sister, wait a moment, I'll bring all the demon pills down from up there. No need to be so troublesome. Qian Yun clasped her hands together and controlled the fly sword to fly out from her space ring. Without a magic weapon for protection, I can just use the fly sword directly. The fly sword she controlled soared above the formation, slashing out countless sword chi, causing the demon pills on the formation to fall down. Xingyi raised his hand, closing his eyes, as he was directly hit by a rain of demon pills falling from above. Ouch, that hurts. He looked at the various colored demon pills scattered across the ground. It really is magnificent. Qian Yun stared at the yellow demon pill floating in her hand. But this one must have been placed in the formation for a long time, the demon energy has severely dissipated. It's a pity that the demon pills can't be refined together to enhance their quality like chi refining materials. After hearing this, Xingyi stroked his chin, his gaze deep in thought, as numbers clicked in his mind. System, I have a bold idea. No, you don't. Hearing the system say this, he frowned in annoyance. What are you talking about? I'm saying to use that combination function. I know that's why I told you not to think. The combination function of the system is also based on the principle of refining chi, and it cannot create a demon pill. Xingyi reached down to pick up a demon pill lying on the ground. How can you know if you don't try? In any case, with so many available, just take 2 with the weakest demon energy and give it a shot. Is this child really that stubborn? Seeing Xingyi holding 2 demon pills in his hands, Qian Yun asked curiously, what is the junior brother doing? Conducting an experiment. Xingyi input the fire and ice attribute demon pills into the system, and immediately the system reminded him. Wait, you took 2 conflicting attributes. Don't talk about demon pills, even if you take conflicting attribute materials for refining chi, you would only end up with a pile of waste. I'm just trying a little bit. After pressing the combination button on the system panel, a golden light appeared around Xingyi, accompanied by fierce gusts of wind swirling around him. Qian Yun raised his hand to shield his face, squinting as he looked ahead. Junior brother. Xingyi stood in the dense smoke, coughing lightly into his hand. I'm fine. What are you doing? Why is there such a strong fluctuation of magical power? Xingyi smiled excitedly, looking at the two-colored red and blue demon pill in his hand. It's nothing, just that the experiment was successful. How could this be? Seeing the demon pill in Xingye's hand, Qian Yun was extremely surprised, unable to stand still, his voice trembling. What do you have in your hand? A demon pill. Qian Yun sweated profusely, his eyes wide in shock. Why does it give me such an uncomfortable twisted feeling, as if it shouldn't exist, yet it still appears before me? Xingyi then used his appraisal eye, looking at the demon pill he was holding, and in an instant, the properties of the demon pill appeared. It is an Icefire attribute demon pill, 3rd grade. He looked at the system notification with a bored expression. Host, I have discovered that not only does the system have bugs, but you also have bugs. Take over the examination, use your hands to break the formation, merge the demon pill, and it's even a conflicting attribute. Xingyi stared blankly in confusion and quickly asked the system. Isn't that a function of the system? I am the administrator, do you think I don't understand the functions of the system better than you? It's truly incomprehensible. You are not a great power cultivator who can change the laws of heaven and earth, so how can you always do things that exceed understanding like this? Xingyi, with a cold gaze, said, although I don't know why, if I don't have any ability of my own, wouldn't the result be the same as the previous host? He glanced at the Icefire demon pill in his hand, but integrating nearly 100 points at once, plus the points left by the previous host and the points earned by killing the demon leader, I currently have a total of 6,059 points. I need to integrate 144 demon pills, and I'm still lacking more than half. He raised his hand to stroke his chin, pondering with a smirk, how can I earn points quickly? Seeing Xingyi staring at him, Qian Yun's eyes widened, staring blankly. Xingyi raised his hand to cover his face and turned away. No, no, I cannot, that evil thought must go away. Risking my life to earn points from elder sister is very likely to lead to real death. I already said it's about magical powers. Suddenly, his eyes widened, recalling something in his mind. That's right, I remember there's something in the storage ring of that demon leader. Xingyi took out a pill, and under the inspection eye showed all its attributes. Explosive pill, greatly increases one's strength in a short time, effectiveness varies depending on realm, side effect reduces lifespan by 10 years. Seeing this, Xingyi was stunned and quickly asked the system, do I have a lifespan? The system replied, you have durability. Hearing this, Xingyi stood frozen as if turned to stone, his eyes darkened, speechless. Qian Yun noticed Xingyi holding the explosive pill and curiously asked, Junior brother, what do you need the explosive pill for? Without saying a word, Xingyi shot the explosive pill into his mouth, surprising Qian Yun greatly. She furrowed her brows in confusion, what are you doing? Why are you eating forbidden medicine? Seeing the system announce, consumed explosive pill, gained 78 points in magical powers, made Xingyi smile with delight, it works, great. That demon leader still has a few more vials. Xingyi raised his hand to reassure, it's okay, senior sister, I'm just experimenting, I am a corpse with no lifespan to deduct. Oh right, so does it have any effect on you? After saying that, Qian Yun's eyes widened in surprise as she saw Xingyi emit an aura. Xingyi smiled brightly and clenched his fists. It seems to be effective, I can feel that I have become much stronger. Qian Yun stared at Xingyi and said, that's great. There are many types of pills that enhance one's strength but reduce lifespan. That way, you can take them without fear of the consequences. Hearing this, Xingyi propped his chin on his hand and glared at the bottle of explosive pills he was holding. If that's the case, Qian Yun, standing beside him, looked grim and was taken aback when he saw Xingyi tip the bottle upside down and pour the explosive pills into his mouth. Qian Yun rushed over, swatted the bottle of explosive pills from Xingyi's hand, and shouted, are you crazy? Even if it's safe to take, you can't take it like that. Pills have tolerance properties. Xingyi ignored Qian Yun's words and asked the system, wait, system, this bottle has at least 20 pills, why did it only add a little point? He sulked as he looked at the system notification. The system has a point reduction mechanism. Using many pills in a short time to gain magical points will decrease the points gradually. This trash system. Where strictness is needed, there appear to be bugs, while in places where it is not required, it is overly strict. Xingyi furrowed his brows and asked, System, you said that with the slaughter pearl, no matter how severely I'm injured, I can recover, right? That's correct. While Qian Yun crossed her arms in front of her chest, reminding him, Xingyi stared intently at the storage ring, clenching his teeth tightly. There are dozens of types of prohibited poisons in that demon leader's ring. I don't believe that's not enough points. Hearing an unusual noise, Qian Yun opened one eye to look ahead. Can't you hear that? She jumped in surprise when she saw Xingyi stuffing dozens of vials of poison into his mouth. System notification, drank broken heart powder, Hanshao Banbutian, Shirxin powder, exploding blood, Shapo pill, abyss pill, 5 poison powder, golden snake powder, and so on, gaining 7,878 points of magical powers. After swallowing dozens of vials of poison, Xingyi fell backward onto the ground, his eyes rolling back as witnessed by Qian Yun. Good, that's enough points. Xingyi lay on the ground, foaming at the mouth, and then his consciousness sank into darkness. So uncomfortable, headache, eye pain, everything hurts, as if I've had fever 1,000 times. Why is there a sharp sensation? He opened his eyes once more and was astonished to see the thick dust around him. It turned out that Qian Yun thought Xingyi had died, so she had laid him down in a hole. Holding a shovel, Qian Yun slowly began to fill it with dirt. Seeing this, Xingyi sat up abruptly, his body covered in dust, his eyes dark, and his mouth agape in panic. What are you doing, senior sister? Qian Yun, with a cold expression, looked at the fuming Xingyi. Weren't you committing suicide? So I thought I would let you lie down peacefully in the ground. I'm not tired of life yet, and besides, you clearly saw me open my eyes and still threw dirt on my face. Qian Yun's face darkened, her gaze icy. Drinking so much poison, isn't that suicide? For an hour, I saw your meridians breaking and healing, healing and breaking again, flesh tearing and healing, healing and tearing again, your body going from hot to cold, then freezing. Hearing this, Xingyi's eyes widened. Is it really that terrifying? Thankfully, I passed out. Xingyi glanced down at his tattered clothing. What kind of pills made those holes in this outfit? Qian Yun turned her face away, as Xingyi's friendly gaze was glaring at her. I used a knife to stab it to extract poison for you, but your body has been enhanced by pills, so it couldn't penetrate. Did you stab it in so many places? Actually, senior sister wanted to give me a decisive end, right? Qian Yun frowned in displeasure. You tell others to cherish their lives, but you treat your own body this way. Xingyi smiled cheerfully, patting Qian Yun's head, causing her to widen her eyes in confusion. I'm sorry for making senior sister worry. I assure you there won't be a next time. Qian Yun got angry and swung a shovel, hitting Xingyi so hard that it warped the shovel's blade. Xingyi was knocked far away and fell face down on the ground. While he lay there moaning, the system spoke up. Stop pretending, host, you still have the enhancement bugs from dozens of kinds of pills on you, so even if your senior sister tried to attack you, she wouldn't be able to harm you. Hearing that, Xingyi looked helpless. Stupid, if I don't pretend, how can senior sister calm down? Qian Yun was holding a teleportation talisman in her hand, glancing back. No matter what suffering you have, if you still want to do this, don't do it in front of me. After saying this, she teleported outside right before Xingyi's eyes. He stood up and wiped the dust off his face. Your tricks are useless, the person you intended to annoy is gone. I acted impulsively. I thought the slaughter pearl could suppress the effects of the drug, but my body ended up undergoing such a terrifying transformation. I don't know how the grand senior sister has endured this past hour. I hope she won't be left with psychological scars. He glanced at the demon pills lying on the ground. That's enough for now, let's calm down the grand senior sister first. I'll combine these demon pills and go outside. At that moment, Qian Yun was sitting in meditation inside the cave, surrounded by a swirling aura. After a while, she opened her eyes to look around. There was not a single person in front of her. Why hasn't he come out yet? Nothing bad happened, did it? Why am I worrying about nonsense? What could happen to his strange body? A normal person would have died several hundred times after taking so many pills. He managed to recover like before in just 1 hour. Suddenly, waves of violent winds appeared in front of her. Qian Yun raised her hand to shield her face, her eyes wide with surprise. What has he done now? The spiritual energy fluctuations are strong enough to penetrate the space wall. Suddenly, Xing Yi appeared right in front of Qian Yun, catching her completely off guard. He shouted in alarm and fell onto Qian Yun. His cheeks flushed red when he saw his face pressed against her chest. Xing Yi stammered, "Senior sister, this is a pillow." He was about to double his joy, but his pain filled him, and he pouted in disappointment. At this point, there's no need for these kinds of plot twists, can't we just develop according to the favored plot? Qian Yun, expressionless, put the pillow into her storage ring. What were you doing in there? Making such a commotion. Xing Yi glanced at the sphere he was holding. I was scared too, the space wall nearly trembled, the energy of the thing almost shattered. Upon seeing the sphere, Qian Yun's eyes widened in amazement, that is. Suddenly, the entire cave experienced a violent aftershock. At that moment, dark clouds began to gather at the mountain's peak, accompanied by flashes of lightning. Qian Yun looked up, wide-eyed and astonished. This is the pressure of the heavenly Tao, how could it be? Xing Ye's mouth fell open in shock as he saw the system notification. Not good, this combined host has attracted the lightning tribulation, quickly put it into the system space, the heavenly Tao won't be able to probe it. Hearing this, he quickly stored the orb in the system space. In an instant, the dark clouds along with the lightning tribulation in the sky dissipated. Qian Yun looked up, sweating profusely. The pressure has dissipated again. Is the pressure from the heavenly Tao also because of that? Xing Yi scratched his face and forced a smile. Perhaps so. Upon hearing this, Qian Yun's eyes widened in surprise. What is that? Why can't the heavenly Tao accommodate it, and even if it's stored in a space ring, theoretically, the pressure shouldn't dissipate, right? Xing Yi, with a blank expression, replied, that's what I formed by combining all 144 third-grade demon pills. Seeing Qian Yun raise his trembling hands to his face, Xing Yi questioned in confusion. Elder sister, what's wrong? Qian Yun turned her back to Xing Yi. The secrets surrounding junior brother are truly too many, it's very difficult for me to endure not asking. Xing Yi frowned and gave a mischievous smile. Because there are some things I can't explain, I will definitely tell senior sister everything when the opportunity arises. Suddenly, Qian Yun sensed someone's presence and turned to look behind her, shouting, who is it? Unexpectedly, a foot stepped out from behind a rock. Oh, what a coincidence. This foot belonged to Wong Deng, who was smiling cheerfully, followed by a girl. I didn't expect to see Qian Yun junior sister here. Greetings, grand senior sister. Seeing this, Qian Yun, with a calm expression, asked curiously, Wong Deng, Lu Qing, how did you two get here? Wong Deng placed one hand behind his back, while the other pointed to his mouth, smiling as he replied, Lu junior sister was very curious about the evil cultivators hiding here at the soul transformation stage. She wanted to come and see but didn't dare to come alone, so she asked me to come along. Just as Wong Deng finished speaking, he was very surprised to see Lu Qing glide by like a gust of wind. Lu Qing held the sword in her hand and jumped towards where Xing Yi was standing, shouting loudly, pervert, prepare to face your doom. Upon seeing this, Xing Yi widened his eyes in shock, still unable to understand what was happening. Suddenly, Qian Yun stepped in front of Xing Yi and kicked away the sword that Lu Qing was holding. Qian Yun slowly retracted her foot, frowning in displeasure, and quickly asked, Lu Qing, what are you doing? Lu Qing clenched her wrist tightly, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Grand senior sister, the person behind you is the pervert. A few months ago, a senior sister of mine was tricked and robbed by him, and then he took advantage of her, leading her to commit suicide. Her jade shattered and fragrance dissipated. Hearing this, Xing Yi broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes filled with helplessness. System, was your predecessor a flower thief? Absolutely not. Besides, a few months ago I was in a deep sleep, how could I have taken advantage of anyone? Wong Deng raised her hand to speak. Could it be that Lu junior sister has mistaken the person? Moreover, the accused is your senior sister, how can you be so sure it's him? Lu Qing, filled with indignation, took out a piece of paper from her space ring. Before the senior sister died, she left behind a portrait of that pervert, I have always kept it with me. She held the paper with the portrait of Xingyi in front of her and shouted, it's all for the day when I can take revenge for my sister. Seeing this, Xingyi looked dazed and expressed his frustration, I can't believe it, this image I just finished a few hours ago. Where did your senior sister get this painting from? It seems the host has been pinned down. Wong Deng stared intently at Xingyi. Maybe there's some misunderstanding in this matter. I wonder what the relationship is between you and Lu junior sister. Friends. Wong Deng's expression fell silent, puzzled. Friends. How long have you known each other? About 5 hours. Upon hearing Qian Yun say this, Xingye's face darkened, not wanting to speak. You don't need to be so honest, senior sister. Qian Yun remained calm, with no change in her expression, but I can assure you, this person is definitely not a lecher. Wang Deng turned to Xingyi and quickly asked, then do you have a twin brother? No. The system chimed in, host, you are very honest as well. One lie requires countless other lies to fix, grand senior sister has already assured me. If we lie, it would only make things less clear. Wang Deng glanced at the painting that Lu Qing was holding. That doesn't make sense, after all, this Taoist friend is clearly the person in the painting. Wang Deng smiled knowingly. How about this, you come with me to the law enforcement hall of the sect and investigate this matter clearly with junior sister Lu Qing. Qian Yun frowned, her gaze sharp. No, that's not acceptable. After hearing this, Wang Deng spread his arms and suddenly exclaimed. Why not? Junior sister wouldn't want her friend to be unjustly accused, right? The law enforcement hall of our Qing Yun sect has always been fair and just, we will definitely uncover the truth in this matter. Qian Yun looked visibly annoyed. When she said no, she meant no. Alright, grand senior sister, let me say a few words. Xingyi reached out his hand. Hey, can I see that painting? Wang Deng glanced at Lu Qing, who was hesitating. What's wrong? This request is quite reasonable, junior sister, let him see it. Xingyi stood silently, staring intently at the painting in her hands. He held the painting forward and shouted angrily. This painting is clearly freshly completed, the brush strokes still haven't dried. Lu Qing was sweating profusely, stammering, what, this matter? Wang Deng immediately stood in front of Lu Qing, grinning, Taoist friend is joking, this is a painting created with divine consciousness stone, how could there be any ink stains? Upon hearing this, Xingyi smirked and suddenly exclaimed, so that's how it is. He had wide eyes, raising his hand to wipe the drool that had dripped from his mouth. Sorry, it's not ink stains, it's just that I found the person in this painting too handsome, so I drooled on it. Hearing this, Lu Qing clenched his teeth, anger making the veins on his face bulge, dare to joke with me. Xingyi let go of the painting, allowing it to slowly fall. Don't rush, I can go with you to the law enforcement hall, but you have to answer a few questions for me first. Wang Deng clasped his hands behind his back, smiling happily, ask away, junior sister, just answer him honestly. Xingyi raised his hand, his expression calm, your Qing Yun sect is so famous, if I really dared to rob someone of their looks, how could I possibly live until you all came to seek revenge? Lu Qing pointed at Xingye's face and shouted angrily, my senior sister's cultivation is higher than yours. You used a hallucinogenic drug. Afterward, my senior sister woke up and fiercely resisted, fortunately managing to escape. Upon hearing this, Xingyi calmly asked Lu Qing, what is my senior sister's cultivation level? Early stage foundation establishment, Lu Qing replied. Xingyi spread his arms and said nonchalantly, then I'm sorry, the culprit definitely can't be me. At the foundation establishment stage, I wouldn't need to use a hallucinogenic drug. Wang Deng unexpectedly exclaimed, smirking, what cultivation level do you have, Taoist friend? Xingyi held up his 10 fingers in front of him, 5th layer of qi refinement. Lu Qing clenched his fists, enraged, grand senior brother, we should just kill this little guy who talks nonsense. Xingyi pointed ahead, his eyes weary and tone contemptuous, miss, don't you know that geniuses can kill enemies of a higher level in the blink of an eye? Although I'm at the 5th layer of Qi refinement, Foundation establishment cultivators are still not enough for me to take seriously. Wong Deng, with a cold expression, said, Daoist friend really has such strength. Then my junior sister has wronged you. Xing Yi, boiling with anger, pointed directly at Lu Qing and demanded, that's right. She falsely accused me, I need compensation for mental anguish. Wong Deng clasped his hands behind his back and said coldly, but I also need to prove that the Daoist friend indeed has capabilities. How about this, my realm is at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage. In 3 moves, if you can injure me without using any divine weapon, then I will prove that the Daoist friend is innocent. If not, the Daoist friend will have to follow me to the law enforcement hall of the sect for a thorough investigation. Upon hearing this, Xing Yi stood there dumbfounded, sweating nervously. This is, what? Didn't the Daoist friend say you don't think highly of Foundation establishment stage cultivators? My condition is still reasonable, right? Xing Yi scratched his face awkwardly. No, I'm afraid I can't hold back and might hurt you. Lu Qing, hearing this, hugged her stomach and burst out laughing. Grand senior sister, why are you associating with such a fool? Outside, Wong Deng pretended to be innocent, smiling brightly while internally thinking disdainfully, it's fine, even if I get hurt, it will just show that my cultivation is inadequate, I won't blame you. What a waste for me to think of a whole plan, turns out you are just a blockhead. Xing Yi extended his hand towards Wong Deng, questioning, so after proving my innocence, how will the emotional damages be calculated? What does the Daoist friend want? I will have my junior sister compensate you. Xing Yi pointed at Qian Yun standing behind him, I want grand senior sister to be my girlfriend. At that moment, the system notified, bragging speech, plus 12 magical powers. Qian Yun clenched her fists, her muscles tensing, I suddenly feel he needs to visit the law enforcement hall. I was wrong, grand senior sister, I was just joking. Xing Yi pointed forward, his gaze sharp, I want all the items on you, including your clothes and magic storage weapon. Upon hearing this, Wong Deng's eyes widened in shock, his face blank in confusion, his brows furrowed as he grinned maliciously, this is a matter between the Daoist friend and my junior sister, why does it involve me? Xing Yi took out some teleportation talismans, it's up to you to agree or not, if you don't, I'll have grand senior sister hold you 2 back, and I'll immediately use my teleportation to escape. Lu Qing frowned, her lips curling in disdain, what kind of person is this? Clearly shameless. Wong Deng's face darkened, forcing a stiff smile as he said, all right, I agree with you, but if you lose, you have to follow us back to the sect. Qian Yun frowned, visibly angry. What is this request of yours? Do you want to frame me? It's fine, grand senior sister, we can agree to his terms. She turned to look at Xing Yi and hurriedly asked, what are you thinking? Clearly, he is. Xing Yi raised his hand, showing that, I am still under the effects of the drug, it hasn't worn off yet. Seeing this, Qian Yun quickly took out a chair and a plate of snacks from her storage ring, sitting down to eat while observing Xing Yi. Don't be too ruthless, he has a significant background in the sect. I understand, Lu Qing, standing beside Wong Deng, covered his mouth and whispered, could it be that this guy can spread his stupidity too? Xing Yi put one hand on his hip and clenched his fist with the other. Can we start now? Wong Deng's gaze was icy. This little guy still needs Lu Qianyun to help him fly, so he definitely hasn't reached the Foundation establishment stage. Where do they get their confidence from? Are they trying to show off? He gestured for Lu Qianyun to look at his hand, and her attitude immediately changed. What was on it? Xing Yi stood with his hands on his hips, looking frustrated. Hey, how about taking a step back? We can shake hands and be friends. Wong Deng looked doubtful, pondering for a moment. No matter what is written, just now it was used to threaten with escape. They really don't take the Foundation establishment's strength seriously. Facing such slander, before I place any bets, it should be appropriate to threaten us with force. No matter how you think about it, it's all just showing off. Wong Deng extended his hand forward, a sly smile on his face. It's better to investigate this matter clearly. Daoist friend can start now. Xing Yi began to rotate his wrist, letting out a sigh. All right then, I'll graciously obey. His expression was extremely confident, thanks to the influence of the drug that was skewing all his stats. Then he began to run toward Wong Deng step by step. Lu Qing crossed his arms over his chest, sneering. "You lecher, I give you a sincere piece of advice, save some energy, or be careful of getting hurt by the senior brother's retaliation." Xing Yi clenched his fists, with spiritual energy swirling around him like a small whirlwind, he shouted loudly. "Medicine King Palm." Seeing Xing Yi rushing towards him, Wong Deng remained unfazed, his eyes wide in surprise. "What? This fluctuation of spiritual power is..." He then raised his hand to prepare to block a powerful punch from Xing Yi coming his way. After that, a violent gust of wind burst forth from inside the cave. Lu Qing, half closing his eyes, gaped in astonishment. "What?" At this moment, a shield appeared around Wong Deng, absorbing the powerful punch from Xing Yi. "Impressive, it's been blocked." Wong Deng stared wide-eyed and shocked at the glowing gem on the pendant. Has the protective talisman really activated to withstand 5 full-force attacks from a golden elixir cultivator? Is this technique at the golden elixir stage? How is that possible? The system in Xing Ye's mind spoke up. "Host, when did you learn this skill?" "I didn't learn it." "Then what is Medicine King Palm?" "I was just shouting nonsense, otherwise, if I kept attacking, it wouldn't be impressive." Qian Yun sat cross-legged on the chair, holding a sunflower seed dish, visibly angry. "Wong Deng forbids others from using divine weapons, yet you use protective talismans yourself." Wong Deng extended his hand forward, a stiff smile on his face. "This is an automatically activated protective talisman, haha. Since you said you wouldn't regard Foundation establishment as anything, I naturally have to be careful in my response." He reached out towards Xing Yi, a smug smile on his lips. "To be honest with you, this protective talisman can withstand 5 full-force attacks from a late-stage golden elixir cultivator. You should still come back to the sect with me. Of course, with your strength, you could easily break the agreement if you wanted to." Xing Ye's expression showed no concern. "You don't need to play any tricks to win me over. That last move of mine was just at the golden elixir level, enough to prove I'm not that perverted scoundrel, right?" Wong Deng held up 3 fingers, grinning proudly. "But we did bet that you had to injure me within 3 moves to prove your innocence." Qian Yun sprang to her feet, angrily shouting, "Wong Deng, this is coercion. Why does junior sister Lu say that? Our bet was indeed like this, I'm just following the rules." Xing Yi clenched his fist and glanced back. "Forget it, grand senior sister, if it's like this, then I'll continue." Wong Deng's mouth curled into a mocking smile. "The move just now from my Taoist friend was using all your strength, right? Only with the full golden elixir can one break through my defenses. Trying again will just waste your time." Xing Yi raised 2 fingers. "Why would my grand senior brother say such a thing? Our bet is indeed as such, I am just following the rules. Saying 3 moves means 3 moves, and I've only made 1 move so far." Wong Deng, frustrated, had veins popping on his forehead. "That's the case, then I will complete the bet. You used my words to turn them against me, right? Just wait until you get to the law enforcement hall, I will make you regret being born in this world." Xing Yi lowered his center of gravity and pulled his fist back. "Now, it's the second move." Seeing this, Wong Deng smirked disdainfully. "You lowly person, this is exactly the same move. Knowing that my protective talisman is precious, you are deliberately trying to reduce my number of moves, aren't you?" Xing Yi unleashed his spiritual energy, one side of his face darkening, his gaze 10 times colder. "Medicine King Palm." Wong Deng froze for 5 seconds at the spiritual energy radiating from Xing Yi, and then a violent shockwave erupted from a nearby mountain. At this moment inside the cave, Qian Yun stretched out both hands in front of her, creating a barrier to shield herself from the flying debris. Her eyes widened in shock. "I didn't expect such great power. Fortunately, this cave has been reinforced by that evil cultivator's formation, otherwise, it would have collapsed a long time ago." Xing Ye's pupils shone brightly as he sighed. What a pity. Wong Deng had beads of sweat rolling down his face. Before him was Xing Ye's punch that had penetrated the barrier. 10 times, and it's still lacking a bit. In the blink of an eye, Wong Deng's barrier shattered into pieces. Lu Qing, seeing this, turned pale, fear gripping her. It's broken. Was that the power of a golden elixir grand perfection? How could this be? Wong Deng stood there in shock as the protective talisman around his neck cracked. It wasn't just talk, now it's actually 10 times stronger than the first strike. What kind of monster is this little guy? Xing Yi retracted his hand, and at the same time, the system appeared. Host, are you okay? I can calculate the force accurately for you. Then that would be very boring, it's more fun to explore on my own. He tightened his fists and looked at Wong Deng. Alright, then I'll deliver the final blow. Upon hearing this, Wong Deng raised his hands, his face as pale as a toad, forcing a smile. Wait, Taoist friend, wait. Seeing Wong Deng raise both hands with the intention of mediation, Xing Yi questioned, so? Is it enough to prove my innocence now? Suddenly, Wong Deng's eyes widened in surprise as he noticed something. It turned out his attention was drawn to Xing Ye's legs, which were shaking slightly. Wong Deng then broke into a sinister smile. Haha, so this little guy is trying to hold on, almost got frightened by him. He placed his hand on his chest and smiled confidently. You should complete the wager, otherwise, I won't be able to realize my thoughts. Upon hearing this, Xing Yi broke into a cold sweat in shock. Seeing Xing Yi scratch his head awkwardly, Wong Deng clasped his hands behind his back and thought to himself, indeed a fool, holding back to gain strength, can't I do anything to you? He smirked disdainfully. Using up all your spiritual energy for a forbidden technique, and something like the Medicine King fist can only barely break through my defenses. Xing Yi raised his hand to ruffle his hair, his lips curling in thought, a force 10 times is just enough to break through the barrier, so would a force 11 times kill him? When in Rome, do as the Romans do on the issues of disability and death. With that thought, he tightened his fist. Wong Deng smirked coldly and scoffed, did you think after using a feint and activating a teleportation spell to escape, it would be useless? Xing Yi unleashed the 10.5 times Medicine King fist, throwing a punch that pierced through Wong Deng's shield. Wong Deng's eyes widened, his mouth agape in shock, as he saw Xing Ye's fist right before his face. He hadn't even had a chance to stammer when Xing Ye's punch impacted his face. Wong Deng took the full force of the punch and flew out of the cave. Xing Yi watched Lu Qing's figure running away, and at the same time, the system announced, attacking the key disciple of Qin Yun's sect, heavy injury inflicted, gained 102 points of magical powers. Qian Yun approached from behind, eyes wide in surprise, quickly asking, you didn't just kill him, did you? Just breaking his facade, I reduced the force at the moment I broke through his barrier. Lu Qing sat next to Wong Deng, who was lying sprawled on the ground, and took out a vial of pills. Grand Senior Brother, hang in there, I have healing pills. Xing Yi and Qian Yun walked step by step toward Lu Qing. Wow, you flew quite far, Lu Qing said, sweating in fear. What do you want to do? Don't cause any trouble. Xing Yi made a villainous face, raised both hands, his eyes red, and grinned maliciously. Don't worry, I just want to place a bet. The scene shifted to Xiao Wan, who was walking somewhere and looking around. Where did everyone go? Grand Senior Sister and that little corpse really flew in this direction. As Xiao Wan walked forward, she unexpectedly ran into Lu Qing, who was carrying Wong Deng, dressed only in shorts, coming from another direction. Xiao Wan quickly turned around, ran away with her legs lifted, and shouted back, you two keep going. No, wait. The scene shifted to a tea house on a street, where a set of clothes along with a protective talisman and Wong Deng's storage ring were placed on the table. Qian Yun sat across from Xing Yi, her gaze vacant, and hurriedly asked, did Wong Deng intentionally provoke you to bet, just to get his clothes back? Xing Yi raised his hand to explain. Looking at him, he seemed to be a peacemaker, but in fact, he was the one who made up this story to frame me. That sister was just a tool, I probed a little, and she panicked immediately. Grand Senior Sister, does Wong Deng have a secret crush on you? Qian Yun placed her hands on her thighs and replied, what nonsense are you talking about? He is already betrothed to the daughter of Sect Master Wang Xiang Sect. Xingyi calmly raised the teacup to his lips. I also feel that he doesn't seem to be deliberately making things difficult for me out of jealousy, so what kind of background does he have in the sect? Qian Yun tilted her head to one side and replied, his father fought to the death for the sect, and his grandfather is the Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall. That's impressive, a martyr and a second-generation official, Xingyi said, looking at his reflection in the teacup. So what do you mean by him being annoyed with me, or are you saying he knows I'm a corpse and wants to take me back for research? In that case, he could easily report it to your sect's higher-ups. Just say you were enchanted by the corpse of evil cultivators, telling your master to come directly to capture me, without needing to get his hands dirty. Him personally acting out such a play is to avoid revealing my identity as a corpse, while having ulterior motives towards me. Qian Yun stared blankly. Does he have his eyes on you? Senior sister, don't joke. Xingyi held up the storage ring in front of Qian Yun's eyes. After thinking it over, I could only come up with this. Upon seeing the ring, Qian Yun's eyes widened in realization. The storage ring on the thumb of that evil cultivator. Xingyi stared intently at the storage ring. That evil cultivator had 2 rings, and now only one is left. So the other one is likely on the person of that corpse with a conscious mind but whose whereabouts are unknown. Qian Yun looked on with suspicion. But how does he know? Ordinary people only carry one storage ring, and neither master or anyone else has asked about this. Then it could be that Wong Deng and that evil cultivator originally knew each other, so he is very clear that the evil cultivator has 2 storage rings. After hearing this, Qian Yun's eyes went round in surprise. At this moment, she finally realized Xing Ye's intentions. At first, you had already thought of this possibility and lured him into betting with you. Stripping the opponent of all their clothing may seem like humiliation, but in reality, you wanted to find evidence related to that evil cultivator, right? Xing Yi, upon hearing this, raised a thumbs up with a cheerful smile. Grand senior sister, you are really impressive. I haven't said anything yet and you already guessed it. The one who is impressive is you. The two of them exchanged glances at Wong Deng's clothes placed on the table. You have checked everything on him, right? Did you find anything? Nothing special, just a few spirit stones, pills, and a magic weapon. Besides that, there is this. With that, Xing Yi reached out and took out a jade slip, handing it forward. Qian Yun took the jade slip that Xing Yi offered. A jade slip? What does it contain? Grand senior sister, you can take a look for yourself. Then, she injected her divine consciousness into the jade slip. Qian Yun's brows furrowed, and she looked at the jade slip in her hand with a puzzled expression. Is this a list and background investigation of outside sect disciples? Why was Wong Deng carrying this? Xing Yi appeared serious and said, Senior sister. The missing people in the sect are also disciples of the outside sect, right? Hearing him say that, Qian Yun's eyes widened in surprise. Xing Yi stared at Qian Yun and asked curiously, Senior sister, may I ask, is the issue of missing disciples taken seriously in your sect? Qian Yun looked at the jade slip and replied, No, it wasn't until a junior sister I had known recently went missing that I started to pay attention. Then I opened the records from the Law Enforcement Hall and saw that 4 years ago, many disciples had reported cases of people going missing to the Law Enforcement Hall. The Law Enforcement Hall said they would investigate thoroughly, but this incident has been unresolved for 4 years now. The sect hasn't issued any notices to the disciples either. Xing Yi clasped his hands together, his expression doubtful. So Wong Deng happens to be the nephew of the elder from the Law Enforcement Hall. Qian Yun placed the jade slip on the table, her brows furrowing. Are you suggesting that the Law Enforcement Hall is colluding with evil cultivators to slaughter fellow disciples? Xing Ye's gaze turned cold. Perhaps it's not just the Law Enforcement Hall. If those evil cultivators offered a secret deal to share the cultivation cave divinity with your sect, the price would only be to provide a few low-level cultivators' souls. Do you think your higher-ups can withstand the temptation? Upon hearing this, Qian Yun fell silent, deep in thought. Xing Yi raised his hand to his mouth, his expression skeptical. Moreover, simply making verbal promises won't be enough. That evil cultivator will surely offer some benefits to make you cooperate. Has your sect's higher-ups gained any opportunities in the past 4 years? For example, have they acquired any treasures or experienced a sudden surge in cultivation? Qian Yun mentioned the name Wong Deng, which caught Xing Yi by surprise. Seeing that Xing Yi was still confused, Qian Yun explained, he originally had ordinary talent and was only at the first level of foundation establishment 4 years ago, yet he managed to reach the great perfection level in just 4 years. The master and the elders praised him for having long-standing accumulation that finally burst forth. Upon hearing this, Xing Yi broke into a cold sweat, frowning. Your sect seems to have a deep background. Is the senior sister from your sect here? Qian Yun lowered her head, her hands tightly gripping her knees. No, the master saved my life. Besides, as the grand senior sister, I too have the responsibility to clarify this matter and seek justice for the junior brothers and sisters who were wrongfully killed. Xing Yi raised his hand, speaking in a resounding tone. If you do not wish to retreat, then let me join your sect. Qian Yun was shocked and stared blankly upon hearing this. Don't do anything foolish, Wong Deng intends to take the ring from the evil cultivators on you, and you have even hurt him. If you join my sect, wouldn't that be like putting a goat into a tiger's mouth? Xing Ye's forehead darkened, smiling in pain. I don't want to either. Rewinding back an hour ago, Xing Yi was peeking out from behind a curtain and called out to a woman who was playing elsewhere, saying, I will undress for my Wong Daoist friend. As soon as he finished speaking, a red system screen suddenly appeared, displaying the task of joining the Qingyun sect and becoming a disciple of the Qingyun sect. The task reward was 800 magical power points, plus 1 draw, and failing the task would result in losing eyesight, with a deadline of 3 days. After seeing the task, Xing Ye's eyes went wide, and his mouth dropped open in shock. Are you crazy? I just turned my grand senior brother of your sect into a pig's head, and now you're telling me to join his sect? Returning to the present, Xing Yi clasped his hands together in front of him, finally managing to pull back a little. I left the last pair of pants for him. No, I feel like there's nothing to hold on to. Qian Yun stood up sharply, her tone serious. Are you even listening to me? Even if you don't care about Wong Deng, the Qingyun sect is a prestigious orthodox sect. Once your identity as a corpse is exposed, you will definitely be killed. Xing Yi then reassured Qian Yun. Senior sister, you don't need to advise me, I've thought this through before making this decision. While they were talking, something suddenly warmed at Qian Yun's waist. She reached out and took out a token that was emitting a voice. Disciple, hurry back to the sect. Master must be summoning me back to the sect because of Wong Deng. Upon hearing this, Xing Yi immediately stood up. Then it's perfect, I'll go back to the sect with you. Just as Xing Yi finished speaking, Qian Yun suddenly swung her hand and hit the back of his neck hard. After that, he sat back down in his chair, face hitting the table. Qian Yun remained expressionless. Sorry, junior brother, once I investigate and understand the truth, I'll introduce you to my sect later. Until then, you can just take a nap. Suddenly, Xing Yi lifted his face and woke up, reaching for the back of his neck. Grand senior sister, what are you doing? It hurts too much. Qian Yun silently raised her hand and struck Xing Yi on the back of his neck, causing him to slam his face onto the table. Xing Yi turned to look at Qian Yun, annoyed and upset. I told you, that hurts a lot. Seeing that Xing Yi wasn't knocked out, Qian Yun glared at him, surprised. How can this be? The effects of those pills should have worn off by now, right? Xing Yi stood up and scratched his head. With the blood sacrifice of the Yin slaughter pearl, even without the pills, it would be impossible for the grand senior sister to knock me out. Besides, senior sister, think about it. If I were to run away, they could tarnish my name however they wanted. At that point, you would also be labeled as an accomplice to a pervert, which wouldn't be beneficial for your future investigations. Once your sect goes after me, I would be completely in a passive state, so it's better to take the initiative and at least make it so they can't do anything in front of me. As for my identity as a corpse, as long as he still wishes to monopolize the storage ring of that evil cultivator, he definitely wouldn't want my true identity to be exposed. After a moment of thought, Qian Yun turned and walked away, not forgetting to call back, "All right then, you do have a point." She reached her hand forward, and a fly sword flew out of the storage ring. "Then let's go back together." Xing Yi was very surprised when he saw the fly sword. Why is this fly sword even smaller than the one before? He raised his hand to his mouth, and thinking about the scene of Qian Yun's waist in his arms earlier, his face turned bright red. Could it be that the grand senior sister really wants me to hold her? But right after that, Xing Yi felt utterly disappointed as he lay in the sleeping bag tied to the fly sword. "Don't worry, this sword is quite rough, so the sleeping bag won't fall off easily." The scene shifted to the main hall of the Qingyun sect, where a middle-aged man wearing half a mask looked extremely angry. "Wang Guanzhou, what do you mean by your disciple colluding with outsiders to attack the core disciple of our sect? Is it just because my nephew has snatched the top position from your disciple?" This man was Wang Ju, a cultivation golden elixir grand perfection, the grand elder of the law enforcement hall. Guanzhou became furious upon hearing this. "Damn it, you know what kind of personality my disciple has, do you think she cares about the top position or not?" Wang Ju became even more enraged. "No matter what, immediately use the sound transmission talisman to bring your disciple back here. I must act according to the regulations of the law enforcement hall. My disciple is exploring the secret realm and cannot return immediately." "Damn, there is no secret realm around here." Qing Xian raised a hand to advise, "Don't make a fuss, Lu disciple has arrived at the sect gate." What? Just as he finished speaking, Qian Yun and Xing Yi were unexpectedly teleported to the main hall. While Qian Yun stood with his hands clasped to salute, Xing Yi lay in a sleeping bag on the ground like a caterpillar. Why did we suddenly arrive here from flying? It's the magical talent for instant spatial movement of the Yuaning stage. Wang Ju frowned angrily, staring at Guanzhou. "Isn't your disciple exploring the secret realm?" "Qian Yun, didn't you read the sound transmission talisman that master sent you?" Qian Yun's eyes widened in confusion. "I read it, didn't it say for the disciple to return to the sect quickly?" Upon hearing this, Guanzhou was stunned, mouth agape. "Clearly, master said that old man Wang Ju is looking for you and told you to avoid him for a while. Who are you calling old man?" At that moment, Xing Yi was slowly crawling out of the sleeping bag when he received a reminder from the system. Haha, in order to ensure the host's mission proceeds smoothly, the system has altered the voice transmission of this old man. Regardless of whether it is good or bad, you must speak to me first. Lu Qing stood nearby, pointing directly at Xing Ye's face and shouting loudly, "Wang Ju Elder, the one who injured the grand senior brother is him." Upon hearing this, Wang Ju became furious, unleashing spiritual energy like roaring flames. "Little guy, surrender your life here." Seeing this, Qing Xian sharply tapped the armrest of the chair, and in an instant, the waves of spiritual energy emitted by Wang Ju vanished. Qing Xian turned his gaze forward and spoke, "Wang Ju Elder, please calm down. We shouldn't take action without investigating the truth first." Wang Ju pointed at Wong Deng, who was wrapped like a mummy and sitting in a wheelchair. "Master, my grandson has been injured and is in this state, which may affect his cultivation in the future. My grandson is the hope for the next Songlan tournament, and his betrothal is related to the alliance with the Wangxiang sect. This little guy has cut off our sect's potential." Qing Xian glanced to the side. As for the specific situation, it would be better for Wong Deng disciple to clarify. Wong Deng's face darkened. "Yes, master, here's the thing." After listening to Wong Deng's account, Qing Xian suddenly gasped. "You said Lu Qing determined that this person is a pervert, which led to her junior sister's suicide, so you intended to bring him to the law enforcement hall for investigation. He refused and boasted about his strength, so you made a bet with him to prove it." Wong Deng sat in his wheelchair and lied without blinking. "That's right, then he used a strange evil skill that created illusions for all of us, perfectly ambushed me, and slandered Lu Qing's junior sister." Xian Yun angrily shouted, "Are you trying to change black to white?" "I was there too." Wong Deng acted convincingly. "Lu junior sister, his evil skill is very powerful. Senior brother also fell for it. It's quite normal for you to be enchanted and become his subordinate. Xingyi pointed to his head, looking exasperated. Do you think I'm an idiot? After doing those things, you still dare to stand here? Wong Deng took out a purple crystal. Haha, that's because under the illusion of that evil technique, you indeed managed to defeat me fairly. But you don't know that there is a tiger talisman on him. Even though I was initially lost in delusion, when you slandered Lu Qing Jr.'s sister, I woke up and used the reflection stone to retrieve it. Xingyi, after hearing this, clapped his hands together. Impressive, impressive, it really took a lot of effort. Grand Senior Brother, in order to target me, unexpectedly prepared so much. Wong Deng, with a triumphant tone, don't pretend to be calm anymore. Do you want to see the content inside? Then let's take a look. As you wish. After saying that, he channeled spiritual energy into the reflection stone. In an instant, a scene projected from the reflection stone showed Xingyi tearing Lu Qing's clothes off, accompanied by a perverse smile. What a stroke of luck to have such a beauty. Hearing the moans, Qian Yun turned her face away. Xingyi, on the other hand, raised his hand to stroke his chin, watching the show. Qing Xian, with a helpless gaze, waved his hand. That's enough. In the blink of an eye, the image from the reflection stone dissipated into the air. Lu Qing was weeping, wiping her tears with her hands. Wang Ju shouted in anger, the evidence is clear. This person is a lecher, please master hand him over to the law enforcement hall for us to deal with. Qing Xian stared ahead and spoke, do you have anything else to say? Xingyi, completely untroubled, calmly glanced in another direction. The reflection stone can capture images, and it can also perfectly retain the aura of the character, but I wore a special outfit to conceal my aura, so I am merely a false image in the reflection. Wong Deng nearby scoffed, how ridiculous, don't you find this explanation utterly shameless? I have evidence, Xingyi said as he took out a reflection stone. In fact, to prevent others from throwing dirt on me, I quietly used the reflection stone to record the events. Seeing this, Wong Deng's eyes widened in shock. Suddenly, a fireball struck Xingyi in front of Qian Yun. Qian Yun gasped in horror and shouted, Junior brother. This fireball was launched by Wang Ju in a fit of anger. Guan Zhou stormed towards Wang Ju, furiously shouting, you despicable old man, what the hell is wrong with you? What will you do if my disciple is injured? Wang Ju raised a hand to stroke his beard. My disciple is seriously injured. Every word spoken is filled with painful restraint. This little guy clearly has ulterior motives for not taking out the reflection stone early. What's wrong with lightly punishing him? Guan Zhou looked helpless and seemed frustrated. Is this what you call a light punishment? This is killing to silence. Wong Deng had a smug expression. Dying so quickly is already a bargain for you, little guy. When the time comes, we'll use the excuse of investigating evidence to take the storage magic weapon from him and Lu Qianyun back to the law enforcement hall. The clouds of dust gradually dissipated, revealing that Xingyi was still standing firm. Senior sister, are you okay? The one who was hit was you. Wang Ju and Wang Deng stared with wide eyes, mouths agape in shock. What? The wounds on Xingye's face healed in an instant. Wang Ju's forehead furrowed in concern. How is that possible? Just now, I used at least 80% of my strength. Even if they are at the same realm as me, in a completely unprepared state, they shouldn't just suffer light injuries like that. Besides, the reflection stone has already shattered. Once we bring you back to the law enforcement hall, I'll expose all the secrets you have. Seeing the reflection stone had shattered, Xingyi quickly reached for another reflection stone. Unfortunately, the CD version of the reflection stone is broken, so we can only use the uncensored 1080 Full HD version. Wang Ju watched the whole scene with wide eyes in surprise. Then, Xingyi began to channel spiritual energy into the reflection stone, causing it to start projecting an image. After a while, no image appeared in the projection at all. Qian Yun, standing beside him, stared in astonishment. There's nothing on the projection. Wong Deng looked at Xingyi with a smug expression. Indeed, it's just for show, surrender now, you lecherous person. Suddenly, a disciple burst through the door, panting and shouting. Master, it's not good. Qing Xian, with a calm expression, asked, what happened? Why are you so panicked? The disciple was drenched in sweat, his mouth agape in panic. In the sky above the sect, there's a highly inappropriate scene of Grand Senior Brother appearing. At this moment, the image projected by the system's reflection stone was showing Xingyi preparing to remove Wong Deng's little pants. The disciples and the sect looked up at the statue in the sky. Is that the Grand Senior Brother? How did he end up like this? Is that person gay? Why is he taking off the Grand Senior Brother's pants? A fat man was holding a reflection stone, projecting the image of a beautiful girl. Is this a reflection stone? How is the image in the reflection stone so enormous, not only big but clearer than the seductive dancing reflection stone of Piao Zhang Pavilion, which I spent a lot of money to buy? Oh my, he really took it off. A female disciple with purple hair raised her hand to make a gesture resembling a short pepper. The Grand Senior Brother actually. Lower your voice, be careful of being heard by Wang Ju Elder. After that, the image slowly faded away. Xingyi was holding 2 reflection stones, blinking. I'm so sorry, I took the wrong one, this one is the right one. At this moment, Wong Deng was staring up at the sky, his eyes rolling back, foaming at the mouth. The scene shifted to the next day, when Wong Deng jolted awake, his mouth open as he screamed loudly. While Wong Deng was sitting on the bed gasping for breath, Lu Qing entered with a basin of water for washing his face. Grand Senior Brother is awake. Wong Deng glared angrily, veins bulging. That bastard, I must kill him, where is he? Lu Qing placed a basin of water on the table. He is participating in the assessment to join our sect. He wants to join the Qingyan sect. Why did both my grandfather and master agree? Hearing Wong Deng's question, Lu Qing placed one hand on his stomach and replied. Then he took out a reflection stone, and replayed the entire process of clarifying the matter of us wrongfully framing him. Master saw that he had great potential and learned that he was a casual cultivator, so he developed a liking for talented individuals, and asked him if he wanted to join our sect, to which he agreed. Upon hearing this, Wong Deng clenched his fist, shaking with anger. Lu Qing continued speaking. He was too much of a bully. He insulted me like that while Master still accepted him. Master did have a private conversation with Elder Wang Ju, mainly out of concern that bad news from within the family would leak out. After listening, Wong Deng furiously slammed his fist down on the bed. One of the conditions for joining the sect is to hand over the reflection stone containing the disgraceful image of brother, and not to pursue the matter of being framed to the end. Hearing Lu Qing's words, Wong Deng became even more furious. Damn old man, how could he be taken down by a pathetic refined chi stage? Switching to the next scene, the 4 wheels of the wheelchair were rolling on the stone floor, with Wong Deng sitting in the wheelchair being pushed by Lu Qing, in front of the disciples present. How far has the assessment progressed? Take me outside. Hello, Grand Senior Brother. Wong Deng turned to look at a male disciple and a female disciple who were playing together. Junior sister, this little worm, that's too much, just leave it alone. He looked visibly annoyed. 2 disciples, go over there and arrange a charge to send him to the Valley of Repentance. Lu Qing's brows furrowed. Grand Senior Brother, he surely didn't mean it. Wong Deng interrupted Lu Qing. Don't make me say it a second time. Yes, yes. At that moment, a male disciple stepped forward. Hey, isn't that Wong Deng? You've healed quickly, let's have a match again. Wong Deng glared at this disciple. Wong Quan Long, what sort of arrogant subordinate are you? Quan Long spread his arms and smirked disdainfully. Haha, I just feel that you, being defeated by a refined chi stage person, are not qualified to be the leader inside the sect. Lu Qing slowly pushed her wheelchair forward. Grand Senior Brother, I forgot to tell you, that little guy replayed the scene of him injuring Senior Brother in that betting incident, and it was a very large projection that everyone in the sect could see. After hearing this, Wong Deng pulled Lu Qing's hair, causing her to scream in pain. Wong Deng glared with bloodshot eyes, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Qing. You wretched person, why are you only telling me about this now? You intentionally wanted to see me embarrassed, didn't you? I didn't. Then, Wong Deng pushed the wheelchair forward by himself, leaving Lu Qing trembling on the ground. Wong Deng, filled with resentment, had a fierce look in his eyes. You bastard, You brought this on yourself, and I will make you pay dearly. In another scene at the assessment area of the sect, Wong Deng sat in the wheelchair and approached Wang Ju, who was standing. Grandfather, disciple, why are you here? Your wounds need to rest. Wong Deng moved closer to Wang Ju, looking down from above. I can't just swallow this anger. If he is really led into the sect, it would be like slapping me in the face in front of the entire sect. Wang Ju sighed. I originally wanted to kill him right away, but that old man Wang Guanzhou stopped me. Once he joins Wang Guanzhou's faction, it will be nearly impossible to take action against him within the sect. Wang Deng opened his bloodshot eyes wide. I will not allow him to enter the sect, he cannot be allowed to enjoy the treasures. I want to reveal his true identity. If I do not take revenge today, I will not be at peace. Hearing this, Wang Ju turned to look at Wang Deng. But half of my skills are likely in that storage ring. Then I will trouble grandfather to remember it secretly and teach it to me. It can only be like this. If I truly develop a heart demon, then no matter how precious the treasures inside are, they are not worth it. How far has he progressed in the assessment now? The final step. At this moment, on the arena, Xing Yi and Qian Yun were standing in front of a strangely shaped stone. Qian Yun began to explain. Junior brother, this stone is called the heart-testing stone, it can prevent those with ill intentions from sneaking into the sect. Touch this stone forcefully with your hand, and it will display the most fundamental purpose within you when you wish to join our sect. Once you pass this test, you can officially join our Qin Yin sect. Xing Ye's eyes widened in shock as he recalled the system's mission. This, the most fundamental purpose is the system's mission, so how am I supposed to explain it if it displays? Qian Yun, standing beside him, stared intently at Xing Yi, thinking, Junior brother, joining the sect is to prevent Wang Deng from acting against him. If this is displayed, it shouldn't be a problem, so why hesitate? Does he have other motives? While he was at a loss about what to do, Xing Yi was startled to see a system notification. Don't worry, host, with the system panel here, this tiny worthless stone won't be able to probe your inner thoughts. I can hack it in an instant, you can display whatever you want. Hearing this, he immediately gave the system a thumbs up. Really? For the first time, I feel like I can trust you. Our system has always been very reliable. Xing Yi looked at the heart-testing stone and ordered the system, then display this for me. Alright, the host really is amazing. Then, he placed his hand on the heart-testing stone, and immediately 3 words began to appear on the surface of the heart-testing stone. No one knew what the scene was, but everyone present stared in surprise. It turned out that the scene they were looking at was the 3 words, Lu Qian Yun, on the heart-testing stone. Isn't this the name of the Grand Senior Sister? What does it mean? Did this little guy join the sect just because of the Grand Senior Sister? Xing Ye's forehead darkened, his eyes were blank, and before his mind could process it, the system announced, plus 588 points of magical powers. Seeing the system announcement, he was very surprised. Why did I receive so many points? It seems that the Grand Senior Sister is really popular in the sect. The host has encountered a pickle. The disciples standing below each had different emotions. I have to kill this guy for daring to pursue my goddess. Is this considered a public confession? How admirable. I wish someone would join the sect just because of me. Qin Xian stood high above, stroking his beard and laughing heartily. Haha, the young one's goal is indeed quite simple. It has been many years, and I have never seen the name of a solitary person appear on the heart-testing stone. Qian Yun, embarrassed, turned and left, leaving Xing Yi behind. Grand Senior Sister, I guess I've qualified enough, right? It seems I still have tasks from the sect that I haven't completed. The female elder behind Guanzhou burst into laughter, saying, Haha, Guanzhou elder, your treasured disciple seems to be about to be deceived. Little guy, you stink. Qin Xian, with one hand behind his back, looked down below, then congratulations, little friend, on officially joining our Qin Yin sect. Suddenly, Wong Deng shouted loudly, Master, please wait a moment, we can't let this guy join our sect. The disciples present made way for Wong Deng's wheelchair to pass. They looked at Wong Deng and whispered to each other, is that the Grand Senior Brother? Oh my, It seems that in the portrait he was only hit once, right? I didn't expect him to be so severely injured. That's right, if he joins the sect, it means he'll be stepping on the grand senior brother's face. It would be strange for the senior brother to agree. But what effect would it have if he doesn't agree? People are officially allowed to join the sect through examination. Elder Dan Feng, Jiao Mi Hai stood above and spoke down. Wong Deng disciple, I know how you feel, but you indeed targeted him first. In the future, we will all be fellow disciples, so it would be better to turn enemies into friends. Wong Deng raised his face to look up. Jiao Elder, my unwillingness for him to join the sect is not due to personal grudges. I had valid reasons for targeting him before. He pointed directly at Xing Ye's face, because this guy is not human but a corpse spirit with intelligence, crafted by that evil cultivator. Furthermore, I have never heard of a corpse having its own consciousness. The disciples present were stunned and began to discuss among themselves. No way, how could there be a corpse that moves like that? It doesn't look like it. It doesn't have a hint of death or it either. Wong Deng furrowed his brows, his gaze extremely angry. Previously, I only suspected and was afraid to disturb the grass when striking the snake, so I wanted to use a more courteous way to bring him to the law enforcement hall for investigation. But now, to let me watch something that could very well be an evil Dao join our righteous sect, I absolutely do not agree. Qian Yun furrowed her brows and responded, Shao Wan. Qian Yun stood nearby and spoke, Wong Deng, are you taking revenge under the pretense of being crippled because someone else insulted you? Wong Deng raised his hand to show his lofty demeanor. I don't mind being laughed at by others, but I will definitely not let the sect that gave birth to me and nurtured me become the laughingstock of the world. He looked at her with a sinister gaze. Wretched person, once I confirm his corpse identity, he will be severely punished, and he will drag you down with him. When you all end up in the dungeon, I will humiliate the person of his dreams, which is you, in front of him. Xing Yi was not worried at all, his expression was extremely calm. That's a good strategy, willing to sacrifice oneself to prevent the sect from being humiliated. If it is indeed proven that I am a corpse, then all past humiliations would vanish, and instead, he would become a hero protecting the sect. But while in the cultivation cave, it was still just an exploration. How can it be so certain now that I am a corpse? The system has never encountered a situation like this before. Xing Yi turned to look at Qian Yun and asked curiously, Grand Senior Sister, where is your junior sister? I haven't seen her since I returned to the sect, it really is strange. She never misses a chance for a lively gathering like that. Upon hearing this, Xing Yi fell into deep thought. Then it's clear, it's not that she didn't come, but that she couldn't come. Xing Yi calmly raised his hand to speak. How could I be a corpse? Senior brother must have misunderstood. I hope you will give me the chance to prove my innocence. Wong Deng's eyes were filled with suspicion. Don't you have some divine weapon on you that can conceal death aura? After hearing this, Xing Yi covered his tea set with his hand, his face flushed. What? Senior brother wants me to strip in front of everyone, like you? Suppressing a scowl, adding 53 points of magical powers. Wang Ju furiously charged forward like a gust of wind while shouting loudly. Little brat! I'm going to skin you alive. Suddenly, a gigantic gourd came flying down from above, trapping Wang Ju inside. Wang Ju screamed from within the gourd. Elder Jiao, what are you doing? Let me out. Alright, Wang Ju Elder, let the juniors handle their own issues. Xing Yi, with a sharp gaze, continued with frustration, damn old man, if it weren't for the Yin slaughter pearl, you would have silenced me already. He gestured to the side, speaking as if he was hitting Wang Ju, who was trapped in the gourd. Wang Ju Elder, I'm thinking of your disciple, aren't I? If I reveal myself in front of everyone, the senior brothers and sisters here will compare and it will only make your disciple feel more inferior, leading to inner demons. The disciples present couldn't help but cover their mouths, trembling as they tried to suppress their laughter. Wang Ju, furious, yelled, You bastard, I will rip your mouth apart. This little guy really has a wicked tongue. Unexpectedly, Wong Deng unleashed bursts of evil energy, causing the nearby disciples to retreat. He glared, veins bulging, filled with evil energy, I will kill you, I will kill you. Seeing this, Xing Yi stood there, dumbfounded and confused. Wong Deng gripped the armrests of his wheelchair tightly, shouting loudly, "If you have the guts, then directly check your spiritual roots here. The evil Tao practitioner has no spiritual roots, testing with spirit stones would make that clear." Qian Yun clasped his hands together and looked up. "Master, this cannot be." Although Junior Brother's realm is very low now, his image fighting against Wong Deng is enough to show his astonishing potential. The spiritual roots of the disciples participating in the Zhonglan competition must be kept secret before the tournament to avoid being targeted by other sects. Only the master needs to know. Even if the examination is done, it must be carried out by Zhengyang Peak. Wang Ju, inside the gourd, smirked disdainfully. "Huh, so you're saying Zhengyang Peak will check? Then isn't the result just what you say it is?" Guan Zhou stood above and angrily shouted down. "Wang Ju, what do you mean by that? Do you think I will cover for evil?" "Not certain." Xing Yi placed his hand on his chest, his gaze firm. "All right, everyone, there's no need to argue anymore. I can check my spiritual roots in front of everyone. Once I prove my purity, I won't need Grand Senior Brother to bow down and apologize. After all, we must think for the sect." The disciples were extremely surprised to hear this. This little guy is really generous, they thought, considering it as not having any grudges against the Grand Senior Brother, hoping that in the future they could become a legendary tale. But in an instant, their eyes darkened, feeling helpless as they heard Xing Ye's voice ring out. "As long as you compensate me with 3 million low-grade spirit stones for mental distress, that will be enough." Wang Ju's teeth clenched tightly together, frustrated, he punched the side of the gourd. "How dare you demand that? My monthly salary is only 10,000 low-grade spirit stones." Xing Yi closed his eyes and casually extended his hand, saying, "If you can't take it out, I'm afraid I'll have to ask my master to check it for me, and at that time, I will inform you of the results." Wong Deng was fired up, clenching his fist tightly. "All right, fine, 3 million it is then. You can check for me right now." Mi Hai held out a glowing storage ring. "Just so happens I have a spirit stone with me, so it's only fair, right?" In an instant, the spirit stone flew from the storage ring to Xing Ye's face. This spirit stone can test the quality and basic spiritual roots of the 5 elements. Spiritual roots of different attributes require specific spirit stones for testing. I do not have any at the moment. Different colors represent different attributes. The height of the light column represents the quality of the spiritual roots. If you do not belong to the spiritual roots of the 5 elements, it will appear gray. If there are no spiritual roots, the spirit stones will show no changes. Gripping the handle below is sufficient for testing. Xing Yi was not afraid at all, reaching his hand toward the spirit stones in front of Qian Yun. Seeing Qian Yun worried about him, Xing Yi turned to reassure her. "Don't worry, senior sister, it's fine." After saying that, he firmly grasped the handle of the spirit stones. At this, Qian Yun began to sweat in fear. Wong Deng wore a smug smile. "See, he is." As soon as Xing Yi grasped the handle of the spirit stones, a multicolored light slowly appeared. "Is this the 5 colors? Mixed spiritual roots of the 5 elements?" Wong Deng could hardly believe his eyes. Impossible, how could he have spiritual roots? The disciples present watched in astonishment. Mixed spiritual roots of the 5 elements. It's not that this is a normal physique that cannot cultivate immortals, right? How has he already reached the 5th level of chi refinement? No, look. At this moment, the column of light above the spirit stones continues to rise. Guanzhou, standing above, is stunned, his mouth agape. How can this be? Spiritual roots of the 5 elements are only of ordinary quality, right? Qing Xian's eyes widen as she realizes something. Could it be, the spirit stones in Xing Ye's hand have started to emit a dazzling golden light? Rewinding a few minutes, while Qian Yun is pleading with the master, Xing Yi hastily asks the system, "I haven't fused with the demon's spiritual roots yet, can the spirit stones be hacked?" They can. What kind of spiritual roots does the host want to display? Xing Yi hands the decision over to the system. You decide. It's best to choose something powerful, either to help me defeat Wong Deng in an instant or to make them pay more attention to me, which would help with self-protection in the sect. Okay. Returning to the present, after the spirit stones emit a dazzling golden light, the system simultaneously announces, gained 846 magical powers. Qian Yun stood by, her eyes widening in shock. 5 elements rank, how can this be? Mi Hai was taken aback when he saw the golden light radiating. Wow, so it's spiritual roots 5 elements chaos. At that moment, the outside sect disciples were surprised to see a shield set up in the assessment area of the sect. A male disciple furrowed his brows, looking confused. What's going on? Isn't that the place for assessing disciples joining the sect? Why is there a barrier established? Qin Xian hovered high above, hands clasped behind his back, speaking loudly down below. Jiao Elder, you are responsible for erasing all memories related to the assessment results of this little friend's spiritual roots from all disciples within the formation. Upon hearing this, Xing Ye's eyes widened, mouth agape in panic. System, I only told you to be a bit strong. Qin Xian looked serious. All elders present, including the master, must swear by Dao Heart. The news that Xing Ye's little friend possesses spiritual roots 5 elements chaos must absolutely not be disclosed outside. You are clearly being excessively strong. Spiritual roots 5 elements normally refer to mixed spiritual roots. There is only one type of spiritual root, which is the common root, and it is the spiritual root of the majority of ordinary people. The probability of absorbing a spiritual weapon is very low. Those who cannot cultivate are referred to as having useless spiritual roots. However, there is an exception known as the 5-element spiritual root, specifically the Chaos 5-element spiritual root. This type of spiritual root not only has an absorption speed of spiritual energy that can be compared to high-level heavenly spiritual roots, but it also allows for the growth of the remaining 4 attributes to increase regardless of which attribute is being cultivated. The Chaos 5-element spiritual root has only appeared 3 times in the 10,000 years of history on the celestial continent. A person with this spiritual root only needs to avoid an early demise, and they will eventually grow into a strong supreme, capable of changing the world's landscape. As Xingyi opened his eyes, he was greeted by the smiling faces of Qin Xian, Guanzhou, and Mi Hai. At that moment, Xingyi was sitting in the master's chair, his hands resting on his knees, forcing a smile as he asked, "What is the meaning of bringing me here, seniors?" Qin Xian stroked his beard and replied, "Haha, don't worry. It is more convenient to talk here." Xingyi, little friend, how could you reveal your Chaos 5-element spiritual root in front of so many people? I, the master, had to use all my brainpower to seal off the news. Xingyi glanced to the side and said, "There's no way around it. Wang Daoist friend is really pushing me too hard." Qin Xian clasped his hands behind his back and smiled, "I have already punished Wang Ju elder and Wang Deng disciple. They feel very remorseful about misunderstanding little friend and have gone to prepare spirit stones to atone for their mistake." Xingyi looked skeptical and asked, "They wouldn't intentionally leak the information outside in order to take revenge on me, would they?" "Little friend, don't worry. All the disciples present at the scene, including Wang Deng disciple, have had their memories related to this wiped by Jiao elder. We old folks, as well as Wang Ju elder, have also sworn to Dao Heart that if any information is leaked outside, Dao Heart will shatter and we will lose all our cultivation." Hearing this, Xing Ye's eyes widened in shock, and he stammered, "That's really serious then." Qin Xian, with a bright smile, replied, "It's not serious, not serious. Compared to protecting Daoist friend, these small matters are not worth mentioning." Immediately, the 3 of them, with fearful expressions and bright eyes, asked, "On the contrary, little friend, does anyone else know that you are the spiritual roots chaos?" Xingyi was sweating profusely, sporting a silly smile, "No." Qin Xian glared, leaning in close to Xingyi, and asked, "Are you sure there's none?" "Absolutely, definitely, and for sure." Then, Qin Xian, Mi Hai, and Guanzhou turned their backs to Xingyi, speaking into the sound transmission token. "No need to offer a reward anymore. The disciples waiting for orders from Jia Sha Pavilion can go back now, the Shadow Alliance can also return, and Netherworld Hall can withdraw." Suddenly, Qian Yun burst through the door, startling Qin Xian immensely. He stared at Qian Yun and quickly asked, "What's wrong, Lu disciple? Didn't I tell you to wait outside for a bit?" Qian Yun, with a worried expression, hastily said, "My junior sister Xiao Wan is in trouble." Hearing this, those present were taken aback and exclaimed in unison, "What?" Switching scenes, Quan Long was walking along with a disciple while chatting. Quan Long's senior brother, this time Wong Deng, has completely lost face. That's right, calling someone a corpse, and it turns out they have spiritual roots and even. Suddenly, both of them had blank expressions. What spiritual roots was that? I don't remember, I forgot too. It seems like spiritual roots are rarely encountered. Suddenly, Wang Ju appeared out of nowhere and shouted loudly, "Get out of the way." The two disciples immediately clasped their hands in respect. Upon seeing Wang Ju pushing Wong Deng, who was bandaged like a mummy, they exclaimed, "Elder." "We pay our respects to Elder Wang Ju." The two of them watched as Wang Ju's figure gradually moved away. Quan Long, with a dead fish look in his eyes, questioned the disciple beside him, "The person he's pushing is Wong Deng, right? Why is he more seriously injured now? I can't even recognize him." The scene shifted to inside the law enforcement hall, where Wong Deng was slapped hard in the face by someone. The one who slapped him was none other than Wang Ju, who was extremely angry. "Look at the mess you've made. Didn't you say he was the corpse of evil cultivators, and that he had a storage ring with his treasures? As a result, you ended up offending him." Wong Deng raised his hand to check his face, frustrated. "So what if it was a mistake? Is grandfather regretting the spirit stones? At worst, just frame him with a crime and send him to the Valley of Repentance. I'll make him spit everything out." Suddenly, Wang Ju grabbed Wong Deng's clothing tightly and lifted him up. Wang Ju's eyes widened, instructing, "Listen here, you absolutely cannot target that guy anymore. Soon we will bring spirit stones to the door to apologize." Wong Deng felt as if struck by lightning upon hearing this, his voice trembling. "Grandfather, what are you talking about?" He was furious, shoving Wang Ju's hand away and shouting loudly, "Based on what?" Wong Deng placed his hand against his chest, yelling, "I am the hope of our sect, the future Tsanglan conference and the marriage alliance of Wang Xiang's sect all depend on me. What is that little guy to me? Does he deserve my apology?" Wang Ju's gaze was serious as he coldly replied, "I can only tell you that if you target him again, you will be opposing the entire Qinyan sect. At that time, grandfather won't be able to help you." Wong Deng's eyes bulged, shocked as he exclaimed, "How can this be? What on earth has happened? Who is he?" Wang Ju turned his back to Wong Deng, his teeth clenched tightly. "He is the true hope of Qinyan sect in the future." Upon hearing this, Wong Deng was psychologically shaken, collapsing onto his wheelchair. At that moment, he felt like a fool, muttering to himself, "No way, how could this be? He is a corpse, clearly I have taken down the poisonous insect, to be honest." Suddenly, a furious flame engulfed Wong Deng, causing him to scream in pain. Wang Ju turned to look back, "Endure a little, this is a punishment for your reckless actions, as well as a sincerity that should be present when saying sorry." At the same time, in a different scenario, Xing Yi was sitting next to Qian Yun. Suddenly, when he smelled the aroma of roasted meat, he said, "It smells so good, is it mealtime already?" Seeing the system notification, gain 17 magical powers, Xing Yi expressed his frustration, "What? I only praised the roasted meat for smelling good, why did I gain points?" Suddenly, the door opened, revealing two figures standing right in front of it. These two figures were none other than Wang Ju and Wong Deng. Seeing this, Xing Ye's forehead darkened, and his gaze became absent. He then pointed at Qian Yun standing beside him, mocking, "Wang Ju elder, you're right, why does your disciple smell so good, even making the grand senior sister envious?" "I'm not envious," Wang Ju replied, feeling annoyed, but still forcing a smile. "Xing Yi Daoist friend, it has all been a misunderstanding. You have seen it too, I have already taught him a lesson." He extended his hand forward, revealing a storage ring in his palm. "In addition to the 3 million spirit stones that I had agreed to compensate the Daoist friend, I will gift another 2 million, making a total of 5 million. I hope the little friend can forgive my previous offense and that of my disciple." Wong Deng sat in his wheelchair, his hands clasped together respectfully. "It is my fault for being blind, unjustly wronging the Daoist friend, I hope the Daoist friend can forgive me." As Qian Yun reached out to take the storage ring, Xing Yi smiled happily. "Alright, considering that you are quite sincere, I forgive you. Grand Senior Sister can hold on to the spirit stones for me as a form of advance bridal payment. Just after he finished speaking, Qian Yun's eyes went dark, and he flicked the storage ring into Xing Ye's mouth. Seeing Xing Yi cough violently with both hands on his mouth, Wang Ju and Wong Deng felt disheartened and had nothing to say. Qian Yun, with a cold expression, said, Wong Deng, the matter between you and junior brother has been resolved, now let's discuss our business. Hearing this, Wong Deng widened his eyes in surprise. What are you saying, Qian Yun junior sister? Qian Yun coldly said, come out. Immediately, Lu Qing pushed Xiao Wan, who was sitting in a wheelchair, out. Upon seeing this, Wang Ju and Wong Deng widened their eyes in astonishment. Wong Deng, with a trembling voice, asked, Lu Qing, what do you mean? Lu Qing, with a very determined look, replied, I've had enough, I don't want to be manipulated by you anymore. Wang Ju turned to Wong Deng and quickly asked, what's going on? Is Xiao Wan's condition related to you? To explain it would take a while. In the past, I misunderstood Xing Yi as a corpse, all because of this woman. I even planned to bring her to apologize to the Taoist friend, but it was she who insisted that Xing Yi was indeed a corpse. We didn't believe her, so we were a bit harsh with her. Lu Qing, furious, shouted, it's clear that you tortured her to confirm the identity of the corpse from Xiao Wan, but despite the torture, junior sister refused to speak. In the end, you even resorted to using goo insects to make her tell the truth. Wong Deng suddenly exclaimed, so you're not going to tell them who was behind all this? Both Xing Yi and Qian Yun turned to look at Lu Qing. Lu Qing spoke softly, it's not just this matter, I have done many outrageous things at your command. I will tell everything and provide evidence to the master, accepting any punishment the sect imposes. Wong Deng shamelessly replied, how ridiculous. Those things were clearly done by you. My greatest crime is being too soft-hearted. Out of consideration for being fellow disciples, I wanted to give you a chance to repent, which is why I didn't expose you. Lu Qing turned her back and walked forward, say what you want. Now I will go meet the master and see if, when there is solid evidence, the master believes me. She stepped to the door, reached out to open it, sweat pouring down her. Hurry up and make your move. Wong Deng, unfazed, calmly said, if there were evidence, you would have presented it to the master before I arrived, right? He rested his hand on his face, smiling smugly, now you are revealing yourself. Do you want me to do something to you, Lu Qing junior sister? Hearing this, Lu Qing's expression darkened, her eyes wide with shock. Xing Ye's face was expressionless as he sighed, it's over. Rewinding time to a moment before. At this moment, Lu Qing was making plans with Xing Yi and Qian Yun. My body has been infested with a poisonous insect by him. As long as he controls the poisonous insect, he can kill me instantly. Even though I cannot provide convincing evidence of his past malicious deeds, I will pretend that I can. I will use that to force him to use a goo insect to kill me, then he can be charged with the massacre of fellow disciples. With his current body, as long as he is brought to the Valley of Repentance, he will definitely die. Qian Yun stared at Lu Qing and asked curiously, do you want to sacrifice yourself? This is the outcome I deserve, Xing Yi said, extending his hand forward. Forgive me for speaking harshly, but the fellow disciples you killed likely number more than just Xiao Wan. Why must you only now feel compassion? Lu Qing lowered his head and replied, in the past, even if I died, it would have meant nothing. Your presence has shown me a chance to overthrow Wong Deng. Wong Deng is a very arrogant person, everything is planned meticulously, but you have consistently disrupted his plans. Now that he has lost his reason, it is the best opportunity to scheme against him. Although I cannot bring his crimes to light, I can still drag him down with me, and that is enough for me. Returning to the present, Wong Deng looked at Lu Qing, lying without batting an eye. I never expected that while I concealed your crimes, you would bite back at me. He then turned to Wang Ju. Grandfather, everything that this wicked woman has done, including the scheme against Xiao Wan junior sister, has been recorded by me using the reflection stone, and it's in my residence. Hearing this, Lu Qing wobbled on her feet, leaning against the door. From the very beginning, I was just a tool to bear the sins for you, right? Wong Deng placed a hand on his chest, making a pretentious face, feigning pity. To say such things again is truly chilling, but it is a fact that I concealed your crimes. After you bear the punishment, I will not escape either and will face the consequences that I must accept. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing was so furious that her body trembled, biting her lip until it bled. Of course, if junior sister produces any evidence of my involvement in wrongdoing, I will not shirk my responsibility. Qian Yun was surprised to see Xingyi stepping forward. Xingyi walked over to where Xiao Wan was. If we're talking about evidence, isn't the witness right in front of us? Don't say any more, the victim can also testify, and her words are certainly trustworthy. Wong Deng, showing no fear, responded calmly. I also hope to cure Xiao Wan junior sister and restore my own reputation. Qian Yun, who was standing behind Xingyi, spoke up. Once the poisonous insect is made to tell the truth, it will quickly consume the host's life. Before the life completely disappears, no matter what questions are asked of the host, they will answer honestly. The life of Xiao Wan junior sister has already been consumed to its limit by the goo insect. As long as the goo insect is removed, she will lose her life. The methods for restoring normal life cannot be faster than the truth-telling of the poisonous insect, unless there is a life-sustaining pill of celestial rank or above. If the goo insect is not taken out, Xiao Wan will never wake up. Wang Ju turned to Lu Qing. Alright, Lu Qing, follow me back to the law enforcement hall to investigate this matter clearly. Since this concerns my disciple, I will leave it to the elder of law enforcement to investigate. Ensure that no good person suffers unjustly, and also do not cover for anyone. Xing Ye's eyes darkened, not necessary. He placed a hand on Xiao Wan's shoulder. It would be better to ask this witness. Wang Ju glared at Xing Yi. What does the little friend want to do? Lu disciple has made it very clear to you that her current state cannot respond to the outside world unless the evil skill soul search is used. Hearing this, Xing Yi was stunned and confused. Soul search. Qian Yun, standing beside him, intervened. No, once the soul gets hurt, it will truly become a vegetable. Xing Yi turned to look at her and smiled confidently. Don't worry, senior sister, I will use the safest method to treat Xiao Wan. Senior sister, you might know that junior brother here has some medical knowledge. Not long ago, I even helped someone who had ingested dozens of extremely toxic medicines come back to life. Upon hearing this, Qian Yun looked exasperated. Isn't that yourself? What does that have to do with understanding medicine? Xing Yi slowly took off his two gloves and simultaneously ordered the system. I cannot conveniently use the shopping menu right now, so just help me buy a type of pill they have never seen before. Cheap but harmless. In the blink of an eye, a rectangular box appeared in Xing Ye's palm. Grand senior sister, first let Xiao Wan senior sister eat this pill to replenish her vitality. He gaped in shock when he saw the flower pill placed in the gum container. Wait. What the hell is this? How come? Didn't the host's requirements cover everything? I've never seen this before. Eating it is fine, it's ridiculously cheap. Qian Yun and Wang Ju stared at the pill box. It's really a beautiful potion, and yet it even has the name of the medicine on it. The pill is very unique, but why is there no fluctuation of spiritual energy? Return to the original state, senior sister, quickly let her eat it. Then, Qian Yun took a flower pill and put it into Xiao Wan's mouth. Xing Yi slowly rolled up his sleeves, looking serious. Alright, everyone step back a little. He stepped forward to stand in front of Xiao Wan. First invite the fox spirit, second invite the emperor, third invite the python, fourth invite the elder, fifth invite the judge, sixth invite King Yan, and finally invite Master Piao. Little worm, don't be arrogant. Hearing this, Wong Deng sneered in disdain. What a mess, trying to appear mysterious. Xing Yi waved his arms and danced wildly around Xiao Wan. Heaven and earth, three pure ones, the law is impermanent, heaven and earth are infinite, the universe transforms, the primordial yang enters the body, the five poisons cannot invade, the nine yang divine golden chi body, transformation of the primordial spirit technique, demons retreat. Seeing this, Wang Ju and Wang Deng were frozen for 5 seconds, speechless. Xing Yi clapped his hands forcefully on Xiao Wan's back, shouting loudly, retreat, retreat. Observing Xing Ye's series of antics, the system spoke up. What unnecessary actions is the host performing? Didn't the system say that using the life force of yin and yang healing inversely to save this girl would be enough? Xing Yi, frustrated and irritated, replied, "What do you know? If her revival just takes a little touch from me, that's too shocking for the mortal world. The more actions I take, the less they understand, and the safer I am." After that, Xing Yi transmitted life force into Xiao Wan, running through all her meridians. Wang Ju, seeing this, widened his eyes in shock. What? Her vitality is truly recovering. Wong Deng gaped in shock. No, how can this be? What is he doing? At this moment, Qing Xian and Mi Hai were observing Xing Ye's every action through a surveillance array. Mi Hai had her hands placed in front of her stomach, looking up. No wonder they are chaos spiritual roots, this method is something I have never heard of. Qing Xian stroked his beard with a puzzled expression. That flower pill and the magic formula he is reciting are quite unfamiliar, it might be the ancient inheritance of Master Piao that he mentioned. Mi Hai turned to look at Qing Xian and suggested, "Master, since he has such methods, perhaps we can let him try." Let's continue watching, his cultivation level is still too low, and the damage that this magic formula seems to cause him appears quite severe. Shifting the scene to Xing Yi, he looked haggard, with dark eyes like a junkie. System, stop draining my spiritual energy, I'm about to be sucked dry. Host, wasn't it to help you display your true self? Xing Yi glanced to the side and saw his grandmother appearing, waving to him. That's enough, I can see my grandmother now. After a while, Xiao Wan's eyes gradually regained their spirit, and she began to regain consciousness. Seeing this, Qian Yun jumped towards Xiao Wan, causing her to stare blankly in surprise. "Xiao Wan, you're awake." Xiao Wan still hadn't fully understood what was happening, standing there in confusion. "Grand senior sister, I." Wong Deng clenched his hands tightly on the wheelchair, staring in astonishment. Impossible, the poisonous insect is still in her body, how could she wake up? Suddenly, a dog tick crawled out of Xiao Wan's ear. Qian Yun immediately raised a finger and gathered her spiritual energy. The goo insect actually came out on its own, the vitality in Xiao Wan is so abundant that even the goo insect couldn't digest it. "Xiao Wan, don't move." As soon as she finished speaking, Xing Yi, acting without thinking, poked his hand into Xiao Wan's ear where the goo insect was, trying to clean it out for her. Seeing this, Qian Yun's eyes darkened, feeling helpless and wanting to give up. Qian Yun looked into Xiao Wan's ear and panically shouted, "Junior brother, what are you doing? It's not easy for the goo insect to come out, and now you've shoved it back in, where did it go? I can't find it." Xing Yi calmly raised his hand and commanded, "Xiao Wan, senior sister. Confess your biggest secret." Xiao Wan had an expressionless face and replied, "While grand senior sister was taking a shower, I secretly hid her underwear." Upon hearing this, Qian Yun pinched Xiao Wan's arm hard, her eyes shining with an evil glare, "So it was you." "Ow, grand senior sister, I was wrong." Xing Yi coldly asked, "Xiao Wan senior sister, who tormented you earlier and had the poisonous insect tell you the truth?" Xiao Wan then turned her face and stared at Wong Deng, saying, "It was Wong Deng grand senior brother who ordered Lu Qing senior sister to do it." Hearing this, Wong Deng broke out in a cold sweat, panicking, "I didn't, she is lying." Xing Ye's face was cold as he questioned, "The poisonous insect that tells the truth is still inside her, what Xiao Wan senior sister is saying now is definitely the truth." "Wong Deng, you harm your fellow disciples, and you still won't admit your crimes." Wong Deng, frustrated and angry, pointed ahead, "All right, so this is how you want to play. If you want to die, then let's die together. Xiao Wan, you tell me how you can confirm he is a corpse." He appeared smug, "Generally speaking, once she speaks the truth, let's see how you explain it. If you want to stop or take the poisonous insect, to be honest, then prove that you have a twitch." Xiao Wan's eyes widened in surprise as she placed her hand on her thigh. "Who said he is a corpse? He is just a handsome, foolish young man, loyal, infatuated with the beauty of my grand senior sister." Wong Deng angrily shouted, "You didn't say that before." Xiao Wan smirked mischievously, "Sorry, I was just joking before, now I am telling the truth." Wong Deng stared wide-eyed, veins bulging in fury, shouting, "What do you mean by joking? I already told you the truth about the poisonous insect. Upon hearing this, the trio of Xingyi, Qian Yun, and Xiao Wan suddenly clapped their hands in realization. At that moment, Wong Deng realized he had been set up. It's over, it's over. Suddenly, Qing Xian appeared in the room, hands clasped behind his back, a dark expression on his face. He turned to Wong Deng, all right, the truth is clear now. Wong Deng, do you acknowledge your crime? Wong Deng trembled in fear, his whole body shaking. No, master, I. Suddenly, Wang Ju rushed over and punched Wong Deng hard, sending him falling backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood. While Wang Ju was standing with his hands clasped, accepting his guilt, Wong Deng was lying on the ground, clenching his fists, shaking all over, and his mouth continuously spewing blood. Qing Xian, with a heavy expression, said, "The sect has its rules, Wang Ju. You are still an elder of the law enforcement hall, you should know this well." Wang Ju lowered his head, remaining silent without saying anything further. Qing Xian, with his hands clasped behind his back, ordered Wang Ju, Wong Deng and Lu Qing have killed fellow disciples. According to sect rules, take them to the Valley of Repentance. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing's tears streamed down her face in emotion. Finally, it's good, at last. Suddenly, her eyes widened, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Wong Deng clasped his fingers together, angrily shouted, "You wretch, it's all your fault, you betrayed me, die for me." Lu Qing collapsed onto the floor, her eyelids gradually closing, and her consciousness slowly fading away. At this moment, images from a few years ago flashed in her mind when she was still in a small village. After that, Lu Qing joined the Qingyun sect amidst the ridicule of the other disciples because of her lowly background. As soon as he entered the sect, a perverted male disciple forced Lu Qing to dual cultivate with him. But unexpectedly, Wong Deng appeared, gave him a good beating, and rescued Lu Qing, who was sitting there trembling in fear. Wong Deng stretched out his hand and smiled warmly. "Junior sister, are you okay? Can you stand up?" Lu Qing stared intently at Wong Deng, thinking to herself, as long as I find a reliable backing, I can stand firm in the sect. As long as I can ensure that my parents, junior sister, and everyone in the village no longer have to live in hardship, I will do anything. Back to reality, at that moment, someone's hand was tightly gripping Lu Qing's hand, channeling life energy into her. This hand belonged to none other than Xingyi. "The goo insect has destroyed your meridians, I cannot save you, but I can prevent you from dying too quickly. Do you have any last words?" Lu Qing whispered, "The items in my storage ring, please give them to my junior sister. Just tell her that elder sister has ascended to the upper world and will not return, and make sure she takes good care of our parents." Xingyi, with a sympathetic expression, replied, "All right, is there anything else?" Lu Qing looked through Xingye's hand and spoke slowly, "If only I had held this hand back then, how wonderful it would have been." As she finished speaking, tears streamed down her face, and she took her last breath. "You have actively severed the vitality I transmitted to you, so you must have said everything you wanted to say." Wong Deng struggled to get up, a smug smile on his face. "You wretch, you're going to die. Not only will I kill you, I will also send people to kill your father, your mother, and your sister." Xingyi coldly stepped in front of Wong Deng, leaving him confused. Before Wong Deng could comprehend the situation, Xingyi slapped him in the face. Wong Deng raised his hand to his cheek and laughed loudly, "Ha ha, that was much lighter than before, this is your true strength, it's neither painful nor itchy." Xingye's expression turned cold as he quickly asked, "Wong Deng, who conspired with the evil cultivators to harm so many outside sect disciples?" Wong Deng raised his hand, wide-eyed in surprise, "What are you talking about?" Suddenly, he lost control of his tongue and blurted out, "It was me, and grandfather also helped me." Hearing this, Wang Ju felt as if he had been struck at his very core, and he charged towards Wong Deng while yelling loudly, "You bastard, what nonsense are you talking about?" Suddenly, a barrier appeared right in front of Wang Ju, blocking him. Qing Xian, with two fingers pressed together, created a barrier enveloping Wang Ju. "Wang Ju elder, let your disciple explain clearly." Wong Deng was sweating profusely and covered his mouth with his hand. "What did I say? What is happening? My vitality is decreasing, is it the poisonous insect telling the truth, Could it be what happened earlier, but how did he know how to deal with the poisonous insect? Furthermore, isn't the goo insect still inside Xiao Wan? Xing Yi, with a sinister expression, his eyes shining brightly, grinned maliciously. If you can't think of anything, then stop trying, just obediently answer the question, why do you want to harm your fellow disciples? And how has Wang Ju Elder helped you? Wong Deng trembled violently, under the control of the poisonous insect telling the truth. For years ago, when I was carrying out a mission for the sect, I was captured by that evil cultivator. After he learned my identity, he intended to use me to collect the souls of low-ranked cultivators. At first, he forced me to study the first half of the skill called Gu King technique. This skill could significantly boost one's cultivation but required the absorption of the blood essence of cultivators. If not, it would lead to overdoing it, so I targeted outside sect disciples, providing them to evil cultivators. He would extract their souls and leave the blood essence for me to cultivate. Practicing just the first half alone could still lead to overdoing it. He said that if I collected enough souls of 500 people for him, he would give me the second half of the skill. Due to the frequent disappearances of outside sect disciples, someone reported it to the law enforcement hall. A certain official from the law enforcement hall investigated and discovered that this matter was related to me, so he informed my grandfather beforehand. My grandfather also investigated and found out that the Gu King technique was an ancient, earth-level skill. As long as one continually absorbed blood essence, it would have no effect. To covertly eliminate the law enforcement official who was investigating me, we went to meet those evil cultivators. When we learned that the strength of those evil cultivators was no less than that of a supreme elder, I thought he actually had the second half of the Gu King technique. My grandfather secretly condoned my actions and took a cold approach towards the disciples who reported the missing persons case to the law enforcement hall. At the end of the sentence, Wong Deng collapsed onto the ground. Wang Ju, standing inside the barrier, panicked and shouted, "Disciple. He won't die, it's just that his vitality has been greatly depleted. I will take out the goo insect now." Qing Xian, without a change in expression, stared intently at Wang Ju. "I can't believe you would allow Wong Deng to engage in such a rebellious act." Wang Ju, feeling cornered, retorted, "Master, those people are just a few random disciples, having them or not doesn't matter. The strength of my disciple has improved, you saw that as well. This is only halfway through his training." Qing Xian's forehead darkened, visibly angry. "That's enough. Using the blood essence of living people for cultivation, isn't this no different from the demonic sect? So what? Haven't you seen our current sect situation, Master? Without any breakthroughs, the Qin Yun sect will be destroyed by us." Qing Xian had a cold, piercing gaze. "Such a breakthrough that violates the ethics of a renowned master is not worth it, it's better to destroy him. Besides, isn't this the opportunity for a turnaround?" While speaking, he glanced at Xing Yi right in front of him. After that, Wang Ju and Wang Deng were escorted away by three mysterious figures in white robes. Qing Xian raised his hand to stroke his beard and sighed, "This is also due to my negligence as the master. Elder law enforcement and the disciple from the core sect colluded with evil cultivators, and I did not realize it. I must trouble you, little friend, to help my sect clean up the door. That's what should be done. As a disciple, you should uphold the reputation of the sect." Qing Xian turned around and handed Xing Yi a jade tablet. "Right, this is for you. This is the identity tablet of an inner sect disciple. Congratulations, little friend Xing Yi, on officially joining Qin Yun." Xing Yi reached out to receive the jade tablet. The system also announced, "Mission completed, gained 800 magical power points, 1 draw opportunity." Xing Yi frowned and asked, "So this means I've completed a mission. How does the master plan to deal with the Wang family? Are we going to the Valley of Repentance?" Qing Xian raised his hand to stroke his beard. "The Valley of Repentance only works on disciples below the Golden Elixir stage. Moreover, it is a place for those who are guilty but not facing death, and there is a high chance of survival. They committed such a grave crime that they must be sent to the heavenly prison of the sect, awaiting the decision of the Council of Elders. At worst, their cultivation will be crippled. Unexpectedly, he used divine consciousness to transmit a voice to Xingyi, surprising him. Moreover, Wang Ju knows about the spiritual roots of the little friend, so I will not let him leave the heavenly prison. Xingyi clasped his hands together. Master has worked hard. Qing Xian glanced in one direction and ordered, Lu disciple, take Xingyi little friend to the Sutra Pavilion and Treasure Pavilion to choose skills and divine weapons. Xiao Wan, sitting in a wheelchair, placed her hand on her chest, making a pitiful face. It's okay, senior sister, you go ahead and take him. Although my body is weak and cannot stand, I can still push my wheelchair to Xingyang Peak. You should stay and take care of your junior sister, just tell me the location and I can go on my own. Hearing Xing Ye's words, Xiao Wan giggled, raising her hand to her mouth. Consider it a little guy's good eye, it's not in vain that this young lady kept the secret for you. With a pleased expression, she thought of the scene of being taken care of by Qian Yun. This is a once-in-a-thousand-year opportunity. I must enjoy the experience of a world for two with grand senior sister. Unexpectedly, a magical array appeared. Guanzhou fell from inside the array onto the floor, his mouth and limbs tightly bound, lying on the ground like a coconut worm. Qing Xian snapped his fingers and released Guanzhou from his bindings. Master, what is this? Disciple, his precious one has been harmed so terribly. If I don't bind him first, this old man will go all out against you and Wang Ju. Guanzhou immediately ran over to Xiao Wan, tears streaming down his face. Disciple, you've suffered so much. The master cannot forgive that little guy Wong Deng. Don't worry, the master will definitely take good care of you to heal your body and psychological wounds. Having said that, Guanzhou lifted the wheelchair that Xiao Wan was sitting in and carried it away. This time, it's fortunate to have a little friend. I owe you a favor. Master, you are being too polite. After that, Guanzhou placed the wheelchair on his shoulder and ran outside. Let's go, master will take you to the pill room to prepare medicine first. Qing Xian also went outside and raised his hand to say goodbye. This master has work to do. Lu disciple, you take Xingyi little friend to stroll around the sect. After strolling through the sect, go into the city to socialize. I have a feeling there will be a meteor shower tonight. The medicine spirit pool behind the mountain will be open to you for one day, perfect for soaking in the spiritual spring while enjoying the beautiful scenery. With that, he slammed the door shut, leaving Qian Yun and Xingyi in the room. Qian Yun, looking dejected, stared ahead. Master sure talked a lot today, she remarked. Huh, indeed, Xingyi responded. Qian Yun then took out a storage ring and pulled out a flying sword. Let's go. I'll take you to complete the sect admission procedures. Do we have to use a flying sword? She asked. Then, she took out a familiar sleeping bag for Xingyi to lie in and flew away. The Gong Fa Pavilion and Ling Chi Pavilion are quite far from here, so I've gotten used to it. I probably don't need the sleeping bag anymore and can manage just fine, Xingyi thought, smiling with delight at the idea of holding on to Qian Yun's waist. But life doesn't always go as planned. Reality hit him hard as he had to hold two flying swords in his hands, flying behind Qian Yun. Grand senior sister, isn't this using too much spiritual energy? He asked. No, Qian Yun replied, her eyes fixed ahead. I originally thought gathering evidence of Wong Deng's collusion with the evil cultivators and the law enforcement hall would be much harder. I had been planning the investigation for a long time, but I never expected to have it resolved by a newcomer like you. Xingyi smiled. I also didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Luckily, Wang Daoist friend helped. Poisonous insect, to be honest, is indeed useful. Qian Yun clenched her fists and glared at Xingyi. If it weren't for your and Xiao Wan's outstanding performance, it wouldn't have been so easy to deal with that poisonous insect. Xingyi forced a smile upon hearing this. It seems that senior sister has indeed noticed, Qian Yun explained with wide eyes. When items are stored in spatial storage, there is a fluctuation of spiritual power, but when you absorbed that demon pill, there was none. So, at that moment, it looked like you were putting the goo insect back, but in reality, you had already shifted it using the method of absorbing the demon pill. This way, you can avoid the risk of revealing your identity while also taking advantage of the goo insect to ambush Wong Deng. After that, you just need to secretly ask Xiao Wan to cooperate with you to act as if the goo insect is still in her body. Although only those at the golden elixir stage can communicate through divine consciousness, this method is also possible. On the tip of his finger, he used spiritual energy to vibrate and simulate the sound of the vocal cords. Even when the spiritual energy in his hand was too weak to be detected, it could still be heard clearly. Moreover, since the outside was blocked by him, we were unable to notice it. Indeed, I can't hide anything from Grand Senior Sister. Actually, I also hope to participate in the battle, rather than just summarize after the fight. Xing Yi, controlled by two fly swords, crossed his arms and smiled mischievously. Next time for sure. Xian Yun frowned and asked, did you learn the technique for controlling poisonous insects from the ring of that evil cultivator? The goo insect technique is in the ring. It's true that goo insects require learning the skill of the main body, but this type of goo insect can just be placed in like a poisonous insect. To be honest, it doesn't need control, just learning the magic formulas is sufficient. Xian Yun sighed. I thought I had thought everything through quite thoroughly, but still didn't compare to junior brother. In that goo king technique, there must be a lot of magic formulas for controlling goo insects, right? Junior brother managed to read through everything at once, even not knowing if it would be usable in this life. Xing Yi broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this, forcing an awkward smile. Oh no, not at all. In fact, it is the system that teaches us on the spot. Xing Ye's eyes were dark with helplessness as he had his arms crossed together, controlled by two flying swords. I feel increasingly indebted to you. It's alright, at most I can repay you with my body. But senior sister, could you not switch the flying positions of these two swords? Unexpectedly, Xian Yun spoke up with a serious tone, I don't want to involve junior brother. Hearing this, Xing Yi was left dumbfounded and confused. After a while of flying, the two of them arrived at a huge tower. We are at the Gong Fa Pavilion now, your identity token can take you straight inside. Then, Xing Yi entered the Gong Fa Pavilion alone. As soon as he stepped inside, the system announced, Host, the system has scanned, there are several skills in here that can fulfill mission condition 1. He walked forward, questioning the system, training by accumulating points to seek death. Is there such a skill in the system store? The system's rule is that mission items cannot be purchased in the store. Trash, always creating rules that trap people. Xing Yi glanced at the skill books placed on the shelf. That's right, just at the right moment when there was no one around, I can draw my prize. In an instant, a gift box appeared right in front of him. Pulling the ribbon will allow him to access the mysterious gift box, and with its color like this, there won't be a better luck next time message, right? The prize from the task's rewards will definitely yield something good. He reached out to grab the ribbon on the gift box and slowly pulled it. Well, that's acceptable. Immediately, a symbol of a key flew out from the gift box. Congratulations, the host has received the system software, the sound transmission editing machine. What is this? Xing Yi looked at the system panel displaying the functions of the sound transmission editing machine, feeling extremely frustrated. Damn, is this a divine weapon for scamming cultivators? He frowned, recalling the scene in the tea house. Isn't it just a function that you already have? I remember last time you also modified the sound transmission of the master for the Grand Senior Sister like this. I can accept, modify, and access the host's sound transmission jade, but I can't do anything with the divine consciousness sound transmission, nor does it have that many functions. Xing Yi propped his chin on his hand, a delighted smile appearing on his face. It might feel very interesting, and the usage is also flexible. Xian Yun stood outside, and was very surprised to see Xing Yi walk out. That was quick. What skill did you choose? Xing Yi handed 3 jade slips to Qian Yun. I chose 3 sets. Why did you choose spells with such huge side effects? Especially this divine spear technique, which can change the form of divine consciousness to attack the enemy. While it can harm the opponent's divine consciousness, each activation also damages your own, reducing your combat power. It's a very redundant skill. Xing Yi took the 3 jade slips and smiled confidently. It's okay. I don't intend to learn them, just to research a bit. Let's go, to the Ling Chi Pavilion. This junior brother is good at everything, but he has a tendency to enjoy being mistreated. Seeing Qian Yun take out 3 flying swords, Xingyi gave a thumbs up. Senior sister, I suddenly feel that the sleeping bag is much more comfortable. He then lay down in the sleeping bag as Qian Yun pulled him along. Xingyi now opened the system panel to check. Let me study this. He selected the shield mode on the system screen. Multifunctional sound transmission editing device. In the blink of an eye, the dialogue was displayed on the system board, surprising Xingyi, who exclaimed, "Did I really receive it that quickly?" He stared intently at the system board, wondering, how do I modify the content? Press and hold the dialog box. Xingyi followed the system's instructions, pressing and holding the dialog box with his finger. This is amazing, I can even respond to the other party virtually. At that moment, 2 male disciples were walking together discussing, haha, tonight I might finally get to be with junior sister Yi Chen. Keep being smug, having a girlfriend is nothing special. One of the disciples, holding a jade talisman for sound transmission, raised his finger to make a gesture of being humble. No, I'm about to become a Dao partner, my cultivation is almost complete. Suddenly, the jade talisman in his hand heated up, causing him to chuckle, oh wow, junior sister is responding to me right now. Then, this disciple froze for 5 seconds upon hearing a voice from the jade talisman, saying, Qin Shi Huang, transfer money. Xingyi laughed so hard that tears streamed down his face, ha ha ha, this is too funny. Unexpectedly, the dialogue displayed on the screen. Qing Xian, you must do your best to protect the spiritual roots of chaos. Whatever demands he makes, try to satisfy them, pouring all the sect's resources into his cultivation. However, before he reaches the nascent soul stage, he cannot be allowed to leave the Qinyin sect. Xingyi saw someone's transmission and wondered, who is this? Daring to speak to the master with such a commanding tone, Xingyi kept his finger pressed, and the information about the person appeared, Qin Wuji, early stage of soul transformation cultivation. Xingyi then looked up and asked Qian Yun, Grand Senior Sister, does our sect have a senior named Qin Wuji? Qin Wuji is the Grand Supreme Elder of our sect, what's wrong? Oh, do I need to pay him a visit? He is in seclusion, and unless there is a major issue regarding the survival of the sect, he won't come out. Upon hearing this, Xingyi stroked his chin and thought, so that's why he used the jade pendant to communicate. Then he smirked at the system, seclusion is easy to deal with, if they want to trap me, they have no chance. First, I need to pay special attention to the information sent to and from Qin Wuji, it will all come through me. The system reminded him, the target's distance exceeds 800 meters, each message sent and received will cost 50 magical power points. The scene shifted to Jiao Elder conversing with the master. How is it, master? Is there any information from the Grand Supreme Elder yet? Not yet, and I have no idea about the person. Just then, the sound transmission jade in Qin Xian's hand signaled. Oh, there's a reply. From the sound transmission jade came the words modified by Xingyi. Qin Xian, the person with chaos spiritual roots must be kept in an unobservable quantum superposition state, absorbing the chaos of heaven and earth. In the end, he must nurture the fate of heaven and earth, and during this time, he must not intentionally observe. Each observation could potentially create a causal connection, causing the quantum superposition state to collapse and become a predetermined reality. If he cannot nurture, then he will definitely not be swallowed. Remember that. After hearing this, both looked at each other with bewildered expressions, their minds filled with question marks. A bead of sweat trickled down Qin Xian's forehead. The words of the Grand Supreme Elder are somewhat deep and difficult to decipher. Elder Jiao, what do you think? Elder Jiao was not much better off, his face glistening with sweat. This quantum stuff is beyond me. In general, it just means to inform the master not to interfere with anything related to the little friend Xingyi, so as not to create any causal connections. Qin Xian clasped his hands behind his back and spoke to Elder Jiao. I didn't expect that the spiritual roots of chaos would have such profound knowledge. Luckily, I consulted Grand Supreme Elder, soon I will inform Elder Guanzhou as well. Back to Qian Yun and Xingyi, after a while of sword flying, they arrived at Ling Qi Pavilion. We've arrived, Qian Yun said as they landed, activating the formation and telling Xingyi, junior brother, Ling Qi Pavilion is similar to Gong Fa Pavilion, but you can only choose one divine weapon that is suitable for yourself. Just as Xingyi was about to enter, a voice came from behind, what a coincidence. A red-haired man and two others descended from a wooden bird and looked down at Xingyi. I was planning to visit Ling Chi Pavilion of your sect and then look for Qian Yun Jr. to reminisce about old times. Looking at the three in front of her, Qian Yun asked with some confusion, Elder Qi, you are? The man with a haggard face as if he were a drug addict was Qi Lan, the weapon hall elder of Qin Yun sect, a mid-stage golden elixir practitioner. It's like this. Before he could finish, the red-haired man interjected, my divine weapon has been damaged in the battle with the second-tier red flame snake, so I intend to trade for a new weapon. He spread his arms with a contemptuous expression. But the things those old men from the sect gave me, I couldn't find any that I liked. So I wanted to go to your sect to see if there were any weapons that suit me. Afterwards, he moved closer to Qian Yun. In short, our two sects have already formed an alliance. As he spoke, he attempted to wrap his arm around Qian Yun's waist. Then, just when everything was going smoothly, Xingyi appeared to ruin the plan. Oh, hello family members. Xing Ye's action earned him 24 magical powers. Seeing someone disrupt his good work, he glared at Xing Yi with frustration. He then used his strength to tightly squeeze Xing Ye's hand, causing it to become deformed. At that moment, Qian Yun swung her hand to attack, but he leaned back to dodge, retreating a distance. He raised his hands in a hurry to explain. I'm sorry, Qian Yun Jr. sister, I don't like to be touched by men. I will fully pay for this junior brother's treatment. Xing Yi shook his hand and stepped forward to stop Qian Yun. That's not necessary, it was my fault. Seeing this, he looked at Xing Yi with a disdainful expression, thinking to himself. What is this? Turns out he is just a coward. Xing Yi did not strike but verbally attacked him. It's my fault for not knowing the painful past of my Taoist friend. You must have been inappropriately touched by men too much as a child, which is why you're reacting so violently now. As soon as he finished speaking, Xing Yi received 70 points of magical powers. The red-haired man, humiliated by Xing Yi, lost his temper and fiery anger erupted on his arm as he rushed forward. Do you want to die? At that moment, the old man with the covered head appeared behind to stop him and transmitted his voice to the red-haired man. Young sect master, the official business is more important. After hearing this, the man snorted coldly and turned to enter the Ling Chi Pavilion. I understand, let's go choose a divine weapon. Before entering, he glanced at Xing Yi as a threat. I hope that next time I come, I won't see your little guy again. Saying that, he entered the Ling Chi Pavilion with the old man to choose a divine weapon. Qi Lan turned to look at Xing Yi and Qian Yun, advising them. You are here to choose a divine weapon and enter the sect, right? Change the date, don't provoke this troublesome guy. After hearing this, Qian Yun also turned and left. Let's go, back to Zhengyang Peak first. Senior sister, who is that person? Qian Yun glanced at Xing Yi, asking for an explanation. He is the young sect master of Wanxiang sect, Cheng Yan. Xing Yi, feeling resentful, clenched his teeth and swore, damn it, what does an outside sect member like him have to be so arrogant about? Qian Yun sighed, because the current strength of the entire Qin Yun sect is nothing compared to Wanxiang sect. Is that so? Isn't Qin Yun sect the one on top? That was 10 years ago. After the demon sword sealing incident, the high-level strategy of Qin Yun sect suffered a heavy blow. More than a dozen Yuaning masters died in battle, and the Grand Supreme Elder was severely injured, needing to go into seclusion for a long time. Wong Deng's father also fell during that event. Grand Senior Sister, what is the demon sword? Seeing Xing Ye's confusion, she explained, at that time, I hadn't joined the sect yet, but I heard the master say that a small sect had discovered an ancient inheritance. Inside was that demon sword. The master of that sect touched the demon sword and his personality changed drastically, killing his own sect and then starting to massacre people in the city. This incident escalated, and 3 or 4 big sects sent people to take him down. Because the Qin Yun master practiced sword Dao, he was very interested in the demon sword. Many experts were sent, but no one expected the demon sword to be that terrifying. The master originally only had golden elixir stage, yet ultimately displayed a terrifying ability comparable to mid-stage soul transformation. Although it was successfully sealed in the end, a high price had to be paid. It was also because Qin Yun's sect suffered heavy losses, so the place sealing the demon sword is also Qin Yun's sect. Xing Yi was stunned upon hearing this. What? So the demon sword is in our sect? That's right, do you want to go take a look? Huh? Is it possible to see it? Qian Yun turned around to lead the way. The formation was created by top experts from the 4 big sects, even more solid than the great protective formation of Qin Yun's sect. The purpose of allowing visits is so that the disciples can comprehend the sword intent contained within, thus advancing their cultivation. Xing Yi thought to himself, learning from the sword of the demon sword won't lead to overdoing it, right? Qian Yun, walking in front, continued, coincidentally, the sealing place is under the Ling Qi Pavilion, and there is a teleportation formation over there. Then let's go take a look, after all, there's nothing else to do. It didn't take long for both of them to teleport to the sealing place of the demon sword. Upon arrival, Xing Yi was drenched in cold sweat. Oh my mother, it's really hot here. Qian Yun continued to lead the way while explaining to Xing Yi. This sealing formation manipulates the energy of the magma. If the geothermal energy in this area runs dry, the sealing will shift to another location. If we use spirit stones to provide energy, we cannot spare that much. The sealing place is a distance away. If we get too close, the teleportation formation will lose its effectiveness. While hurrying along behind Qian Yun, the sound of the audio editor echoed. When Xing Yi opened it, he saw the message from Qin Xian sent to Qin Wuji. We follow the orders of the Grand Supreme Elder, but could we send someone unaware of the situation to protect the disciple with chaotic spiritual roots? After all, if we do not intervene at all, I'm afraid something unexpected might occur. Reading the content, Xing Yi thought to himself, with my blood-eaten slaughter pearl, what unexpected event could happen? Sending someone to follow me would be the real unexpected event if I get exposed. After thinking for a moment, Xing Yi replied to Qin Xian under the name Qin Wuji, no need, just let things happen naturally. Suddenly, something surprised Xing Yi. His eyes widened. It turned out the young man forgot to turn off the automatic information reception function. Looking at the notification of 50,000 unread messages, he reached out and pressed to listen. The young man had to hold his head because too many sounds entered his mind at once. After fiddling for a while, Xing Yi saw a pile of messages but no content, which made him curious. With his inquisitive nature, Xing Yi pressed on the details to know more information. But the information only showed the recipient's name as Chen Rong-su, while the sender's name was hidden. Xing Yi's face darkened at the pile of information in front of him. The sender's name is hidden, yet they keep sending hundreds of messages at a time. Is this person borrowing money at high interest? Is this a message bombing of someone cultivating immortals? With his curiosity piqued, Xing Yi asked Qian Yun, Grand Senior Sister, do you know someone named Chen Rong-su? Mentioning this name, Qian Yun also showed some surprise. What? Chen Rong-su is the master who came into contact with the demon sword. Upon hearing this, Xing Yi was taken aback, a drop of sweat secretly escaping from his forehead. What? Seeing his reaction, Qian Yun immediately asked, didn't you say you didn't know about the demon sword? How do you know this name? Because I became a corpse, so my memory is a bit chaotic. At this point, Xing Yi asked, and what happened to Chen Rong-su after that? Of course, he turned into smoke and ashes, what else? Hearing this, Xing Yi swallowed a gulp of fear and stroked his chin, thinking to himself, what kind of crazy situation is this? Why would anyone obsessively send blank voice transmission jade slips to a dead person? Xing Yi then opened his system interface. I remember that after receiving it, you could locate the sender and the recipient. After a bit of searching, Xing Yi pointed at the system panel, got it, let's see who exactly is sending these messages. After some manipulation, an arrow appeared in front of Xing Yi, accompanied by a guiding voice, go straight for 20 meters, then turn right. A moment later, Xing Yi continued following the system's directions, continue along this path, watch out for the steps below. At this point, Xing Yi's face darkened, sweating profusely, wait, why does this system-directed path look exactly like the one Grand Senior Sister took me on? Could it be that the person who sent this is coincidentally visiting the demon sword? After a while, the two of them arrived at the destination, where a large lava lake lay before them. In the middle is the demon sword bound by chains. We've arrived, the demon sword is right in the middle of that magma lake. Xingyi looked ahead with an expression of utter astonishment. This can't be right. The pin pointed at the demon sword, accompanied by the system's announcement. Your destination is right in front of you, leading you here ends. Qian Yun said to Xingyi on the side, the demon energy of the demon sword has been completely sealed by the formation. Junior brother can comprehend the sword intent within the range his body can withstand. Xingyi stepped forward with a thought in his mind, what's wrong with the system? Could it be that there's an old king hidden beneath this demon sword? The system immediately appeared. No, this demon sword is the representative of the positioning application. What? How can a sword send messages? Xingyi was bewildered by the system's announcement. To be accurate, it's not sound transmission, it's just creating something similar to sound transmission, which is why it was taken over by the system application. The principle of the sound transmitting jade is actually to convert sound into spiritual energy waves that can be transmitted far, using the jade at the other end to turn it back into sound. Doesn't that sound like a telephone? The demon sword has the same function as a jade pendant, with the divine consciousness sword spirit transforming into waves of spiritual energy that radiate outward. What is the purpose of that? Moreover, isn't the sealing array supposed to manage this? Hasn't anyone noticed? It could be calling for help, and this array targets demon energy to prevent outsiders from getting too close. If it were designed to block spiritual energy waves, then sound transmission within 100 miles would be affected. Waves of spiritual energy in the world of cultivating immortals are as common as air. As long as there are cultivators in action, it will generate them. No one pays attention, nor does anyone think that a sword could emit information. After a while of talking with the system, Xingyi turned to Qian Yun. Grand Senior Sister, I'm a bit tired and want to rest. Ah, alright, I'll take Xingyi outside. Qian Yun thought to herself, it seems that understanding sword intent and the junior brother's cultivation level is still too early. Qian Yun, don't be foolish, didn't you wish for him to train? Why do you hope he can get stronger quickly? The scene shifts to Zhengyang Peak, where buildings are constructed on the mountain tops. After leaving Xingyi in a resting room, Qian Yun turned to leave. If there's anything, send me a sound transmission, I will go see Junior Sister first. After finishing her instructions, the girl closed the door and left. At that moment, the system asked Xingyi, does the host want to avoid the Grand Senior Sister, and what does that mean? I want to check the message receiver. This demon sword is definitely not something good, it won't end well like this. I also can't explain it to the Grand Senior Sister and the high-ranking sect members, otherwise the simulation of the Grand Supreme Elder's response will be exposed. After performing the action, an arrow appeared, target sound transmission jade pendant of Chenrong Su, starting to guide you, total distance 15 kilometers. Fortunately, it's not too far, let's see the situation first. Later that evening, Elder Jiao went to find Qin Xian in his room. Master, the little friend Xingyi just left the sect alone. The master opened the door wearing pajamas, stroking his beard. Elder Jiao, didn't we say no need to observe? Elder Jiao was about to say something when Qin Xian interrupted by closing the door. No buts, do you not trust the Grand Supreme Elder? Hearing this, Elder Jiao quickly replied, I wouldn't dare. Then that's settled, do not interfere with the matter of the spiritual roots chaos. Do not look, do not listen, and do not speak. Xingyi moved to the forest on the outskirts of Qingshan City. A large pit appeared in the empty land. It turned out that Xingyi was digging for something. The digging speed was comparable to that of a small excavator. After digging for a while, Xingyi irritably muttered, why is it buried so deep? Am I really going to dig up ground mice now? While feeling frustrated, a sound of something hitting emerged. This made Xingyi's eyes widen in surprise. Gently brushing away the dirt, Xingyi saw something resembling a token. When Xingyi picked it up, he discovered it was just an ordinary sound transmission jade, nothing special. At the same time, he also received 65 points of magical powers. Suddenly, a burst of red energy radiated from the sound transmission jade. This startled Xingyi. The energy surrounded Xingyi, causing him to scream in pain. The system was also surprised that there was demon energy inside the sound transmission jade. Seeing Xingyi's body trembling, the system couldn't help but worry. It's over, it's over. Demon energy can amplify the extreme negative state of a person. Host, hang in there. Xingyi's face was filled with veins, his hand clawing at himself. Why did I have to come out to the suburbs at midnight to dig up this jade pendant? Isn't it better to watch the meteor shower with my grand senior sister? With his jet-black eyes, Xingyi looked up at the sky and shouted, I'm so restless, I want to type on my keyboard, I have to go argue online. After a while of regaining his composure, Xingyi activated the appraisal. Damn it, why does this jade pendant have demon energy? The appraisal information for the jade pendant also appeared. The outer appraisal of the jade pendant is full of demon energy. Please upgrade the appraisal function for a deep appraisal, 500 magical powers. This damn system, does it always have to be charged? Xingyi grumbled, his whole body shaking with anger, his hands gripping the jade pendant tightly. Hurry up and upgrade for me. Can you please not go crazy out of nowhere? You look like a lunatic. After some time of leveling up, the information was fully displayed. Demon sword spirit, deep sleep, heaven level, 6,689 years old. Because the divine soul is incomplete, it is in deep sleep. The divine soul's completeness is 48%. After reading the information, Xingyi was very surprised. What? How does this jade pendant have the sword spirit of a demon sword? Xingyi frowned when he saw the system notification. I don't know, the sword spirit demon sword didn't send out some divine consciousness or anything, it sent itself out. This sword spirit splits the divine soul into multiple parts, uses a sound transmission method to reach this jade pendant, and then processes it. This way, it can leave the demon sword and use this jade pendant as a new container. What? Is that really possible? In theory, maybe, but the practical operation has too many variables. The demon sword and the jade pendant must have undergone special modifications, allowing the divine soul to transform into spiritual energy, send it out, and then revert it into the jade pendant. This is definitely not the first time it's been done. Xingyi looked at the jade pendant in his hand. So if I destroy this jade pendant now, the demon sword will be finished, right? Not exactly. There is still 52% of the divine soul left, but divine soul is not the same as divine consciousness, it recovers very slowly. Given its exceptional quality, it will take at least several hundred years to recover. Hearing this, Xingyi stroked his chin. If I use a sound editing machine to simulate the demon sword sending a message to this jade pendant, what would happen? The host indeed has many strange thoughts. The sound transmission editor only sends sound frequencies, it's not a divine soul, so nothing should happen. Xingyi smirked wickedly and opened the sound transmission editor. How would you know if you don't try? I knew you would say that. After a while without any response, Xingyi sighed. Indeed, there was no reaction. That demon sword had been sending messages continuously for 10 years, with over 100 million messages, sending just one message from you wouldn't elicit any response. Xingyi then opened the store. That's right, if you want to do something, you have to conduct extreme experiments. After randomly purchasing a novel, Xingyi said to the system, transfer all the text into the sound transmission editor for me. Then, Xingyi raised his hand to operate on the screen. By doing this, each message would have content from the novel. After copying 999 parts, Xingyi pressed the send button. Just after sending, Xingyi was shocked to see 1824 magical power points added. Then, Xingyi's body collapsed from exhaustion and hit the ground unconscious. After an unknown amount of time, Xingyi sat up, holding his head and shouting, "Stop patting my head, my brain is about to be patted into water." Realizing he was dreaming, Xingyi looked around with a puzzled expression. Why am I back? Xingyi was startled to see a system notification. It was the grand senior sister who brought you back. Host has been in a coma for a week. What? Why was I in a coma? The sound editing machine used a simulated message to send part of the host's soul, and since there was nothing to see, the system didn't detect it, but you, host, sent 9,999 messages containing a novel, which drained the host's divine soul. Due to the effect of the Een Slaughter Pearl, the recovery of the divine soul has been completely consumed to send messages, and during this past week, the host's divine soul has been continuously drained over 5,000 times. What the hell, why didn't you stop it? I wanted to stop it, but I found that the host's divine soul was repairing the divine soul of that sword spirit. What are you talking about? It was originally impossible. Your divine soul and that of the sword spirit are very different. But for some reason, the host was able to do it, so the system is also curious about how it will turn out. Dog system, are you using me as a test subject? And then what? What about the sword spirit? Senior sister, you didn't touch that demon energy talisman, did you? I have placed the talisman in the system space, and the sword spirit has already had its divine soul modified by the host and is also in the system space. Hearing this, Xingyi raised his hand to summon the sword spirit. Come on, let me see. The sword spirit appeared in Xingye's palm like a spark. As for what kind of demon sword spirit I am, I don't need to say it myself. Today, Xingyi's senior brother has modified the divine soul to show me respect, and my arrival is already giving you face. Seeing the sword spirit mumbling, Xingyi couldn't help but be bewildered. What is wrong with it? It must have reacted slightly to the 9,999 novels. Before he could say a word to the sword spirit, someone pushed the door open and walked in. Xiaowan entered and asked Xingyi, "Is the little junior brother awake?" "Who are you talking to?" "Just talking to myself, Xiaowan's senior sister. Are you feeling better?" "There's nothing to worry about anymore, but what about you? What happened?" "You fainted in that big hole out in the wilderness. If it weren't for the grand senior sister discovering it, you would have been eaten by a wild beast." Xingyi stood up and walked towards her. "Something unexpected happened. Where is the grand senior sister?" "The senior sister has gone to represent the disciples at the Wangxiang Sect conference." Upon hearing this, Xingyi looked bewildered and had a confused expression. "What? What conference?" Moving to a certain room, members of the Wangxiang Sect and Qingyun Sect were sitting together. The old man with glasses was the inside sect elder of the Wangxiang Sect, Zhu Gufei, a full golden elixir. In this conference, we mainly discussed the issue of dividing the iron ore between our two sects. If we are allied, we must certainly maximize our benefits. He then turned to Cheng Yen. "A week ago, the young master visited the Ling Qi pavilion of the Qingyun sect, right? What were your impressions?" Cheng Yen wore a disdainful expression and replied, "Not good, much worse than our Wangxiang sect." As soon as he finished speaking, someone shouted loudly, "Impudent!" This man was the sect master of the Wangxiang sect, Cheng Li, late Yuaning. He glanced at Cheng Yen. "Everyone here is your elder, mind your words." He not only refused to listen but also countered. "Father, I am just stating the truth. I already made an appointment with Qi elder of Qingyun sect last week, and today there will be a competition to refine divine weapons between our two sections." Guanzhou also spoke up, "Isn't today about deciding the distribution of the iron ore? Why is there a divine weapon competition here?" Cheng Yen glanced at Guanzhou with a smug expression. "The iron ore is primarily for the sects to refine qi. If we have formed an alliance, then the distribution will surely be based on the refining qi levels of the sections. That way, the benefits can be maximized." Zhu Gufei added, "Of course, it must also be said that whoever receives a larger share will monopolize the iron ore. Our two sects still have to abide by the ratio of the iron ore. We each have to refine the corresponding number of divine weapons, which will then be evenly distributed to the disciples." Guanzhou rested his chin on his hand, looking at him. "Doesn't that mean the more we are allocated, the more effort we have to put in?" "That is obvious, but if the divine weapons we refine are distributed to the disciples of your sect, it is also natural that the disciples of your sect need to complete the tasks of Wangxiang sect." Guanzhou laughed when he heard this, "Haha, so you have indeed thought it all out." Gufei also displayed his cunning expression, "Not at all, not at all, that's how we can ensure the alliance gains the greatest benefits." Qian Yun, who had been sitting silently, voiced his confusion, what exactly does the qi refining competition entail? How will the mineral veins be divided? It goes like this: our sect has 5 iron ore veins, your sect has 6. Each of us will select the most skilled qi refiner from our respective sects. It can be one person or several. Each person will have 2 watch hours to use the same materials, and a total of 11 divine weapons can be forged. After the forging is complete, we will compare these 11 divine weapons and divide the mineral veins based on the win-loss ratio. Upon hearing this, Guanzhou pointed to himself, so if you all don't win any rounds, then all 11 mineral veins will belong to us, right? Exactly. Hearing this, Guanzhou turned and patted Qi Lan's back. Elder Qi, we're counting on you. Go and defeat them, ha ha ha. Qing Xian opened the teleportation gate and said, "Alright, the arena has been prepared, we can go there now." Just as Qian Yun stood up, her sound-transmitting jade pendant made a noise. Holding the jade pendant in her hand, Qian Yun said to Qing Xian, "Master, junior brother Xingyi also wants to come here to watch." Stepping through the teleportation gate, the refining furnace and the refining materials had already been prepared. Qing Yan turned around and saw Xingyi, his expression darkening with displeasure. He crossed his arms over his chest and smugly spoke, "Qian Yun, your relationship with junior brother seems quite good, bringing him along everywhere." Xingyi held a dog collar in one hand and grabbed Qian Yun's hand with the other. "Do you envy me? If you have no one to take you along, I can take you too." Ting ting, the statement has a high insult factor, plus 88 points of magical powers. Offended by Xingyi, Qing Yan was furious, grinding his teeth, "I'll kill you." Just as he was about to go solo with Xingyi, he felt Qing Li's sharp gaze. At this moment, Qing Xian also stepped forward to say, "Disciples should wait until the competition is over before sparring." Qing Li also cautioned, "Yan don't act recklessly." He pointed at Xingyi in frustration, "Little guy, wait for it, you're dead for sure." Qilan also extended his hand to introduce the participants. "Master, over here are 4 Qi refinement elders from my sect, plus me, making us 5, all Qi refinement masters capable of using alchemical fire." Then he turned to Qingli and his son, "We have already prepared the materials and tools. I wonder when the Qi refinement master from your sect will arrive?" Gu Fei stepped forward to respond, "He usually doesn't stay in my sect, he enjoys traveling far and wide, but I informed him about today's Qi refinement competition a week ago, and he agreed, so there must have been something that delayed him." Guanzhou looked surprised, "What? Your sect only sent one person? We wanted to bring all the Qi refinement masters, but he disagreed." "Haha, that's quite arrogant. If you want to offer the mineral vein, just say it directly, why beat around the bush?" At that moment, an old man with a cane appeared behind Guanzhou. "I apologize, I've been crafting a divine weapon for Nirvana Hall, so I was a bit delayed." Seeing him behind, Guanzhou broke into a sweat, thinking, when did this old man show up? Qing Xian, seeing him appear like this, was able to tell that he possessed cultivation at the nascent soul stage. Qilan couldn't help but be surprised. "This is impossible, I have never heard that the Wanxiang sect has a refined Qi master at the nascent soul stage." Gu Fei then stepped up to explain, "Lin old man likes to travel around, so he rarely returns to the sect, which is why very few people know about him." Hearing this, Qilan looked at the old man in front of him, "Is your surname Lin? Could it be that you are the refined pill master Lin Ji Yuan Sr.? Oh, you know this old man?" Seeing him acknowledge it, Qilan couldn't help but feel excited. "I pay my respects, senior. I stepped onto the path of refined Qi because I read about your refined Qi details." Just as he felt joyful for 3 seconds, Guanzhou kicked him in the rear. Qilan glared at Guanzhou. "Wang Guanzhou, what are you doing? You're already acting so coy as soon as you appear, do we still need to have a contest?" An elder from behind spoke up, "Lin old man is someone who can refine a divine weapon of the earthly grade. The most skilled among us is Elder Qi, who can only refine a high-grade mysterious weapon. How can we compare with that?" Guanzhou was not about to back down and reached out towards Lin Ji Yuan, telling him not to say any more ill-fated words. How could he possibly concoct several items in just 2 incense hours by himself? "Have all of you really died out?" Qilan and the elders sighed helplessly, we can only hope it will be like that. Xing Yi turned to whisper to Qian Yun, senior sister, could it be that they have come to ask for help? Or does it really have nothing to do with them at all? Cheng Yan, overhearing, spoke disdainfully, ignorant. For decades, Lin the old man has been the elder of our Wang Xiang sect, he just didn't want to create trouble for the sect, so it hasn't been made public. If you can't measure up, you want to find excuses. Qian Yun, this junior brother of yours only has that little capacity. Xing Yi whistled at him, making a gesture like calling a dog, come on, no biting. As such, Xing Yi collected 53 points of magical powers. Cheng Li, furious, hit Cheng Yan on the head, be quiet and don't disturb Lin the old man refining qi. Meanwhile, Lin Ji Yuan had begun to act. He used spiritual energy to lift the materials into the air. Xing Yi saw this and asked Qian Yun. Nascent soul stage refines divine weapons without needing a qi refining cauldron, right? It seems he has absorbed a specific fire heat, with no visible temperature, even the best qi refining cauldron can't achieve this, quite troublesome. Seeing her worried, Xing Yi reassured her, it's okay if we lose, their sect has such powerful qi refining masters. Giving them iron ore for them to refine qi for us would be good, right? Qian Yun turned and walked outside. It's not as simple as you think, just come with me outside first. As soon as they stepped outside, Xing Yi asked Qian Yun, senior sister, what's going on? She wore a serious expression and said to Xing Yi, this concerns the sect's interests, I won't analyze it for you anymore, just mentioning something related to your junior brother. Our sect has an iron ore that is connected to the cultivation cave of those evil cultivators. Not to mention whether they discover it or not, once that cave belongs to Wang Xiang sect, it will be almost impossible for your junior brother to go there freely. After pondering for a while, Xing Yi asked Qian Yun, so as long as we win this match, we can win that or vein, right? The division will be determined through a draw. If our sect wins too few matches, it will definitely be very difficult to extract it. Does that mean that even if Wang Xiang sect only wins one match, there is still a chance to draw that mineral vein? That's right. Seeing the gloom on Xing Ye's face, she continued, why don't you, junior brother, take care of anything you need to before the cave is transferred? After a moment of thought, Xing Yi said with determination, senior sister, to ensure things go well, I won't let them win this match. Guan Zhou gaped in surprise upon hearing Xing Ye's suggestion. What? Little guy, do you also want to participate? He pointed at Xing Yi. Don't be reckless, do you know this is related to the distribution of benefits between the two sects? Losing just once means losing an iron ore, selling you off wood. At this point, Guan Zhou raised his hand to stroke his chin and reconsidered. Wait, if I sell you, it seems that could compensate, after all, it's still the spiritual roots chaos. Qing Xian, behind him, coughed a few times to get attention. Xing Yi, Daoist friend, do you understand qi refining techniques at such a young age? Xing Yi snapped his fingers and confidently replied. Just like medical practices, one can only know a few things. Qian Yun fell silent after hearing this, while Qing Xian broke out in a cold sweat. How about this, since everyone has 2 hours to refine qi, you can observe for now. If the little friend feels that the quality of the items you refine is higher than those of the elders, then you are welcome to try. Cheng Yan chimed in from the side. Do you think this is just a game? If you can refine a high-grade divine weapon, then I will chop off my head and let you use it as a ball. Upon hearing this, Xing Yi turned to look at him. There's no need for that, you just need to shave your head to make everyone happy. At the competition site, the divine weapons being created by the old man Lin Ji Yuan were beginning to take shape. Guan Zhou couldn't help but be astonished. Is this true? Can he really reduce the fire to one part and simultaneously refine it into divine weapons with different forms? Chengli and his son couldn't help but feel pleased. It seems that the old man Lin has improved his qi refining skills after wandering outside for many years. He truly lives up to his reputation. Meanwhile, at the Qin Yun sect elder's place, the furnace experienced a strange anomaly and exploded. Guan Zhou walked over to confront him. Li Elder, why are you making so much noise? Li Elder sweated while looking at Guan Zhou, as his opponent was the senior Lin old man, which was very pressuring. Guanzhou, angry, grabbed his collar and lifted him up. You should rest when you come, don't create more chaos amongst the troops. Xingyi approached the elder and asked, Senior, could you teach me how to use the refined qi cauldron? Cheng Yan, standing by, heard this and burst out laughing. Haha, you don't even know how to use the cauldron, yet you want to compare yourself to the Lin old man. Just as he was laughing happily, he received a slap from Qingli that made his face go all blurry. Stop talking, be quiet. Li elder, seeing Xingyi, asked in confusion, Master, who is this? Qin Xian explained helplessly. He is a new disciple from the inside sect. If he feels interested, then Li elder can teach him. With the master's approval, Li elder led Xingyi to a cauldron. Here is how it is, you don't have the elixir fire, you need to channel spiritual energy to guide the earthly fire. Qian Yun stood in a corner, looking at Xingyi, feeling perplexed and thinking to himself. What does junior brother want to do now? This kind of refined qi thing is not something that can be learned overnight. An hour later, Qi Lan's cauldron emitted a golden light. Guanzhou and Qing Xian saw this and joyfully shouted, it worked, this spiritual weapon turned out to be black level middle grade. Guanzhou ran to Qi Lan, patted his back and praised, Qi elder, you did very well, there's still another hour, go ahead and refine another one. Suddenly, a dazzling light filled the entire room, astonishing Guanzhou. It turned out that Lin Jiyuan had also completed his refining. I am done as well, it has been a long time since I used the fire division technique, so it feels a bit unfamiliar. Looking at the divine weapons he created, Qi Lan couldn't help but question life, how could this be? All 11 items are black level high grade, and they are of different types of weapons. Due to his distraction, the cauldrons of the elders of the Qin Yun sect all exploded simultaneously. Seeing this, Guanzhou was extremely furious, what are you doing? How could all the cauldrons explode? Sorry, Lin Senior's refined qi pressure was too strong, affecting our final sealing of the runes. At this moment, Guanzhou helplessly sighed, forget it, losing is losing, we may have lost a mineral vein, but gaining a refined qi master is not a loss. But as soon as the words were spoken, Lin Jiyuan had already swung his hand and hit him in the face, causing his body to fly backward. Qian Yun, seeing this, worriedly ran to his master, while Guanzhou spit out a mouthful of blood after the blow. Lin Jiyuan's face darkened as he struck the ground hard with his staff. You ignorant junior, dare to compare me with a mineral vein. Seeing the situation was getting out of hand, Qing Xian spoke up to mediate. Senior, please don't be angry, Guanzhou speaks faster than he thinks, he didn't mean it. Humph, he has already spoken disrespectfully to me, I can no longer tolerate this. Qing Xian turned to look at Guanzhou, reproaching him. Wang Guanzhou, apologized to the senior quickly. Lin Senior, I was wrong, I spoke without thinking. But he became more unreasonable, forcing Guanzhou into a corner, kneel and bow 3 times, and this matter will be overlooked. Guanzhou, frustrated, wanted to charge at him, but Qing Xian interrupted, there's no need to make this situation so awkward. Lin Jiyuan glared coldly at Qing Xian and Guanzhou, it's fine if you don't kneel, in the future, your sect's divine weapon will have nothing to do with me. Do not expect me to pass on any technique for the refined qi matter of your sect. Seeing the situation getting more and more tense, Qi Lan raised his hand to speak, I ask to kneel in your place. Before he could act, Guanzhou had already pushed Qi Lan aside, this matter does not concern you. Guanzhou stepped forward with a sad expression, forget it, my personality has always caused a lot of trouble for the sect, let this be a lesson. Just as he was about to kneel, a stream of spiritual energy from someone prevented Guanzhou's legs from moving. Guanzhou elder, while I always think of the sect's benefits first in everything I do, there are some matters that cannot be measured by benefits. You should remember, Qin Yun of the Qin Yun sect is Qin Yun in the spirit of being poor yet ambitious, never falling from the azure clouds. These words touched Guanzhou so much that tears welled up in his eyes, but before he could feel moved for long, Qing Xian splashed cold water on him. The sect's losses will be deducted from your salary. No, it is better if you let me kneel. Seeing himself being ignored, Lin Jiyuan frowned and spoke, all right, so many people kneel and bow their heads begging me to take action but still cannot. I hope that even when your disciples are unarmed, they can still maintain such spirit. At this moment, there was a disturbance by Xing Ye's cauldron, drawing the attention of everyone present. Xing Yi was sweating and lamenting, "Ah, the underground fire is indeed difficult to control." Qilon stepped forward and asked him, "What are you doing?" Xing Yi glanced over at him and replied, "Isn't the competition for refining the divine weapon still ongoing? I still want to give it a try." "Don't be reckless, Senior Lin has refined 11 black-level high-grade divine weapons. He is not a senior at all, just an old man with a bit of skill." Qingli and the old man Lin Ji Yuan were extremely angered by this, calling him a foolish little guy who was indeed arrogant. Both of them simultaneously attacked Xing Yi. Qing Xian quickly raised a barrier to protect Xing Yi, but couldn't block Lin Ji Yuan's strike. Qing Xian's eyes widened as he saw Lin Ji Yuan's attack pierce through the shield. "It's over, it's a divine consciousness attack." Lin Ji Yuan's divine consciousness beam shot straight into Xing Ye's forehead, leaving him dazed. As he penetrated into Xing Ye's divine consciousness, he was very pleased with himself, thinking, "Damn little guy, I'm going to shatter your consciousness." But he could not have imagined that Xing Ye's divine soul was 100 times larger than his. A single strike crushed his divine consciousness, and he was swallowed by the divine soul, causing him internal injuries that made him spit out a mouthful of blood. Qingli, seeing this, anxiously rushed over to ask, "Lin, old man, what's wrong with you?" "No, I'm fine." Looking at Xing Yi, who was still talking to Qing Xian, he broke out in a cold sweat, secretly thinking, "What kind of monster is this little guy? How did the consciousness of a mere refined Qi stage become like a demon?" Qing Xian turned to look at the two of them. "Li Sect Master, Lin Ji Yuan, my sect's disciple is participating in the competition. If you continue to disturb him, then forget about the mineral vein distribution." Qingli heard this and disdainfully replied, "Qing Xian, what are you joking about? Asking him to compete with Lin, old man?" Lin Ji Yuan snorted coldly, turned around, and walked away. "If he wants to humiliate himself, that's fine. Li Sect Master, use a reflection stone to record it so that people in the world can enjoy their joke later." Over here, Qilon approached Xing Yi and asked, "What kind of divine weapon do you intend to refine?" "The best weapon among the 7 major weapons." Lin Ji Yuan heard the name and scoffed loudly, "Haha, pretenders, I've been walking this path of energy for 800 years, and I've never heard of 7 great weapons." "Lin, old man, this little guy is crazy, soon we will see him humiliate their sect." Qilon looked into Xing Ye's cauldron and thought to himself, "What kind of divine weapon has so many components like this? It doesn't seem very stable." Xing Yi looked into the cauldron, smiling excitedly. "Alright, the foundation is done." "Wait a minute, little friend, there are still many impurities in the iron ore. What you used is merely the earthly fire that the Qi cauldron originally had, you need to refine it at least 10 times. I'm only making one divine weapon, and it takes more time than that old man, winning wouldn't be glorious." The old man was infuriated by the remarks, and Cheng Yen behind him reassured, "Lin, old man, calm down. They just want me to kill that little guy and keep the mineral vein." Meanwhile, Xing Yi was focusing completely on his cauldron. Xian Yun stood by, thinking to himself, "We're at the final step, carving the inscription." Carving the inscription is the hardest part in refining Qi. It can facilitate the smooth operation of the spiritual energy divine weapon. The mobilization of spiritual weapons relies on the final step of engraving characters to unleash their powerful might. There are many types of engraving techniques, and there are numerous combination methods as well. However, even the slightest mistake can significantly reduce the quality of the divine weapon. Normally, an enlarged engraving is applied all over the cauldron, which is then gradually enveloped by divine consciousness to shrink down, and finally engraved onto the divine weapon within the cauldron. At this point, the girl's eyes widened, and she broke out in a cold sweat. Junior brother is so confident, does he have some kind of supreme engraving technique? But she had to remain silent when she saw Xing Yi engraving the 6 characters high-quality Yunnan. Qilon was also left speechless. "What the hell are you doing? What's wrong?" Elder Bald said that I had to engrave characters in the end. "Engrave what characters?" "You're engraving a blacksmith's name. Isn't engraving just writing characters?" Seeing this, Cheng Yan doubled over with laughter. Haha, I'm going to die. This is just too ridiculous, what a waste of time. But they had no idea that Xingyi was using the system to intervene in the divine weapon. While refining and clicking on the system, Xingye's cauldron emitted light, causing Qian Yun and Qi Lan to stare in astonishment at the blinding light. Qi Lan was sweating profusely. How can this be? I carved the wrong characters, so why does it also have the power of Qi oscillation? No, it doesn't really resemble the oscillation of Qi. I can't sense the level of the divine weapon. After the blinding light, Xingyi took out a folding chair. Old man, where are you going? Planning to give up your rights? Qian Yun's eyes were dark, unable to believe what was happening, so it was just a chair. Hearing Xingyi call him, he snorted coldly, are you trying to humiliate yourself? With that, he controlled a divine weapon to attack Xingyi, but his divine weapon was broken in half by Xingyi using the chair. He, along with Qin Xian and Chengli, was astonished by the scene before them. Qi Lan picked up the divine weapon, disbelieving the reality. Wait, how can this be? A single strike broke a black-level high-grade divine weapon. Does that mean it's considered a win? Looking at the chair in Xing Ye's hand, Qi Lan wanted to doubt life. Is this chair earth level? Guan Zhou ran over to grab Xing Yi and shook him continuously. Why is it a chair? Little guy, if you can break a black-level high-grade, you must at least be earth level. A divine weapon master uses only a black-level high-grade, yet you manage to refine an earth-level chair. What a waste of heaven's resources. Cheng Yan opened his mouth in disbelief. He's cheating. Even if it's a divine weapon of a higher level, the one controlling it is Lin Old Man at the nascent soul stage. There's no way it could be broken. Cheng Li explained to him, this is a divine weapon contest, not a martial arts competition. The rule is that one can use spiritual energy of the lowest limit to control the divine weapon. Feeling frustrated, he pointed at Xingyi. How could a guy like that possibly refine an earth-level divine weapon? Xingyi turned to him and said, remember to shave your head bald, which made him so angry he almost coughed up blood. Suddenly, Lin Ji Yuan laughed loudly, haha, I didn't expect the Qingyun sect to have a master like you, a qi refining pig-eating tigers, guarding it. Qin Xian master put on a great show just to make me let my guard down. Qin Xian's face darkened, and he raised his hand to deny it. No, no, that's not true. Lin Ji Yuan shouted angrily, little guy, don't be too complacent. I still have one more hour to refine qi. Saying this, he enveloped all his divine weapons with spiritual energy and then gathered them into one of his own flames. The elders of the Qingyun sect were astonished. Does Lin Senior intend to refine the remaining 10 high-grade black-level divine weapons into one? But doing so will erase the engravings of the divine weapons. He raised his hand to form a seal, beads of sweat pouring from his forehead as he used the blood-burning technique. Qi Lan observed and began to sweat as well. Is this the secret technique of burning fresh blood to enhance divine consciousness? This will cause irreversible damage to the body and even affect lifespan and foundation. Which divine being has this new disciple of the sect come from, to force Lin Old Man into such a situation? Watching the 10 divine weapons gradually liquefy and merge, everyone's mouth fell open. Heavens, he can actually strip the engravings off the divine weapons to refine them again. This requires enormous divine consciousness and precise control. With both hands pressed firmly together, he shouted, and from the divine weapons, a golden light flashed, illuminating the entire room. Looking at that light, Qi Lan's face lost all color. Is this the pressure of a star formation? The light gradually dimmed, revealing a divine weapon of high-grade earth level. He was extremely pleased with himself. Haha, little guy, I really have to thank you. If you hadn't stirred up my fighting spirit, I wouldn't have been able to forge the first high-grade divine weapon of earth level in my life. Seeing Xingyi still in shock, he continued disdainfully, what now? Are you still arrogant? Do you know what it means when I say there are mountains higher than mountains? As he kept rambling, Xingyi smashed the old man's divine weapon with a chair. Old man, you are too loud. Looking at the divine weapon he had just forged being shattered, the old man stood frozen for several seconds. The shock came too quickly for the man over 800 years old, causing him to faint right on the spot. Meanwhile, Cheng Yan was yelling loudly, this is unbelievable. A high-grade Earth-level divine weapon shattered in one hit, could that chair really be of heaven level? At that moment, the chair in Xing Ye's hand also began to show cracks. The broken chair was also the moment Xing Yi fainted and fell to the ground. Qin Xian and the elders worriedly approached to check on him. His divine soul is severely damaged, no longer complete. After a while, the old man Lin Ji Yuan regained consciousness and spoke, "I see, no wonder his divine soul is so special. He has used the long-lost method of refining Qi soul imprint." What? The method of refining Qi soul imprint? This divine sect is focused on refining their own divine soul into a divine weapon, replacing the imprint and specifically targeting the divine weapon's imprint of the opponent. Once the imprint of the divine weapon is damaged, no matter how high the quality of the divine weapon is, it won't withstand a single blow. However, using this method to destroy the opponent's weapon will also shatter the user's divine soul. Originally, this refining Qi method requires an extraordinarily rare divine soul physique that has not been seen in 1,000 years. Every time a divine weapon is crafted, using it to destroy the opponent's divine weapon means sacrificing the divine soul of the one who forged it. You lose more than you gain, so this method has gradually fallen into obscurity. Gu Fei, who was listening from behind, couldn't help but exclaim, "What a clever plot." He knows that our Wangxiang sect only has one Qi refining master, Lin Old Man, so he doesn't hesitate to sacrifice himself to provoke Lin Old Man. Old Man Lin has used a significant amount of his divine soul, so he is currently unable to refine Qi. Yet you still have 5 Qi refining materials left. Guan Zhou snorted coldly as he looked at them. Who told you to be so confident, bringing only 1 Qi refining material here? At this moment, Lin Ji Yuan no longer had his previous disdainful demeanor but accepted the outcome. Alright, we lost and must take responsibility, let's just give you 10 wins and 1 draw. Qingli wanted to speak up upon hearing this but was interrupted by the old man. What's wrong? They sacrificed a special divine soul to win this match. As he said this, he smiled sinisterly. This divine soul, if properly cultivated, would definitely surpass even me in Qi refining, but unfortunately, there are people who are just so shallow. As soon as he finished speaking, a teleportation door appeared nearby, revealing that Qin Xian wanted to drive them away. You may leave comfortably, there's no need for a send-off. Before leaving, Gu Fei added, then we won't bother you anymore, tomorrow we will come to transfer the mineral vein. With that, the group from Wangxiang sect departed, while Qin Xian and the elders were worried about Xing Yi. Seeing Xing Yi unconscious on the ground, Qin Xian sadly spoke up, "Foolish, truly foolish, I never expected the little friend to be a divine soul of a different origin. Why does he let the loss of a mineral vein affect his entire future potential?" Suddenly, Xing Yi sat up, startling everyone. Huh? Why is he awake all of a sudden? Watching Xing Yi walk and sing, Qin Xian said to Guan Zhou, "The divine soul is no longer intact, he has become a fool now. Is there no way to cure him?" Qin Xian turned and walked towards the teleportation door. Pill peak level can cure a divine soul, even if we sell the entire sect, we still can't afford it. Lu disciple, take him back to rest. He has become like this for the sect, and even if he cannot be cured, we cannot treat the little friend unfairly. Transitioning to the bathroom of Zhengyang Peak, Xing Yi was now soaking in the bathtub, his gaze blank and a silly smile on his face, as if he had just inhaled dog glue. Xiao Wan pointed at Xing Yi and said to Qian Yun, "Senior sister, find a male disciple to give him a bath. He is a corpse, it's not something you don't know." After hearing this, she picked up a towel and angrily walked towards Xing Yi. "So I can't let the senior sister get her hands dirty." Holding a towel in her hand, she stood in front of Xing Yi for a long time. Unable to bear it, she turned and ran outside. I can't, my eyes are dirty, I have to go wash them." After Xiao Wan left, Qian Yun glanced at Xing Yi and spoke up. "Now that I'm alone, how much longer does the junior brother want to pretend?" But Xing Yi was still acting foolishly, mumbling to himself. Suddenly, Qian Yun let the towel drop from her body, standing naked in front of Xing Yi. Seeing this, Xing Yi quickly shut his eyes and shouted, hey, I like it very much, I mean, that's not what I meant. When you all were changing clothes for me, I regained consciousness. If I don't pretend, it would be too awkward. Xingyi peeked at Qian Yun in front of him. Senior sister, hurry up and put your clothes on, be careful not to catch a cold. But looking again, he saw that she still had another layer of clothing, which disappointed Xingyi. Senior sister, why are you deceiving me? I never said I wasn't wearing anything underneath. The boy put on a serious face and questioned Qian Yun. So if I keep pretending, how will the senior sister respond? She took out a knife and held it in her hand, looking at Xingyi with a menacing expression. I will take off this outfit too, and if the junior brother reacts inappropriately, I will lose a junior brother and gain a junior sister. After saying that, she turned and walked away. Put your clothes back on, I'll wait for you outside. As soon as she left, the system appeared. Quick, put on that collar, the demon sword spirit can't absorb any more, and evil energy is leaking out. The spirit sword had absorbed so much demon energy that its cheeks were puffed up. It has been a long time since I've had pure evil energy like this, brother. I am tens of thousands of years older than you, so just call me Ling brother. What is going on? Why did I suddenly faint? The system appeared with an explanation. This is all because of you wanting to merge all the divine weapons in the storage ring of that evil cultivator into your shabby chair. What do you mean by shabby chair? That is called respect, it's the top weapon among the 7 major weapons. Exactly because the quality of your chair is so mixed that even the system's function to merge high-level divine weapons could only barely result in an earth-level low-grade. Xingyi then turned to look at the demon sword spirit. I remember now. After breaking the divine weapon of black level, in order to counter the high-grade earth-level sword, I had no choice but to merge the demon sword spirit into it. This caused the chair to overheat. Just when the chair was about to break, I recklessly slammed it onto that sword, and then everything went dark. The system continued to explain, that's right, when you slammed it onto that sword, your chair should have shattered. But your subconscious summoned the demon sword spirit, which is 52% of your divine soul, enveloping the chair. This means you used your divine soul to deal with that high-grade earth-level sword. Xingyi was shocked and gasped, what? Aren't those divine souls split from me? That's true, but this part of your divine soul still maintains a connection with the main body. When that old man in the nascent soul stage invaded your consciousness, your divine soul summoned the power of the demon sword spirit. Just like the demon sword spirit was harmed when countering the divine weapon, it also used your divine soul to compensate for the loss. Upon hearing this, Xingyi broke out in a cold sweat, so this spirit sword cannot be used carelessly, otherwise, while I'm fighting, I might suddenly turn into an idiot. Bro, as long as you only use this divine soul of mine, it's fine. Hearing the spirit sword say that, Xingyi asked the system, is it really fine? Indeed. It will just emit demon energy, making you an enemy of the righteous cultivators, the spirit sword said proudly. I will lead you into the demon path, there's great potential in that. No need. We'll talk about it when I turn to the dark side someday. The system continued to notify him, although this spirit sword cannot be used on divine weapons, before resolving the demon pill issue that triggers the tribulation, it can be refined into the host's spiritual roots for the time being. Outside, Qian Yun had waited for a while and then called out, Junior brother, are you not done yet? Ah, I'm coming right now. Stepping out and asking Qian Yun, Xingyi said, by the way, senior sister, how did you know I was pretending to be foolish? When I was outside, I noticed that your divine soul was completely gone, but it seemed to have recovered after that, right? So what happened when I passed out? How was the competition result counted? Qian Yun took out a piece of reflection stone for Xingyi to see. I used the reflection stone to record it, you can take a look for yourself. After watching, Xingyi forced a smile, thinking to himself. Sure, I was still thinking about how to explain it, when this old man gave me a method to refine the Qi soul imprint. Thank you for your help. Qian Yun asked Xingyi, do you have any plans for the future, junior brother? The higher-ups of the sect value me too much, which puts a lot of pressure on me. Moreover, if the Wangxiang sect finds out that I have recovered, they will definitely cause trouble because of their resentment. It's best for me to maintain my current state of a cheerful fool. What if the master comes to check your divine soul? Xingyi raised his thumb with a confident expression. Don't worry, I have a way to avoid being detected. It turns out that Xingye's method is to rely on the help of the spirit sword to deceive the master, rendering it powerless. Xingyi spread his arms and said to her, that's right, anyway, the troublesome Wong Deng issue has been resolved. Senior sister, how about you tell the sect to let me go out for a trip to recover? Getting a free trip approved by the sect would be fantastic, right? I was just about to mention that. Senior sister, do you want to join me on this trip? No, I meant the Wong Deng situation, 4 days ago when you were still unconscious. He and Elder Wang Ju have both been harmed. Xingyi was extremely shocked upon hearing this. What? Weren't they imprisoned in the heavenly prison? How could they be harmed? Qian Yun also explained the reason for their deaths to Xingyi. They have been infected with the death poison insect just like Lu Qing. Someone from afar controlled the goo insect and killed them. Who did this in the end? Unknown, the sect's higher-ups have investigated already. Both the law enforcement hall and those closely connected with Wong Deng are key suspects. Xingyi stroked his chin in thought. But I used the goo insect to speak the truth to ask Wong Deng before. There shouldn't have been any accomplices. Qian Yun also expressed his own speculation. Perhaps the way junior brother asked the question back then, you asked when he colluded with the evil cultivators to harm many fellow disciples. But there could be someone who didn't harm fellow disciples but assisted the evil cultivators in other ways. Xingyi scratched his head in annoyance. Damn it, I should have asked him a few questions about the accomplices of those evil cultivators. This can't be blamed on you. Now just leave everything to the high level of the sect. At this point, Xingyi felt somewhat excited. So could it be said that they could talk about traveling for free? But Qian Yun's answer left Xingyi disappointed. Our sect has allied with Wang Xiang's sect, and as the grand senior sister, there are many things I need to address, so I can't leave for now. Xingyi, feeling disheartened, turned around and went back to her room. Busy, always busy, constantly occupied. In the blink of an eye, it was evening, and the light in Xingyi's room was still on. At this moment, Xingyi was focused on reading the secret manual on Qi spiritual roots. While reading, Xingyi pondered. So that's how it is, a divine weapon can be transformed into a pseudo-spiritual weapon through this divine sect, and then absorbed by one's own spiritual roots to enhance the attribute weight. For example, with dual spiritual roots of fire and earth, when breaking through levels, it is best to find a place with a strong presence of fire and earth spiritual weapons, with proportions similar to one's own fire-earth spiritual roots. If the difference is too great, a soul absorption formation can be used to balance things out, but if the difference is too large, the soul absorption formation cannot evenly distribute. At this point, one can use Qi spiritual roots. If refining a divine weapon with fire attributes, it can increase the weight of one's own fire spiritual roots. Then combined with soul absorption formation, the goal of equal distribution can be achieved. The system displayed a notification, making Xingyi feel disappointed. But the authority gained in this way can't be maintained for long, it will quickly disappear. So what use is it to me? But the next notification surprised Xingyi, causing his eyes to widen. No, it is precisely because of the host's unique characteristics that Qi's spiritual roots can exert supernormal effects on the host. Hearing this, Xingyi glanced down at the book. What does it mean to exert supernormal effects in my case? This secret book only explains how to refine a divine weapon into a fake spiritual weapon for the spiritual roots to absorb. It doesn't mention anything about a real spiritual weapon. The conditions for producing a spiritual weapon are very strict. All spiritual weapons exist from heaven level and above, unlike some foolish person using them for spiritual roots. So why are you making me that foolish person? The host is different. Right now you severely lack the ability to protect yourself. Without spiritual roots, you cannot absorb spiritual weapons, cannot cultivate skills, and will forever be stuck at the 5th level of refining Qi. Although you won't die, if a high-ranking monk discovers your secret, you will wish you were dead. Then I have to refine him. How long can the spiritual roots last? Hearing this, the spiritual weapon stared blankly at Xingyi and said, Brother, I am a demon sword spirit. If you take me as your spiritual roots, do you want to become a demon cultivator? Seeing the possibility of becoming a demon cultivator, Xingyi sighed with frustration. The system then appeared, you only need to refine 52% of the part within his body. Based on previous experience, the divine soul of the host can maintain contact with the original divine soul regardless of how it changes form. Although the host's divine soul will turn into chi and the spiritual roots will disappear, through calculations, the recovery speed is much faster than the disappearance rate. Awesome, this is indeed a way that only I can use. At this moment, the spirit sword also spoke to Xingyi, brother, where is the jade pendant that contains Gij? If you separate your entire divine soul, Gij will fall into a deep sleep. Let me back into the jade pendant. Xingyi also took out the jade pendant and held it in his hand. It seems your main body has sensed something. Since you left, there have been no more messages sent here. But there is no need to worry, after you fall into a deep sleep, I will use the old method to make it up to you. Saying that, Xingyi also handed the jade pendant to the spirit sword. But to his surprise, the spirit sword crushed the jade pendant, shocking Xingyi. Seeing the spirit sword's actions, Xingyi voiced his confusion. What are you doing? The spirit sword glanced at Xingyi. Brother, even though you are making it up to me, I still feel like my mind is in chaos, like I am not myself. You have such abilities, why not help your elder brother a bit and free the remaining part of my divine soul that is sealed in the demon sword? What do you say? As he was speaking, Xingyi snapped his fingers, causing the spirit sword to fall silent. Good night, spirit, Xingyi said. The spirit sword was furious, growing large as if to swallow Xingyi. Why? Why can you still control me? Xingyi did not respond, instead, he controlled his divine soul to refine the spirit sword. The spirit sword, unwilling to be refined this way, kept screaming. A few minutes later, the spirit sword was completely refined and fell into a deep sleep. Looking at the spirit sword and divine soul before him, Xingyi said, Don't think that I didn't notice, you have always been secretly assimilating my divine soul. But unfortunately, my divine soul is a bit special. The part that you have assimilated can be easily restored. I am not doing so because I want to see what you intend to do. The system then displayed a question to Xingyi, when does the host intend to refine the Qi spiritual roots? Right now, to avoid long and restless nights. Scene shift to the conference room of the Wangxiang sect, where Chengli and several elders are meeting. Chengli gestures toward Lin Jiyuan, this time, with Lin Old Man's return from his travels, the influence of our Wangxiang sect will surely rise to a new level. An elder sitting opposite him spoke up, whether we can rise to a new level, we'll only know later. But I heard your master went to Qingyun sect today to hand over our 5 mineral veins. Does that mean Qi Pavilion can be dissolved? He is the Grand Elder of Qi Pavilion, Zhuo Fu, at the peak of Golden Elixir. Ji Yuan looked at him and replied, Zhuo Fu, are you blaming me? You have seen the recorded footage of the refining Qi competition. If it were you, could you defeat the refined Qi soul imprint? I cannot win. But at that moment, to be sure, we will choose 10 elder refined Qi from our sect to accompany you to Qingyun sect. I don't know who confidently said that just one person would be enough. Seeing the situation getting more tense, Chengli interjected, all right, the 2 elders should stop arguing. Even though our sect has to compensate for all the mineral veins this time, the agreement clearly states that they need to take responsibility for the amount of refined Qi from our sect. Zhuo Fu glanced at Chengli, but we also need to fulfill the mission for Qingyun sect, working for them. Gu Fei then spoke up, haha, we can definitely complete the mission, but when the time comes, if they can't provide enough divine weapons, they will have to pay spirit stones double the value of the divine weapons. With the declining strength of Qingyun sect, they won't be able to forge divine weapons for our cultivators. At that point, they will demand that we reclaim the mineral veins or requisition our refined Qi materials, and the authority will return to us. Old Ji Yuan thought of Xingyi being crippled and smiled smugly. Moreover, they will have to pay the price of a divine soul disciple who can use refined Qi soul imprint. The divine soul of a different species only needs a little effort in training to stand at the peak of the Qi path. If he were still around, the Qingyun sect could easily swallow a dozen mineral veins. Unfortunately, he has been destroyed by me, turning into a fool, ha ha ha. Zhuo Fu, if you were to bring yourself and 10 others along, that little guy would not dare to risk his life against me using the refined chi soul imprint. By then, we would win the mineral vein, but allow that little guy to grow. In less than 10 years, just based on this chi path alone, the Qin-Yun sect could suppress us to the point where we couldn't even breathe. Gu Fei looked at Ji Yuan and laughed loudly, ha ha ha, this time Lin Old Man Sr. has truly seen far ahead, helping our sect address a hidden danger. I am not as short-sighted as some people who only focus on immediate interests. At this moment, a disciple came in to report something to Gu Fei, shocking him. Cheng Li, who was sitting above, questioned, what happened? Elder Zhu, Master, our people in the Qin-Yun sect have sent news, saying someone has broken through the sword intent, leading to a strange phenomenon in heaven and earth. What? Lin Ji Yuan also had to speak up upon hearing this. Breaking through the realm of sword intent is much more difficult than breaking through the cultivation level. It can also lead to unusual phenomena in heaven and earth. Could it be that Qin Wu Ji has exited? Gu Fei took out the reflection stone and held it in his hand. Here is the reflection stone that he sent, just look to see. Looking at the projection from the reflection stone, the elders were extremely surprised. Oh my, the sword intent has taken form, this is not Qin Wu Ji. He is too young. Why haven't we heard of a sword Dao genius like this from Qin-Yun sect? Lin Ji Yuan, looking at the scene before him, was also sweating profusely. The blood vessels in his eyes bulged with astonishment. What? How is this possible? Looking closely inside, he saw the image of Xing Yi and shouted out loud. Why is it this little guy? Meanwhile, on Zhengyang Peak of Qin-Yun sect, Xing Yi was comprehending sword intent. At the same time, the system also added 968 points of magical powers. However, Xing Yi was currently in a state of panic. Why is it causing such a big disturbance when merging Qi spiritual roots, you damn system? The system explained, no one has ever used a true spiritual weapon to merge with spiritual roots. What the host used is a spirit sword transformed by your divine soul. This may be the most perfect fusion since the invention of Qi spiritual roots, leading to a phenomenon of heaven and earth, which is also quite normal. Damn it, can't you at least give me a heads up first? This phenomenon drew the master and the elders of the Qin-Yun sect to observe. Heaven and earth phenomenon, sword intent taking form, this is an existence that only appears in ancient skill instruction books. What level of sword Dao is this? Looking at Xing Yi before him, Qin Xian laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, little friend, this is breaking down and rebuilding, heaven is protecting our Qin-Yun sect. Qian Yun was helpless at this scene. Junior brother said he was pretending to be foolish, have you really gotten addicted to boasting? On this side, Zhuo Fu stood up, pointing and shouting loudly. Isn't this little guy competing with you? Lin Ji Yuan, explain to me, how could an idiot break through sword intent? Cheng Li was also confused. At that time, only the master of Qin-Yun sect came to check, said his divine soul was severely injured, and we couldn't confirm it. Turning off the projection of the crystal, Gu Fei sighed. We've been deceived. Qin Xian used the story of a genius disciple who lost his ability to make us hand over the mineral vein outright. They were still acting all along. Zhuo Fu looked at the old man Ji Yuan and questioned, handing over all the mineral veins to that talented Qi refiner, Lin Ji Yuan, is this what you call foresight? Damn you! Struck by Zhuo Fu's criticism, the old man spat blood. Gu Fei nearby quickly ran over to support him, his eyes bloodshot and his whole body trembling with anger. He gritted his teeth and said, that damned little beast, I will definitely make you and the Qin-Yun sect pay for this. Transitioning to the estate of the inside sect Wang Xiang sect, Cheng Xian, Cheng Li's daughter, opened the door and entered, asking, Gage, what are you doing? She looked at Cheng Yan, who was shaving his head, and couldn't help but wonder, why are you shaving your head? I lost a bet to someone, Cheng Yan replied. I see, I remember you said you would only bet with someone weaker than you. If you lost, you could just beat them up, she teased. Cheng Yan coughed a few times and explained, he is weaker than me, but I admire him greatly because he is willing to sacrifice his life to protect what he values. Consider this as using my hair to honor a worthy opponent. Gij, the elder brother said, you're not the one who used the soul imprint to refine Qi to defeat Lin Old Man from the Qingyun sect, are you? Cheng Yen shrugged and replied that was him. His divine soul was shattered, turning him into an idiot. Really? But I just heard that guy pretending was to trick father and Lin Master into revealing the mineral vein straightforwardly. Hearing this, Cheng Yan's mouth dropped open in shock, rushing in front of Cheng Xian. What? Who did you hear that from? She replied with a bewildered expression, Zhu Deacon. Moreover, Zhu Deacon also said he was a once-in-a-thousand-years genius of sword Dao, just broke through sword intent, leading to strange phenomena in heaven and earth. Lin Old Man found out about this and nearly spat blood on the spot. After hearing this, Cheng Yan's entire being fell back, eyes rolling back white, mouth frothing at the corners due to Xing Ye's trickery turning him into a monk. At this moment, Gu Fei stepped forward and called the lady, Sect Master is looking for you. Cheng Xian pointed at my Gij Cheng Yen. He put on a friendly face, smiling like a puppy. It's nothing, young Sect Master must be used to it by now. Turning to Cheng Li, he was standing there admiring the lotus flowers. Cheng Xian walked to the back and spoke up, Father, did Deacon Zhu say you were looking for me? He turned his head to look at his daughter, Xian heir, something has happened to Wong Deng. According to Qin Xian, his grandfather brought him out for training, and they encountered those evil cultivators. Although they managed to kill the evil cultivators, both of them fell victim to his witchcraft and lost their lives. Upon hearing this, she became expressionless and asked her father, have you confirmed the bodies of those three? I have confirmed it. At this moment, she began to shed tears. Is it really true? Seeing this, Cheng Li continued, the master doesn't know how deep your feelings for Wong Deng were. She wiped away her tears and said, Father, is there nothing else you need from me? Although Wong Deng is dead, to ensure the stability of our alliance with the Qingyun sect, I have chosen a more suitable person for you. Seeing that she remained silent, he felt a bit puzzled. Aren't you going to ask who it is? She sadly replied to her father, I will follow your arrangements. Seeing his daughter like this, he said nothing more. All right, you may leave. After Cheng Xian went outside, Gu Fei also entered. As soon as he stepped in, Gu Fei spoke up, Sect Master, what did the lady say? The girl agreed without caring who the target is. After the events of 10 years ago, she seems to have lost her soul. He turned to look at Gu Fei. Zhu Deacon, if Xian heir has agreed, then you can outline the next plan. I do not see it as a wise move to offend Lin Ji Yuan for that little guy. Gu Fei also shared his plan. The old man Lin owes the former sect master a favor, which is why he agreed to be an elder of Wang Xiang's sect for 12 years. In about 2 years, that term will be up. And that genius with sword Dao and Qi Dao named Xingyi from Qingyun sect has limitless potential. Moreover, I have investigated and found that he just joined Qingyun sect half a month ago and has not developed any deep emotional ties. Furthermore, he has talent, but his intelligence is not very high. How can this be proven? If he is intelligent enough, he will choose to play the fool, quietly cultivate within Qingyun sect, and increase his strength. Qin Xian must have mentioned this to him as well. But it was evident that he did not listen to Qin Xian's advice, did not close the door to seclusion, and directly broke through the sword intent in front of the public. It was merely youthful arrogance, unable to control himself, wanting to show Lin Old Man that he had been joking with him, taking revenge for the slap from his master Guanzhou. As he thought of this, he wore a sinister smile. This kind of fool with no cunning is the easiest to control. Returning to Qingyun sect, after the breakthrough, Xing Ye's roof had a large hole in it. Qian Yun crossed her arms over her chest and confronted Xing Yi, junior brother, I need an explanation. Xing Yi clasped his hands together, sitting on the chair, striking a cool pose. No more pretending, let's reveal the cards. Actually, I am a sword Dao master. Upon hearing this, Qian Yun's eyes widened in surprise, thinking to herself, junior brother really has never used a weapon, could it be that not using a sword means not having to kill? Breaking off her thoughts, she walked step by step toward Xingyi, enticing him, let's have a spar with our sword techniques, what do you say? I would love to, but I don't have a sword. From her storage ring, Qian Yun took out a sword and threw it toward Xingyi, then use mine. He also reached out to grab the sword, but instead of the hilt, it was the blade, watching the blood splatter everywhere. Qian Yun was left speechless. Xing Yi bent down to pick up the sword, claiming, I haven't used a sword in a long time, so my technique is a bit rusty. Holding the sword, Xing Yi displayed a confident expression, now I will show you how to merge your realm with the sword. But before he could look cool for 3 seconds, Qian Yun knocked the sword out of his hand. At this moment, Qian Yun could only say the words, useless person. Xing Yi was continuously shouting at the system, what's going on? Didn't I just break through into sword intent? Why do I feel nothing when holding the sword? This may be because the host has not learned any sword formula yet. Upon hearing this, he turned to Qian Yun, senior sister, I am currently the highest hardware level, but I haven't installed any software, so can you give me the most basic sword formula? Qian Yun didn't understand what was happening but handed over a copy of the Qin Yun sword formula. This is the Qin Yun sword formula. Although it's the most basic, it will still take about 3 years to grasp the fundamentals. Alright, let me take a look at it. Like a photocopier, Xing Yi flipped through the book so quickly that Qian Yun began to doubt life. As he glanced at the sword formula, Xing Yi thought, so powerful, is this the breakthrough sword intent? I can grasp this sword formula completely just by skimming through it, as if I had read it before but simply forgot. About 30 seconds later, he closed the sword formula. Senior sister, I'm done. Then he picked up the sword and assumed a stance, saying to her, Senior sister, go ahead and make your move. Qian Yun's eyes widened as she thought, this aura is completely different from before, and it hasn't even been a minute. It makes sense, after all, junior brother has too many things about him that others can't fathom. She gripped the sword tightly and attacked Xing Yi. Let's see how surprised you can make me this time. But she didn't expect Xing Yi to roll over her body, watching with keen eyes. Qian Yun was left slack-jawed at this action, turning to swing her sword, but Xing Yi dodged like a cotton ball. Next, Xing Yi used the Iron Head skill to charge straight into Qian Yun's back, causing her to scream out. Qian Yun jabbed at him continuously with her sword, but he blocked with his head. Qian Yun's expression darkened as she pulled her sword back. Junior brother, what are you doing? Xing Yi, holding his bleeding head, replied, I don't know. When I used the Qin Yun sword formula, it turned out like this. Suddenly, a system message appeared, surprising Xing Yi. The system knows that the host's sword intent breakthrough is not at the level of a human but at the level of a sword. What the hell are you talking about? Your corpse body was originally a magic weapon, and then you developed spiritual roots from the spirit sword that perfectly matched you, which allowed you to become sword intent, soaring up into the sky as a result of the extraordinary swordsman's storm, leading to this phenomenon. Damn you, you worthless system. After hearing everything from Xing Yi, Qian Yun felt like his ears were ringing. What? You didn't just break through to sword intent, you've trained yourself into a sword. That's one way to understand it. So you mean, junior brother, when you use the sword control, you're riding on yourself? Stop talking, just leave me alone. In his heart, Xing Yi envisioned a sword Dao master full of charisma, but in reality, he was a great human-shaped sword banging his head against the wall. At this moment, Qian Yun also spoke up. Junior brother, you shouldn't resist my spiritual weapon. What are you trying to do? Without bothering to explain, she decisively used the flying sword technique. Thus, Qian Yun soared into the dark night while standing on Xing Yi. This scene was accidentally witnessed by Xiao Wan as she went to the bathroom at night. Thinking she was seeing things, she turned back to her room. Hurry up and go to sleep, if you don't get enough rest, you'll start seeing illusions. At this moment, Xing Yi resembled a humanoid jet, slowly landing with arms extended, turning his wrist forward to block the wind and reduce speed gradually. His other legs positioned for landing, he rubbed his feet against the ground to lessen the impact, ensuring a safe touchdown. Xing Yi clutched his head and screamed, this is just too strange. Qian Yun behind him was thoroughly amused. I didn't expect it to be so unusual, I've never used a flying sword so smoothly before. The feeling of controlling junior brother is also quite satisfying, making one want to continue. Senior sister, please don't say things that cause misunderstandings. This way, it will be more convenient. In the future, we won't need to use the flying sword, sleeping bags, or multi-weight flying swords anymore. I can't agree if senior sister gets used to this position. In the future, she will always demand more. What should I do? As soon as the words ended, Qian Yun took out a knife, causing Xing Yi to break out in a cold sweat. Oh dear, I was just joking. The two stood on the mountain, looking toward the Qin Yin sect. I caused such a commotion, why hasn't the higher-ups of the sect come to look for me? The master instructed me to keep an eye on you and then went to an emergency meeting. Seeing that Xing Yi was puzzled, she explained. This time, you caused too much of a stir, the formation can't be completely cut off. It's estimated that news of the Qin Yun sect having a once-in-a-thousand-years sword Dao talent will quickly spread throughout the entire Zhonglan kingdom. Isn't that good? It will boost the morale of our sect. If you were just an ordinary genius, it would only make other sects envious. But you are a seed destined to become an extraordinary powerhouse. Once you mature, you will make the sect you belong to soar, putting the Qin Yun sect, currently facing hardships, under immense pressure. After hearing this, Xing Yi felt a bit scared. The thing is, I am not a seed destined to become an extraordinary powerhouse. Qian Yun helplessly held her head in her hands. That's right, if it was a sword chi shooting straight into the sky, causing a phenomenon, that would be quite normal. But you are a person, and it is not good for people to cause a phenomenon about a sword. Or it could be said that it is something unimaginable. Now, everyone thinks you are an extraordinary sword Dao genius. You can't explain it either, you can only tacitly accept it. Oh dear, that's quite troublesome, isn't it? Saying that, she turned around and walked away. Just go and rest for now. Tonight, after the high-level meeting, there should definitely be arrangements for tomorrow. The next day, Qian Yun asked her master and his master, is this how everyone discusses? To have junior brother marry into the Wang Xiang sect in place of Wong Deng. Qing Xian looked at her and said, this is the idea proposed by the Li sect master, and of course, we must also consider the opinion of little friend Xing Yi. Xing Yi scratched his head and smiled foolishly. Wang Deng's senior brother just passed away, it's not very appropriate for this matter. Hearing this, Qingli spoke up, disciple doesn't need to take it to heart. Xin heir has no feelings for Wang Deng. To put it bluntly, the engagement between the two is merely to strengthen the alliance. But yesterday, Xin heir saw the extraordinary demeanor and soaring sword chi of little friend, and she has developed feelings for little friend. Every night he begged this father to set him up with the girl. Looking at her sleeping soundly, Xing Yi thought to himself, is this what they call love at first sight? This girl is dozing off. Qingli tapped her shoulder to wake her up. Xin heir, don't you have something to say to Xing Yi disciple? She stepped in front of Xing Yi, fumbling with something in her dress. Then, she took out a letter and handed it to Xing Yi with a dazed expression. Xing Yi took it, opened it to read, making Qian Yun beside her curious. While sneaking a look, Qian Yun was caught by Qing Xian, leading her to repeatedly deny it. Xing Yi was very surprised by the content of the letter. Qian Yun immediately asked, what is that expression on your face? Xing Yi quickly tucked the letter into his dress. Xin heir is indeed bold, making my face flush and my heart race. Then, Xing Yi happily said to Qingli, leaving Qian Yun astonished, Li sect master, I have misunderstood your daughter's feelings, but we still lack the space for basic understanding. How about we let Xin heir stay temporarily at Qingyang Peak so we have more time to get to know each other, is that okay? Qingli, after listening, glanced at Qing Xian and said, I have no objections to this matter, what about you, Master Qing Xian? It can be done, but the conditions of Qingyang Peak may make it difficult for the gem in your hand. He stepped forward to pet Qing Xian's head. Haha, Master Qing Xian is joking, Xin heir is not as weak as she seems. Before leaving, he added, then let's settle it like this, you two nurture your relationship, and I have matters to attend to back home. As he flew out, he was pursued by Qing Xian and Guan Zhou using the teleportation gate. Li sect master, shouldn't you be handing over the mineral vein today? He glanced at Qing Xian and replied with a smile, there's no rush. Didn't we say from the beginning that on Xin heir's wedding day, our sects would officially form a union? We will take care of it then. If Master Qing Xian wants to hasten the alliance, you should help these two develop their relationship more. With that, he disappeared. Guan Zhou turned to Qing Xian and asked, Master, he sees Xing Ye's potential and wants to use marriage to bring him to his Wang Xiang sect. It's fine, I am confident in Lu disciple. Guan Zhou was incredibly astonished after hearing this. Master, are you really going to let my disciple take action against the daughter of the Li sect master? That can't be allowed. Qing Xian turned and walked into the teleportation gate. No wonder you are nearly 300 years old and still don't have a Dao partner. Hey, what does that have to do with me not having a Dao partner? Returning to the main hall, Qing Xian asked Qing Xian. Xian heir, why are you the only one left here? Where did the others go? The senior sister in white had already left with senior brother Xingyi. Qing Xian was puzzled upon hearing about Qian Yun riding Xingyi. Meanwhile, Qian Yun had ridden Xingyi toward the mountain behind the sect and made a safe landing from the position of Xingyi. Xingyi angrily pointed at Qian Yun and scolded her. Senior sister, I didn't resist your spiritual energy because I was afraid of hurting you, don't go too far. Qian Yun's face darkened as she questioned Xingyi. Are you planning to set up a harem by leaving Cheng Li's daughter at our peak, junior brother? Xingyi, after hearing this, was a bit confused. Harem? Isn't it just her alone? Who else is there? Seeing the girl silent, Xingyi leaned in and questioned, oh, could it be that the senior sister has subconsciously already been in this harem? Feeling embarrassed to the point of madness, Qian Yun immediately used her illusory sword technique. As such, Xingyi spun around like a windmill for a few hundred turns, then became exhausted and vomited a pile of colorful liquid. At this moment, Xingyi also took out a letter to show Qian Yun, wiping his mouth and saying to her, Senior sister, take a look, Xin heir wrote this. The girl, still sulking, crossed her arms in front of her chest. I have no interest in reading someone else's love letters. Xingyi felt helpless with her. This is not a love letter, it's a threatening letter. Hearing that, the girl opened it to read. The content inside, number 4, keep me at Qing Yin sect. Qian Yun's eyes widened as she stared at the letter, number 4. Could it be referring to the mask you wore at the beginning? That's right, and it also knows what number of corpse I am. It must have a very close relationship with those evil cultivators, even closer than Wong Deng. I just don't know what the deaths of Wong Deng and Wang Ju have to do with her. Qian Yun was still puzzled, but what does she want to do? Xingyi stood up and dusted off his clothes. Isn't asking about it enough? Qian Yun intended to use her sword control technique on Xingyi, but she was repelled. Unwilling to accept this, she used more spiritual energy, but it still had no effect. Xingyi angrily turned back and shouted, use your own fly sword. I'm used to using junior brother's sword, I don't want to use another fly sword, she replied. Then get used to it. The scene shifted to the training ground of Qing Yin sect, where several disciples were gathered. One of the disciples pointed to the sky, look, isn't that the disciple who broke through the sword in tent yesterday? Seeing Xingyi flying in the sky, everyone was surprised. Oh my, I heard he just reached the refined Qi stage, how does he know how to fly with a sword? But they didn't know that Xingyi himself was a sword. As they were flying, they noticed something falling in front of them. It seems something is falling down on Zhengyang Peak. Xingyi reached out and caught a piece of paper, looking a bit confused. A flyer? The content inside is a martial arts contest invitation. The host is the daughter of the sect master of Wang Xiang sect. It's now sending out an invitation for the contest, requiring both men and women under 30 years of age with cultivation above foundation establishment. Just be fair, defeating the current fiancé of the original owner, refined Qi at the 5th level, a rare talent in 10,000 years, both Sword Dao and Qi Dao, Xingyi, can replace him. The boy, filled with anger, kicked open the door to find Qing Xian, tightening the flyer in his hand. He questioned her, what on earth are you doing? With a dazed expression, she replied, long time no see, number 4, do you remember me? Hearing this, Xingyi closed the door. I am not number 4, I am Xingyi. Oh really? No memories before being refined? Xingyi's gaze turned cold, an aura of evil energy radiating from him. I'll ask again, what do you want? She held up the paper in front of her. I am here for a martial arts contest to seek a partner. I asked you why. Qing Xian said nothing and threw the paper towards the wall, creating a small explosion. It turned out she had discovered Qian Yun and Xiao Wan hiding behind the wall. Eavesdropping is not good, Xingyi said to alleviate the situation. It's fine, they are with us, and they all know my true identity. After hearing this, she stared intently at Xingyi. She then pulled out paper and pen to write something, making Xingyi curious. Unable to contain his curiosity, Xingyi approached to see what she was writing. It turns out she was writing down all of Xingyi's information. He continued to question her. People don't like to beat around the bush, so if you have a purpose, just say it directly. At that moment, she revealed the truth. The martial arts challenge for companionship is a test. If you can defeat all the challengers, then I will tell you. Xingyi continued to ask her, what if I lose? Without a moment's hesitation, she replied, I will publicly reveal your identity as a corpse. Xiaowan peeked through the hole and spoke up, you are also an accomplice with evil cultivators, so if junior brother gets exposed, you won't escape either. That's fine, your junior brother disrupted my plan, so it's only natural to take responsibility. Hearing this, Xingyi asked her in confusion, what plan? She didn't answer and walked past Xingyi. If you win the martial arts challenge for companionship, I will tell you. Good luck. Watching her leave the room, Xingyi thought to himself, how infuriating, I hate people who speak in riddles. Xiaowan turned to Xingyi and said, I think she is just trying to scare people. How could she, the daughter of the sect master, die along with the junior brother? Qian Yun also stepped forward to speak. No, it is precisely because she is the daughter of sect master Wang Xiang that even if she admits to colluding with evil cultivators, it is still an internal matter for their sect. With her status, she won't face severe punishment. The last time Wong Deng exposed the junior brother, wasn't that also a failure? Can you two go inside and talk? Qian Yun turned to Xiaowan again. It's not the same anymore. Now the junior brother is standing at the forefront of the storm. Other sects don't want to see Qin Yun's sect rise, so they would be eager for something to happen to him. It definitely won't be as easy to get through as Wong Deng's case before. Both then looked at Xingyi through the hole. It's all because the junior brother is showing off too much. That's right, now something has happened. Scene shifts to somewhere else, where someone's hand is slamming on the table, along with Qing Xian's recruitment announcement. This is truly outrageous. It turns out this angry person is Qing Li. What is that little girl Xian heir planning to do? This time it's Wang Deng who is in trouble. The Qin Yun sect cannot fulfill the marriage contract, so I took the initiative to mention the engagement to him to make it hard for him to refuse. Otherwise, Qing Xian would only hope that the little guy stays away from the people of our Wang Xiang sect. What is this little girl doing with her martial arts competition for marriage? Isn't that just what the Qin Yun sect wants? If I were Qin Xian, even if I won, I would deliberately lose. Gu Fei, who was opposite, also spoke up, Sect Master, have you contacted the lady? I have sent a voice transmission to her, but she hasn't responded yet. Send someone to bring that little girl back here. Gu Fei replied a bit worried, Sect Master, Xingyi is actively keeping the lady here. It wouldn't be good for us to forcefully take her back. Although it seems wrong, the lady's actions might be hiding some secret. Hearing what Gu Fei said, Qing Li also felt a bit puzzled. Then tell me what you think. I believe the lady's actions can be divided into two scenarios. One is to confirm that Xingyi has fallen for her and is hiding his strength. In that case, this martial arts competition for marriage by the lady is actually a scheme of discord. Qin Xian would definitely let Xingyi deliberately lose to cut ties with us. But the lady is sure that Xingyi will disregard Qin Xian's orders to get her. After all, this is not the first time. At that point, Xingyi's strength will be fully demonstrated, defeating all opponents. If Qin Xian continues to play tricks, then with that little guy's impulsive character, he is likely to cut ties with the Qin Yun sect directly. What about the second type? The second type is the opposite. The lady has determined that this Xingyi cannot be used by our sect, so she wants to take this opportunity of the martial arts competition to eliminate him. Qing Li, after hearing this, was somewhat skeptical and stared at Gu Fei. Right now he is the reverse scales of the Qin Yun sect, how can we eliminate him? Gu Fei also revealed his plan. Tell Lin Ji Yuan about this. Right now Lin Ji Yuan just wants to kill Xingyi as soon as possible, he won't miss such an opportunity. Then we must contact Xin Air to find out what the situation is. The lady hasn't responded to the sect master's messages, so she is probably being closely monitored by the Qinyin sect. Acting thoughtlessly could very well ruin her plans. In my opinion, regardless of whether it is Type 1 or Type 2, we need to make this information clear to Lin Jiyuan. Why is that? If it's the second type, then there's nothing more to say. Lin Jiyuan can eliminate a potential threat for us. By then, we can completely sever our cooperative relationship with the Qinyin sect. If it's the first type, then we just need to inform the lady to get ready beforehand, even if it means wearing protective gear. At the crucial moment, she can block a fatal blow for little friend Xingyi. At this point, he smiled wickedly. He had always liked the lady, and with the debt of saving her life, he could definitely gain her trust. When Qingli heard the plan, he burst into laughter. Haha, great plan, great plan. With someone as smart as Zhu Deacon, our Wangxiang sect has no reason to worry about our prosperity. The sect master praises too much, Gu Fei continued. It's just that the lady's transmission hasn't returned yet. It seems she's being closely monitored, and we need to find a way to get our message through. That's right, we need to resolve this issue. While both were deep in thought, Cheng Xian unexpectedly opened the door and walked in. Seeing her, the two were extremely startled. Why are you back? Xingyi wanted to go into seclusion for 3 months to comprehend sword intent, so I returned first. Chengli looked worriedly at her daughter. Father has sent you many messages, why haven't you replied? Taking out the communication jade she held in her hand, the girl replied, I forgot to recharge the spirit stones for my communication jade. Suddenly, Gu Fei's face turned red, and he coughed a few times. Ahem, it's good that you're back, there are a few things we should discuss directly. Zhu Deacon, why is your face so red? Returning to Qinyin Peak, there was a notice hanging at the entrance, Xingyi needs seclusion, he will exit in 3 months. At this moment, a crowd had gathered at the door. 3 months. Why is it taking so long? Xiao Wan explained to the group. As I said, Xingyi junior brother just broke through in sword intent, so he needs seclusion to comprehend it. The crowd was unconvinced and continued to question. Comprehend what? He just refined qi at the 5th stage, and even if he broke through sword intent, he could not possibly be a match for the Foundation establishment brothers among us. That's right, if we don't challenge him soon, the obsession in our hearts will not settle and will affect our cultivation. Xiao Wan then took out paper and a pen, threateningly. All right then, those who can't wait should come to register with us. At that time, I will submit the list to the master, mentioning that these people are eager to leave the Qinyin sect to become sons-in-law of the Wangxiang sect. Upon hearing this, everyone broke into a sweat and hurried away. 3 months is just 3 months, for us cultivating immortals, 3 months feels like just 3 seconds. Indeed, the martial arts tournament for marriage is essentially nothing, everyone merely wants to challenge the genius of Sword Dao to enhance their own strength. Moving inside to the seclusion quiet room of Xingyi, Xiao Wan entered and asked Qian Yun, where is the junior brother? He has gone into seclusion. Xiao Wan inquired, Qian Yun's senior sister, does he really want to participate in the martial arts challenge for marriage? Yes, until a better plan is devised, we can only adapt to circumstances. Xiao Wan pointed toward the quiet room and continued, but what use is it to be in seclusion for 3 months? The challengers are all senior brothers at the Foundation establishment stage. Hearing this, Qian Yun displayed a grim expression, it doesn't matter, during these 3 months, I will visit those who are likely to participate in this martial arts tournament within the sect. Inside the seclusion room, fiery flames danced throughout the space. At the same time, the system continually announced the accumulation of magical powers for Xingyi. His entire body was enveloped by a torrent of bright red blood qi. The system displayed, accumulated training in blood evasion technique has reached 305 magical powers, mission completed, 1 reward draw granted. Xingyi smiled and wiped the sweat from his forehead. I've finally completed the mission, now there's just the cultivation cave divinity task left. There's a 3-year time frame for that, so I will strive to increase my strength and hopefully complete it. But his joy was short-lived. When he heard the system announce, "It's clear that the host just came into contact with the cultivation world and has no memories of the previous host, but why does the host have such a perverse learning speed for skills? Where's the perverseness in that? I didn't mention it before, but due to the merging of sword spirit's spiritual roots, you can quickly comprehend sword skills. For example, the blood evasion technique you just learned. Even someone with high talent would take at least half a month to learn from the basics to proficiency, yet you managed to grasp it nearly entirely in just 2 hours. This is completely impossible." Upon hearing the system's announcement, Xingyi was left dumbfounded. This sentence feels like something we often hear, doesn't it? The system presented each memory that Xingyi had experienced. That's right, take over the corpse, merge the demon pill, use my hands to break the formation, divine soul compensates the spirit sword, plus the speed of grasping this twisted skill. So the system has reasons to suspect that before the host took over this body, there was some kind of fortunate encounter, right? Xingyi also recalled himself before he died. "Before taking over, I was just a college student who found 100 yuan at the school gate, but in the end, I lost 200. Can that be considered a fortunate encounter?" Xingyi's eyes widened when he saw the system's notification. What happened after death? Did anything occur on the way to the Tower of Rebirth or in the Tower of Rebirth? At this point, Xingyi raised his hand to stroke his chin. "In the Tower of Rebirth, there's a receptionist who told me to draw a reward, and then I ended up here. As for what happened on the way to the Tower of Rebirth." Suddenly, Xingyi clasped his head and yelled out in distress, making the system somewhat worried. "Host, what's wrong with you?" Xingyi gritted his teeth, his face scrunched up as he spoke to the system. "It seems I'm about to remember something." But suddenly, the head ached, as if it were cracking apart, so annoying. What on earth was it? Almost remembered it. "Stop right there, host, don't remember anymore, your divine soul state is very unstable." At this moment, Xingyi's divine soul was like a chaotic mass of colors, surrounded by a black hue that seemed to want to swallow Xingyi's divine soul. Due to the chaotic divine soul, Xingyi was left weak and collapsed to the ground, his face now looked foolish just like before. After an unknown amount of time, Xingyi finally sat up, clutching his head. "My head hurts so much, what is going on? Did I faint because of the pain?" "That's right, the host has been comatose for 9 days now." Xingyi was extremely surprised upon hearing this. "What? My divine soul was drained 5,000 times, and I only fainted for a week." The system also explained the confusion to Xingyi. "This time your divine soul was interfered with by some unknown power, resulting in a very slow recovery." "What do you mean by that?" "For example, if your divine soul is like a computer that has been drained empty, that is considered an attack at a physical level, equivalent to smashing the computer. In this case, the slaughter pearl can quickly repair it. But this time the external computer was unharmed, but the internal one was infected with a virus. Slaughter pearl felt helpless in this situation. The system had used 9 days to crack that unknown power, and only then could the host wake up. So what is that power? Where does it come from? Perhaps it's another flaw in the system. In any case, if the host tries to remember something that gives you a headache, you definitely should not remember it again. This time the system was lucky to successfully resolve it. If it happens again, then the host will never wake up. After hearing this, Xingyi's eyes went wide, and his mouth fell open. That's pretty terrifying then. Still in shock, he was caught off guard by a notification from the system. This system is a bit tired, perhaps it needs to take a break for a while. What do you mean? There's no need to worry. To be serious, I'm just the administrator of the system. During my rest, the system space, system store, and system tasks can operate without my authority. Hey, wait, what's wrong with you? Why do you want to take a break? As I said, cracking that law power has consumed too much energy, taking a break for a while is fine. Seeing the system like this, Xingyi was extremely confused. Wait, what kind of error is this? Why did you tire yourself out fixing your own mistakes? The little system, while fixing the errors and observing Xingyi outside anxiously, said, "It's a system error, don't worry. Are you feeling anxious? This virus doesn't just infect you, I've also been hit. Warning alerts kept popping up, reporting errors, disconnected from the outside world of the system, cause unknown. Xingyi outside kept shouting, but there was no response from the system. Are you really resting? Just then, a gift box wrapped in a stream of red aura appeared in front of Xingyi, along with a red system panel. The mysterious prize box has been delivered. The little system was very surprised to see the gift box delivered to Xingyi. What? How strange, I didn't send in a request for this prize. Damn it, is that why you cut off my connection to the outside world? Seeing Xingyi prepare to open the gift box, the little system was extremely frightened. Host, don't open it, there's a plot. Outside, Xingyi opened his eyes wide when he saw something appear before him. Inside the gift box appeared another Xingyi. The red system also appeared. Congratulations on receiving a specialized clone for training. Curious, Xingyi walked over and pinched the cheeks of the clone in front of him. After a moment of observation, Xingyi couldn't help but exclaim, "It looks quite a lot like me. How is this supposed to be used?" While still wondering, a version of the system appeared in front of Xingyi, but this was the red system's version. Looking at it, Xingyi thought to himself, "Isn't this a clone of me? How can there be a gender setting? This gender selection option is too meticulous." With his curious and meddlesome nature, Xingyi pressed the female gender button. Watching the clone in front of him quickly transform into a female version, Xingyi was surprised. It really turned into a woman. The red system then prompted Xingyi to set an identity. What? Can't I go back? I just wanted to try selecting. Then if I choose a shopping bag, what will it turn into? Xingyi frowned as he looked at the options on the system. What are these tangled choices? Sister, be a bit more normal. After Xingyi finished his selection, the system also announced, setup successful, initialization process complete. At this moment, the clone introduced itself. Nice to meet you for the first time, I am Xing Ling, your junior sister. Upon hearing this, Xingyi was surprised and thought to himself, great, the name has been set. Now, can you introduce how to use you? Xing Ling smiled and said with a hint, Gij can use me however you want, I will not resist. Are you trying to tempt me into committing a crime? I am asking you, are you a cultivation support clone? What kind of support do you provide? Xing Ling then explained, simply put, my cultivation is tied to yours. If my cultivation increases, yours will increase as well, and vice versa. So that means the efficiency will double. No, with me, Gij does not need to cultivate at all. I am a clone used for cultivation, capable of absorbing spiritual energy from spirit stones in the blink of an eye. If I am placed in the system space, I can also use magical power points to cultivate. What? Magical power points can also be used for cultivation. That's right, this is my unique ability as a clone used for cultivation. Just a reminder, absorbing 1 point of magical powers takes some time to consume. How many low-grade spirit stones is 1 point of magical powers equivalent to? About 100. Upon hearing this, Xing Ye's eyes lit up. He immediately felt motivated to earn magical powers. If he could exchange magical powers for spirit stones, that would be great. Xing Ling smiled and continued, even though the method of using magical powers for cultivation has low efficiency, my speed is 10 times that of Gij. So Gij completely doesn't need to waste time on cultivation. Hearing this, Xingyi stroked his chin and thought, this is quite practical. As long as I have magical powers, I can always be in a hack mode to speed up leveling up. After finishing his thought, Xingyi asked Xing Ling, do you have any other functions? Xing Ling did not respond but stepped closer and placed a hand on Xingyi. Then, both of them were enveloped in a blue aura. In an instant, they had swapped bodies, and Xingyi was astonished. What? Did we just exchange bodies? That's right, because my divine soul is separated from Gij. Therefore the body exchange occurs through the exchange of divine soul. The boy didn't listen to Xing Ling and focused on playing with the 2 grapefruits in front of his chest. Xingyi curiously pulled his collar to look inside. This ability isn't bad, it can be used when I need to hide my identity. The main little system inside was very angry. Damn it, host, don't listen to her, she didn't mention that magical powers can be cultivated, there must be a scheme here. As for the body exchange, Xing Yi spoke to her, the spirit stones in the system space might still have use later, let's cultivate using magical powers first. In an instant, Xing Ling appeared inside Xing Ye's system space. As soon as she entered, she ran into Xing Ye's main system. The little system immediately questioned her, who are you? What is your purpose for approaching the host? You cut off my connection to the outer system, didn't you? A light suddenly shone at the tip of Xing Ling's finger as she stared at the little system. You don't belong here. The little system, being kicked out, was extremely frustrated. Disgusting, the information of the system space has also been distorted. The little system observed her through the large screen and saw her sitting down, not knowing what she wanted to do. Over here, Xing Ling sat down and thought, am I already this weak? It's all Gija's fault for using my power carelessly before. After a while of resting, she stood up and looked around as if searching for something. I remember that thing was also released here. Her eyes widened when she spotted what she needed. So it's here, I finally found it. It turned out what she was looking for was the demon pill that Xing Yi had fused earlier. The little system couldn't help but wonder, what is she taking the demon pill for? Outside, Xing Ling directly opened her mouth and swallowed the fused demon pill, causing the little system to panic. Without any hesitation, Xing Ling swallowed the fused demon pill whole. The little system in her mind was filled with thousands of question marks upon seeing Xing Ling eat the demon pill. In the real world, Xing Yi was utterly bewildered as he saw the system's level-up notifications appearing continuously. He had to gawk in amazement at the latest notification from the system. Realm currently Foundation Establishment Level 5. A moment later, Xing Ling also went outside at the summon of Xing Yi. As soon as she appeared, she smiled brightly and spoke. Oh dear, Gij, have you missed me already after such a short time? Xing Ye's expression darkened as he approached her to question. What have you done? Why did I suddenly advance a whole realm in the blink of an eye? Didn't I tell you not to use spirit stones to cultivate? She still smiled in response to Xing Ye's confusion. I didn't use spirit stones, I just refined and fused the demon pill within the system space. Hearing this, Xing Yi broke out in a cold sweat as he checked the system space. Oh no, I can't sense it, it's really gone. The boy, frustrated, stepped forward and grabbed her shoulder. Who told you to refine it? I was saving that to replace the spiritual roots later. Do you want your Gij to be a swordman forever? Moreover, those were the 144 demon pills from the demon beasts Yuan Ing. Why did my chi refinement only increase to foundation establishment? Xing Ling remained unfazed and explained to Xing Yi. I didn't absorb the power within it, I used it as spiritual roots. I want to achieve the cultivation efficiency as I mentioned to you before, refining and merging that demon pill is an essential step. Xing Yi frowned, glaring at her. Does this system reward really require me to swallow my own item to be complete? Only by giving can you receive, Gij. Since you don't need that merging demon pill for the moment, why not let me absorb it to help you cultivate? Xing Yi took out a jade slip and held it in front of Xing Ling. Alright, I won't argue with you about the merging demon pill. Can you explain to me why after the clone is you, I still can't understand the skill jade slip? Xing Ling pointed at herself and calmly explained to Xing Yi. I am the dedicated cultivation clone, all of your cultivation abilities have been transferred to me. Xing Yi, annoyed, pressed the jade slip against Xing Ling's head. You not only want my stuff, but you also want to debut for yourself, right? This cannot be considered a debut, the proficiency of my cultivation skills will also be shared with you, Gij. Ignoring her steaming head, she continued to explain leisurely. My junior sister here takes on the driest part of cultivating immortals. Gij just needs to show off in front of others, act like a big shot, expand the harem, find many sister-in-laws, and have plenty of descendants. At this point, Xing Ye's expression darkened. If you say that. With a change of expression, Xing Yi smiled without warmth, then you are indeed my biological junior sister. Then, Xing Yi tossed her several dozen jade slips. As your Gij, I have nothing good to give you, so here are the skill jade slips I borrowed from senior sister, now they are all yours. Xing Ling was very annoyed but still managed to smile. Thank you. Just then, Xing Ye's jade pendant vibrated, catching his attention. Upon taking it out, he heard Qian Yun's voice telling him to come outside for a moment. Not knowing what the urgency was, Xingyi opened the door and stepped outside. As soon as he saw Qian Yun, Xingyi spoke up. "What's wrong, senior sister? I've encountered a little trouble. You've been in the inside sect for a month now, and you need to undergo the power transmission assessment from the elder." Xingyi wanted to participate in the assessment, but Qian Yun continued. "This assessment is organized by the Wang Xiang sect. New disciples who have just joined the two sects must undergo the assessment together. Because our sect has few disciples, the assessment area has been arranged at Wang Xiang sect. The disciples of Wang Xiang sect, upon hearing that the daughter of the sect master is to be married to you, who is only at the 5th level of refining qi, have been gossiping unfavorably. Additionally, since you've broken through to sword intent, Lin Ji Yuan is surely thinking that he's been deceived. This time, I'm afraid Wang Xiang sect will make things difficult for you." As Qian Yun was speaking, the system interface suddenly appeared in front of Xingyi, and upon seeing the mission, Xingyi was stunned. Participate in the disciple assessment to join the two allied sects, and earn at least 5,000 magical power points during the assessment. The reward for successful completion is a rank-determined skill book, but failure will result in the loss of cultivation. Earn 5,000 magical power points. How many enemies do I have to make to achieve that? System, do you not want me to survive and return from Wang Xiang sect? Qian Yun continued, so, junior brother, it's best that you inform Elder Jiao, who is leading the team, that you have comprehended sword intent. When the critical moment comes, enough, senior sister, Xingyi clenched his fists, the flames of determination burning fiercely in his eyes. Cultivating immortals is about defying the heavens. How could a cultivator like me fear a battle? Jiao Elder appeared out of nowhere and, upon hearing this, praised, "Well said." Both looked at him and respectfully clasped their hands. "We pay our respects to Jiao Elder." Jiao Elder stepped forward and said, "If the Qin Yun sect has disciples with the temperament of Xingyi little friend, then there is no need to fear that we cannot rise again." "You flatter me, Elder," she replied, then turned to Qian Yun, "Lu disciple can rest assured, I will lead the team and will definitely ensure the safety of Xingyi little friend." She immediately clasped her hands respectfully. Jiao Elder has worked hard. After that, Jiao Elder enlarged his gourd. "All right, the other disciples have also arrived, we are only missing you." Xingyi was a bit surprised. "What? Are they all in that gourd?" Jiao Elder's gourd has a special spatial law, and the inside is much more comfortable than a normal spirit jade. "So do I have to jump straight in?" "That's right." Hearing this, Xingyi jumped straight into Jiao Elder's gourd, and as soon as he entered, his body fell freely downwards. "Oh, has the gravity changed?" After a moment of free fall, Xingyi finally saw the exit in front of him. Suddenly, something caused Xingyi's eyes to widen in astonishment. Outside the exit, there was a net set up by someone waiting for Xingyi. A guy below saw it and laughed loudly. "Ha ha, look at who my wind fairy trap has caught." The group of disciples below continuously discussed, "I thought he was a once-in-a-thousand-years sword Dao genius, just how talented could he be, but it turns out he's just like this." "Huang senior brother, let him go, don't scare him so much that he wets his pants." Haha, Huang senior brother's wind fairy trap is indeed powerful. While they were feeling pleased with themselves, a beam of red light shot out from the net. It turned out that Xingyi had escaped, simultaneously gaining 5 points of magical powers. He was sweating and glanced at the net. What the hell? How did he get out? Could this blood mist be the blood evasion technique? Upon getting outside, Xingyi checked his mission progress, inner sect assessment, 5 out of 5,000. It seems that the magical powers obtained now are also counted towards this mission. The group of disciples over here whispered to each other about Xingyi. Is this little guy crazy? Isn't the blood evasion technique supposed to be used to protect one's life in critical moments? This requires burning blood essence. Every time it is used, it will lower the realm, harming the foundation. Seeing them discussing about him, Xingyi also spoke up. It's okay, it's just that I was ignorant and panicked too much, thinking that I was being ambushed by the enemy. All of you senior brothers and senior sisters are just trying to play a prank on me, right? Hearing this, everyone awkwardly laughed and explained, right, we were just joking. We just wanted to see the reaction speed of the genius of Sword Dao. Everyone had no ill intentions. Junior brother, you've scared us with your blood evasion technique. Xingyi wore a strange smile while looking at them. So, are you all saying that everyone here is involved in this prank, right? Upon hearing this, they all stared blankly, not understanding what Xingyi was talking about. Xingyi spread his arms and said to them, I assure you that I will not blame you senior brothers and senior sisters, but after we go out. If the master and elders find out that a genius of Sword Dao like me has suffered damage to his foundation because of your prank, I cannot even guess how they would react. Upon hearing this, the whole group turned pale with fear, their mouths agape. Damn it, this little guy is intentionally tricking us. We're just here to watch the fun, why are we causing such a mess? How despicable, shameless. On this side, Xingyi was continuously gaining magical powers points, feeling very pleased. Not bad, the effect is good. At this moment, a girl approached Xingyi, shyly speaking. Everyone really doesn't have bad intentions. Junior brother, could you please not tell master and elder? Xingyi smiled and snapped his fingers. Sure, but it's not easy to explain how I've been harmed. Why don't you all gather some spirit stones for me so I can buy some nourishing pills? Upon hearing this, the group gritted their teeth in anger. This guy is trying to scam us for money. How annoying, we want to give him a beating. While enjoying gaining magical powers points, a person named Huang approached. You fellow disciples are being foolish. How could I not know about the blood evasion technique? This junior brother's foundation has been harmed, it's definitely due to a mistake in his cultivation, and has nothing to do with any of you here. Junior brother, you shouldn't slander others. Hearing this, the group chimed in with Huang. That's right, he is all alone. We have many people like that, watching whether elder believes him or believes us. His reasoning is not justified, no matter how panicked he is, it's not a life or death moment, and no one uses the blood evasion technique. Xingyi did not bother to argue with them, but played back the previous scene for them to see. Some people looked pained, while others were angry. Damn, this little guy actually used a reflection stone to record it, what kind of person is he? Shameless, really shameless. Huang rushed toward Xingyi. Foolish, if you take it out in front of the elders, then I really can't do anything to you. Great, Huang Zilong's senior brother, take away his reflection stone. But to their disappointment, Xingyi used all four limbs to strike Zilong's waist. Too surprised, combined with the strange move, made his eyes roll back, and he coughed up blood. However, this guy was not weak, he forced himself to counterattack, but Xingyi jumped high to dodge. The onlookers gasped in admiration at the unfolding events. What move is this? The posture is really strange. Basically, it has no point of force, it shouldn't have any power. But Brother Huang looked very painful, he was wearing high-grade black-level protective clothing. Zilong, frustrated, swung his fan to launch the attack, Flying Sun Rain, against Xingyi. I will kill you. Xingyi skillfully dodged the attacks. This was the offensive technique that Xingyi had studied during his seclusion, viewing each part of his body as a sword and using the multi-weight sword control technique to manipulate them. The characteristic that made the body extremely agile, with an unpredictable trajectory of movement. Additionally, he could incorporate swordsmanship attacks based on technical strikes, inflicting double damage on the enemy, as if receiving a punch and simultaneously getting stabbed with a sword. Receiving a full blow to the stomach made Zilong spit out a large mouthful of blood. Not stopping there, Xingyi continuously attacked Zilong's body with his limbs. The crowd looked at Xingyi torturing Zilong with great fear. So powerful, the posture is too twisted. Huang Zilong originally had a third-level cultivation foundation, was wearing high-grade black-level protective clothing, and wielding the Cloud Flow Fan, a divine weapon of the Earth level. Yet he was defeated to the point of having no strength to resist. Feeling overwhelmed, Zilong let out a sharp cry and then used the Fierce Sun Dragon technique to counterattack. A whirlwind appeared around him, forcing Xingyi to jump back to maintain his distance. Xingyi, annoyed, voiced, creating such a strong wind, you've messed up my hair. Zilong wiped the blood from his mouth and shouted at Xingyi, you're not at the refined qi stage. Xing Yi, frustrated, poked his ear with his finger. That's right, I never said I was at the refined qi stage. Zilong turned to the crowd behind him. How long do you plan to just stand there? Come here and help me take down this little guy. Xing Yi then took out the reflection stone and held it in his hand. If anyone comes to help, I will use the blood evasion technique to escape and directly hand the reflection stone to the elder. Hearing this, Huang Zilong laughed arrogantly. Do you think we're stupid? The blood evasion technique has to be carefully regulated every time it's used while waiting for blood essence to recover. Just as he was basking in his triumph for less than 3 seconds, Xing Yi used the blood evasion technique to appear beside him and swiftly grabbed his throat. Xing Yi's speed was so fast that it distorted Zilong's expression. Xing Yi's speed was so fast that all that could be seen were flashes of blood qi darting back and forth. After bouncing around for a while, Xing Yi finally stopped. Blood qi still lingered in the air around him. He asked if he liked it, but the other had fainted at some point without him noticing. The crowd gaped in disbelief, questioning, is this little guy a monster, who continuously uses the blood evasion technique like that? Did his blood essence fall from the sky? Xing Yi raised a finger and looked at them, threatening, anyone who wants to help him must also take responsibility for the cost of using my blood evasion technique. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly made excuses to leave. Hey, I just noticed there's another room here, I'm going in to see what's there. Let's go. I'm going too. A few minutes later, only Xing Yi and Huang Zilong, who was kneeling on the ground, remained in the courtyard. Xing Yi wore a strange expression and a sinister smile as he looked at him. All right, it's just the two of us now. I still have several new techniques I need you to test the power of for me. Huang Zilong, upon hearing this, broke into a sweat, his face turning pale as he pleaded, please, don't. After an unknown amount of time, Elder Jiao finally let everyone out. Standing in front of the gate of the Wangxiang sect, she spoke loudly to the crowd, we have arrived. Suddenly, something startled Elder Jiao, causing her to open her eyes. Looking at Huang Zilong's face, which resembled a pig's head, Elder Jiao said, Huang Zilong, how did you end up like this? Report, Elder, I am practicing the 7 wounds palm. Elder Jiao snorted coldly, her finger manipulating spiritual energy. Nonsense, is there anyone who practices like that? Elder Jiao revealed the mask she had prepared for him. Put this on to avoid being mocked by others. At that moment, an elder from the Wangxiang sect stepped forward and spoke, Elder Jiao, you have arrived just on time. Follow me, my disciples inside the sect are all prepared. He was Elder Dai Wu, an early-stage Yuaning practitioner. Lin Ji Yuan was flying above, looking down at the people below, thinking to himself, very good, little guy, you actually dared to come back. His face darkened with a sinister intent in mind, since you've come, don't even think about leaving. Meanwhile, at the place where Ching Xian was sitting in the room, the Jade transmission had a signal. Someone transmitted a voice asking her, the girl of the sect leader, are you in the sect? I am Ching Xian, I don't remember giving you the communication seal, but aren't you supposed to be in seclusion? Xing Yi on the other end replied, that doesn't matter, I need your help with something. Moments later at the Wangxiang sect arena, the disciples had gathered here in large numbers. Dai Wu stood in the middle and loudly announced, this time I will be hosting the assessment for the new disciples of both sections. Those who do not meet the standards will be transferred from inside sect to outside sect, and the top achiever will have the chance to participate in Elder Sister Tsanglan this year. Xing Yi was eavesdropping on the conversation of the group. I heard that the one engaged to Ching Xian's senior sister is also a new disciple of the inside sect. Just at the 5th stage of refined qi, how dare they come participate through the back door? What kind of breakthrough in sword intent, moreover just polishing their reputation? As Xing Yi read these words, he broke out in a cold sweat, secretly thinking, indeed, there is hostility towards me, if that's the case. He broke into a sinister smile, if that's the case, it will be easy. Ending his thoughts, Xing Yi spread his arms and said loudly, everyone, turn your gaze towards me. I have an announcement to make. He clapped his hand on his chest and spoke loudly for the entire square to hear, I am the fiancé of Ching Xian, Xing Yi. If you want to become related to me, the future son-in-law of the sect master, then hurry up, because this opportunity comes only once. The auditorium suddenly fell unusually silent. Then, angry men shouted, "This little guy is too arrogant. Don't stop me, I must go up and beat him to death. What is the sect master thinking? How could he arrange a marriage for Ching Xin's senior sister with him like this?" Seeing his magical powers continuously increasing, Xing Yi smiled contentedly. "Wonderful, it has increased by over 1,000 in an instant." Dai Wu turned around to look at Jiao Elder. "Your sword Dao talent is indeed really arrogant." Jiao Elder's face darkened, secretly thinking, "Xing Yi little friend, although I assure your safety, you don't need to make the game more difficult for yourself." At this moment, Ching Xin appeared, attracting the attention of all the disciples. "Look, it's Ching Xin senior sister. Ching Xin's senior sister has arrived." Seeing her, the group proudly discussed, Ching Xin's senior sister, in order to resist the arranged marriage, has spontaneously issued a martial arts recruitment flyer. She must be extremely annoyed by this little guy. That arrogant remark he just made, senior sister definitely heard it. Hurry up and humiliate him, so he won't delude himself into thinking he can eat a swan. At that moment, the group was staring intently at Ching Xin, waiting for her to insult Xing Yi. But they could not have expected that she would do a complete turnaround and cheer for Xing Yi. "Husband, go for it." At that moment, the group felt like clowns after the words they just said. Just then, a mechanical bird appeared behind her and grabbed the collar of Ching Xin's shirt. Ching Yen, fearing she would act recklessly, pulled her away. "You return to the room with me." The male disciples were extremely frustrated. "Am I hallucinating? What did Ching Xin's senior sister call him? How infuriating. Ching Xin's senior sister must have fallen under his spell. I need to report this to the sect master. I'm so jealous, I must kill this little guy." Seeing the disciples going crazy like this, Jiao Elder's face turned pale as he called for reinforcements. After a scene unfolded before his eyes, Xing Yi couldn't help but exclaim, "That little guy is impressive, he actually shaved his head." Looking at the current mission progress of 2157/5000, Xing Yi thought to himself, "Damn it, I'm still so far behind. It feels like my realm level has increased, but the difficulty in earning magical powers has also risen." At this moment, Elder Jiao spoke up, "Elder Dai Wu, it's best not to have too many people surrounding and watching. I'm afraid it will affect the performance of the disciples." Xing Yi quickly shouted to intervene, "Elder Jiao, this is precisely how we can train our temperament. How can a cultivator like me be afraid of being watched?" Elder Jiao's expression darkened as he whispered to Xing Yi, "Little guy, aren't I worried that you might get beaten to death by those people?" But Xing Yi thought differently. "If you send everyone away, where will I earn the remaining magical powers?" However, the male protagonist did not expect that Dai Wu would agree with Elder Jiao's opinion. "Let's do as Elder Jiao suggests, all disciples watching should leave immediately." Evil energy, I can sense the evil energy is so thick, Dai Wu thought to himself. "Little guy, if you keep your mouth shut, there won't be so much evil energy around." Xing Yi continued his performance. "It's here, I can feel it, this evil energy is shaking my equilibrium." The crowd below was taken by surprise. What act are we at? If evil energy can shift the equilibrium, then doesn't that mean those demon leaders are all unbeatable? Senior sister Ching Xin actually likes a clown like this. With that, Xing Yi adjusted the parameters of the protective attire to the lowest setting. Immediately, a green aura radiated from Xing Yi, astonishing everyone. Even Dai Wu and Elder Jiao were caught off guard by the truth behind it. This is the aura of the Foundation establishment stage. Has he really broken through? How is that possible? Looking at the spiritual weapon enveloping Xing Yi, everyone kept murmuring. The level is still rising. Foundation establishment stage 1, Foundation establishment stage 2, Foundation establishment stage 3, what the hell is going on? Feeling it was enough, Xing Yi adjusted the protective attire to the highest level to conceal the aura. Watching the scene before him, Dai Wu was sweating profusely. The increased aura has stopped. Jiao Elder also wanted to question life, not eating the Foundation establishment pill and not going into seclusion, yet reaching Foundation establishment so easily. Moreover, directly breaking through from mid-refined chi to mid-foundation establishment. Can anyone break through like that? Xing Yi up here laughed like a madman, ha ha, then he spread his arms and shouted. I truly thank everyone present here for using evil energy to support my cultivation. My current strength is all thanks to your hard work. The crowd below felt like clowns themselves. Seeing Xing Yi so pleased with himself, they couldn't help but hold back. I can't stand it anymore, even if I get punished, I must kill him. Count me in, let's all go up. Huang Zilong over here was secretly pleased. What a fool, being so arrogant in someone else's territory, making everyone angry. Just wait, I'll spark a riot, and then take the opportunity amidst the chaos to kill you. While he was still plotting, Xing Yi turned to hug him. I also thank my brother Huang Zilong, always being my support without asking for anything in return, making all of our skills evenly improve. Huang Zilong on this side thought bitterly, wanting to change targets, such a lowly tactic. Do you really think that the disciples inside another sect are all that foolish? Just at that moment, a stone wrapped in a spiritual weapon flew in from somewhere. Xing Yi leaned to the side to avoid it, but it looked as if Zilong was pushing him away. Seeing him bleed, Xing Yi continued his act. Huang brother, are you okay? You're bleeding, you've already given me so much, and now you're hurt while protecting me. Huang Zilong was still dazed, not understanding what was happening. What is going on? Just now something slipped through my hand. After fumbling for a while, he pulled out a bunch of hair from his sleeve in surprise. He was still trying to figure out what had just happened. Then Xing Yi shouted loudly, Huang brother, don't worry, 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west, wait until I become the strongest, then I will crush you all into ashes. The people below could no longer hold it in and flew up. You're bullying us too much. How dare you threaten us on our own territory? Xing Yi turned to Zilong and said, Huang brother, they are in a desperate situation now, be careful not to get implicated, quickly use the ancient teleportation talisman I gave you to leave here. Saying this, the boy used the blood evasion technique to run away, leaving Zilong alone in front of that group. Seeing Xing Yi flee, the crowd was extremely frustrated. Damn it, this little guy actually used the blood evasion technique to escape. His brother is still here, capture him, don't let him activate the ancient teleportation talisman. Zilong was sweating profusely, raising one hand to explain, no, I didn't, wait, please calm down and listen to me. Excuses. At this moment Xing Yi had already used the blood evasion technique to reach a forest several miles away. Seeing the Cheng brothers ahead, the boy exclaimed, what a coincidence. Cheng Yan, seeing Xing Yi chase after him, clenched his teeth in anger. Little guy, you arrived just in time, let's settle both old and new scores today. Elder Jiao was also chasing after Xing Yi riding on his gourd. Little friend, you are confused, I said I would ensure your safety, why did you use the blood evasion technique and damage your foundation? Right now, beneath their feet, a purple formation appeared, surprising everyone and leaving them no time to react. All four of them were illuminated by the purple light. Xing Yi was panicked and quickly asked Jiao Elder, what's going on here? This spatial fluctuation is a teleportation formation. They were transported to some cave, and the teleportation formation appeared again here. All four of them were sent to this cave by the teleportation formation. Cheng Yan looked around in confusion and asked, where is this? Lin Ji Yuan also appeared at this moment and spoke, oh dear, I didn't expect so many people to come at once. Seeing Lin Ji Yuan arrive, Jiao Elder inquired, Lin Senior, what do you mean by this? He smiled in a bizarre manner, focusing his attention on Xing Yi. Little guy, didn't you have a lot of fun messing with me before? Shaking hands with Qing Xian, pretending to be foolish, so that I would hand over all the mineral veins, and then bragging about your breakthrough in sword intent to slap my face. Xing Yi was about to explain when Jiao Elder interrupted him. Lin Senior, you are highly respected, why bother dealing with a junior? Cheng Yan, on the side, disagreed, no, no, no. Lin Old Man here is called to repay enmity, only then can one avoid the prolonged sorrow that shortens life. Then he pulled Cheng Xian by the collar and left. There is no longer any matter of our brother-sister relationship here, we will leave first. Lin Old Man, please take your time to teach that little guy. But after a few steps, he was blocked by the old man's barrier. The old man then spoke, "Young sect master, don't be in such a hurry to leave. The one who offended me is not just this person, but also Qing Xian master who acted alongside him." The old man glanced at Qing Yan. Making that little guy's life worse than death is easy, but to take revenge on the old man Qing Xian, we still need the young sect master's help. Hearing the old man's words, Qing Yan felt a bit scared. "Lin, old man is joking, this matter you should discuss with my father." Suddenly, the old man burst out laughing. "Ha ha, your father promised to betroth his daughter to that little guy to curry favor, so I can only rely on the young sect master. Then what does Lin old man want Junior to do?" The old man looked at Qing Yan and smiled wickedly. "If the young sect master and your junior sister are both killed by Xing Yi, the sect master will definitely cancel the alliance and attack the Qin Yin sect." Hearing these words from the elder, Qing Yan was bewildered and did not understand what he meant. At this point, Elder Jiao also spoke up, "Lin Ji Yuan, I've heard that the sect master of the Wang Xiang sect owes you a favor, yet you would harm the descendant of your benefactor just for the sake of your own reputation." The favor is just something I claim for myself. After all, no sect would refuse a refined Qi master at the nascent soul stage. Qing Yan's head was big, but his brain was as small as a grape, and he still did not understand what the elder wanted. "Hey, what do your words mean?" He turned around, chuckling, and approached Qing Yan. "I see you have grown up, so I will let you die in clarity. The master of the Wang Xiang sect, Qing Lingyun, was killed by me." These words from the old man left Qing Xian, Qing Yan, Xing Yi, and Elder Jiao utterly astonished. With a look of smug satisfaction, the old man continued, "Because I heard that he possessed a divine weapon of ancient heaven level, I wanted to borrow it for a look. Unfortunately, he stubbornly refused to admit it. So, I used a little trickery and took advantage of the moment when he went out to search for treasures to kill him. Finally, after deep searches, he discovered that what he had obtained was a fragment of a map recording the location of a divine weapon at heaven level. He had never told anyone about this information, he had only hidden the fragment in the hidden pavilion of the Treasure Vault sect." Qing Yan's face darkened as he questioned the old man. "At that time, you said that my grandfather risked his life to save you, so you wanted to repay the favor." Before he could finish, the old man snorted coldly. "I only wanted to obtain that fragment of the map. Your father was always guarded against me, and even though I devoted myself to helping your sect, he never gave me any opportunity to enter the treasure vault." The more he spoke, the more strange the old man's face became. "Now, as long as the Qin Yin sect and the Wang Xiang sect go to war, my opportunity will come." The Jiao elder placed his hand on his gourd. "It's a great plan, but unfortunately, with me here, you won't succeed." Hearing this, the old man burst into laughter. "Haha, you think you can rely on just yourself, an old woman at the golden elixir stage?" The Jiao elder did not respond but murmured, "Rebirth technique of reversing life age." A stream of green gas, like a flame, flew out from the gourd, leaving Xing Yi dumbfounded. The blue flame shot straight down onto Jiao elder, engulfing her completely. Xing Yi, standing behind, raised his hand to shield himself, his eyes half open as he observed, really powerful vitality. After the flame extinguished, Jiao Mihai had transformed back into her youthful form with cultivation at the 3rd level of Yuaning. "Little friend, step back, I'll take this opportunity to finish quickly." He gasped when he saw, "I originally thought that the Qin Yun sect only had 5 nascent soul stage members, but it turns out you were hiding one more." Jiao elder looked at him with a cold gaze. "This secret technique is not originally meant for myself, but since I've agreed to protect Xing Yi, little friend, I will not go back on my word." At that moment, 2 figures appeared from the cave, accompanied by eerie laughter. "Haha, Lin old man, she thinks you're not good at fighting, so she believes she can defeat you. How foolish. The true strength of a refined Qi master is not in fighting, but in relationships." The one wearing a hat was Zhao Shuiyin, a casual cultivator at the 4th level of Yuaning, while the ugly one was O Yang Monster, at the 3rd level of Yuaning. Seeing them, Lin Ji Yuan smiled triumphantly. That year, Qing Lingyun had cultivation at the 6th level of Yuaning. Wasn't he deceived by the old man and died? Seeing the reinforcements of that old man, Elder Jiao was sweating anxiously. This is troublesome, the cultivation of these two people is no lower than mine. Ending his thoughts, Elder Jiao gently activated the secret technique to draw Xingyi and the Qing siblings into the gourd. You all come in here. Cheng Yan couldn't help but worry and said loudly, it's over, we're definitely dead. That Elder Jiao can't fight against three nascent soul stage beings. Meanwhile, Xingyi was calling for Xingling. She was sitting in meditation, and upon hearing, she replied, what's wrong, Gidge? How long does it take to master the Divine Spear formula? As soon as he finished, the system announced, Divine Spear formula cultivation completed, surprising Xingyi. Huh? So fast. I told you, just leave the cultivation to me. Seeing Xingyi in a daze, Qing Xian stepped forward and asked, what are you daydreaming about? Xingyi glanced at her, I was thinking about what that old man said. How does he intend to make Wang Xiang's sect think that I killed both of you? Noticing Xing Ye's confusion, she shared her thoughts, I can think of one possibility. To avoid a situation as unclear as the previous sect masters, the inner sect spent a large amount of money to purchase a type of secret technique from Tianji Pavilion. This technique can be used on important individuals within the sect. If they die from this spell, they can go to Tianji Pavilion to investigate the images captured just a moment before the person was harmed. Both they and Gidge have been subjected to this secret technique. After hearing this, Xingyi rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Indeed, once such information is known, it can be exploited. Cheng Yan, puzzled, turned to ask her. This is absolute confidential information, he is merely an elder, how could he know? You'll find out after a little testing. Upon hearing Xingyi say this, Cheng Yan was taken aback. What? How do we test that? Outside, Jiao Elder was single-handedly facing the attacks from three of them. This old crone is about to give in, let's all attack together. Under continuous assault from the three strong attackers, Jiao Elder was starting to feel exhausted, but she still had her own plans. Very good, just a little closer. At the crucial moment, a beam of light shot out from the gourd, accompanied by Xing Ye's voice. Jiao Elder, I'm here to assist you. Hearing Xing Ye's voice, Jiao Elder looked back anxiously. Impudent. What are you doing here? Xing Yi not only came alone, but also brought Cheng Yan as a weapon, making him furious. Xing Yi, damn you. Jiao Elder saw this scene and didn't know what to say to Xing Yi. Shui Yin and Yang Monster stood frozen, with hundreds of questions in their minds. Xing Yi twirled Cheng Yan while shouting, what's the matter? Are you old monster guys scared of my newly crafted weapon? Old Lin Ji Yuan snorted coldly and raised his hand to use the object manipulation technique. Little guy, even with a hostage, you are still only at the foundation establishment stage. Seeing Cheng Yan about to slip from his grip, Xing Yi urgently shouted, Jiao Elder, lend a hand. Jiao Elder also used the object manipulation technique to help Xing Yi, causing Cheng Yan to be pulled in two directions, resulting in great pain. I'm about to break. After a struggle back and forth, the power of old Ji Yuan snapped, making him furious. Damn it! Cheng Yan was then pulled straight down to the ground by the force of Jiao Elder. At this moment, Xing Yi transformed into a judge, pointing and shouting. The matter is already very clear, the old man who let go back then is the biological mother of the young sect master. Being called the biological mother of Cheng Yan by Xing Yi, he was so angry that he trembled, little brat, I will definitely tear your mouth apart. Seeing them neglecting, Jiao Elder launched an attack with life and death reversal. A stream of green sword chi flew towards the two, Shui Yin and Yang Monster, causing them to panic. Although they dodged that sword strike, both were drenched in cold sweat. Damn it, if that girl's sword hits us, we will lose vitality of power. It's not about losing it, but it will be absorbed by that old crone. Seeing this, Xing Yi felt pleased and thought, good, they are indeed tied up, it seems they truly know about Cheng Yan and Cheng Xian being subjected to the secret technique of Tianji Pavilion. While feeling pleased, Jiao Elder transmitted a voice to Xing Yi, Xing Yi little friend, you and Cheng Yan should hide inside the gourd later. In their current situation, they surely cannot withstand the destructive power of my Yuaning self-destruction. Looking at the three of them above, Jiao Elder continued, my Yuaning self-destruction, when they are unprepared, will seriously injure them. The gourd is my divine weapon. The spiritual energy has the same origin, so it can provide support. Moreover, it has been set up beforehand. Once I die, it will swiftly take you all back to the Wangxiang sect. Xingyi felt somewhat awkward after hearing this. Wait a minute, Jiao Elder, we have the advantage right now. It's useless. Even if there are hostages and they can't cast large-scale spells, my secret technique won't hold for long. If this drags on too long, once I fall into the golden elixir realm, we are doomed. Xingyi clenched his fists. Jiao Elder, it was you who got involved because of me, how can I just stand by and watch you? Before he could finish, Jiao Elder interrupted. Little friend, don't speak impulsively. I am not only saving you, but I am also saving the future of the Qinyan sect. Xing Ling, sitting inside the system space, also spoke up. You're not wrong, in the current situation, this is the best way forward. Throughout history, the strongest have trampled on the corpses of countless people to achieve their goals. Surely you don't have the mindset of the weak, unable to abandon the feelings of a daughter in love, right? Xingyi told Xing Ling to be quiet, then asked Jiao Elder, how does this trapping formation compare to the soul refining formation? Hearing Xing Ye's question, Jiao Elder seemed somewhat surprised. What? These two are not the same type of formation, but if we are just talking about defensive power, the soul refining formation is a bit stronger. Why do you ask this? Xingyi did not respond but used the blood evasion technique to dash forward, stunning Jiao Elder. The blood qi surrounding Xingyi collided with the barrier created by the old man Ji Yuan. When he saw his punch being blocked, Xingyi couldn't help but be surprised. What? Can't break through? Jiao Elder, along with the gourd, flew to Xingyi. Little friend, don't act recklessly, just go inside the gourd first. On this side, Shuiyin raised his hand to stroke his chin and said, little guy, how naive. This trapping formation was formed by the three of us working together. Do you really think someone as small as you in foundation establishment stage can break it? Xingyi ignored their words and placed his hand on the barrier to inspect it. It's quite solid. Then, Xingyi summoned Xing Ling to appear outside the barrier. Seeing this, the three of them were very surprised. Xingyi had no idea why he was able to do it. Xing Ling, still confused, glanced at them as Xingyi inside smirked proudly. It's just too thin. He turned to Xing Ling and said loudly, junior sister, quickly use the blood evasion technique to return to Wangxiang sect and find someone to rescue us. She heard this and raised her hand to scratch her face awkwardly, saying, Gidge, I'm just a training clone, this job is too much for me. Xingyi replied using her own words, sorry, junior sister, the strongest must know to give up on romantic matters. Ji Yuan was still bewildered. What's going on? Where did that person come from? Monster old man, you're fast, catch her. Seeing him rush forward, Xingyi hurriedly urged, junior sister, hurry and run, it's all up to you. Jiao Elder charged in with his sword to block the monster old man. Little friend, don't worry, I will do my best to hold them off, give your junior sister some time. But she didn't expect that Xingyi would rush up to stand in front. Senior, go, let me hold them back. At that moment, something caused the monster old man to be stunned. It turned out that Xingyi had pulled Jiao Elder aside to let him fly straight out. Seeing this, Jiao Elder was extremely angry. Little friend, what are you doing? My junior sister will be fine. I'm just letting her share some of the pressure with us. Shuiyin, overhearing this from above, snorted coldly, it's just delaying the inevitable. That little girl's aura is only at the foundation establishment stage, it won't be long before the monster old man can take care of her. Xing Ye's expression suddenly turned cold as he said to Jiao Elder, take me back to the gourd first. Little friend, have you finally figured it out? While being pulled into the gourd, Xingyi called out, I haven't figured anything out, just follow my lead later. Once inside, Xingyi transmitted his voice to Jiao Elder, making her confused. Use your full strength to make those two come closer, as close as possible. After that, there will be internal conflict among them. Take advantage of the chaos to eliminate whoever you can. Jiao Elder glanced at the gourd. Little friend, who's new to the foundation establishment stage, already knows how to use divine consciousness to transmit sound. Moreover, why do you say they will have internal conflict? Inside the gourd, Xing Yi spoke up to reassure Qing Xian when he saw her worried about Qing Yan. He's fine, just fainted. As Xing Yi browsed the system, he worriedly thought, I hope nothing goes wrong, and it can be executed just as I planned. Ending his thoughts, Xing Ye's eyes brightened as he used the divine spear formula while simultaneously pressing the send button on the system. Outside, Shui Yin was dodging the attacks from the Jiao elder while sneering, the strength of this old crone has diminished, she won't be able to hold on much longer. Suddenly, he cried out in alarm, his eyes emitting bolts of electricity. This left old Ji Yuan behind him confused, as he raised his claws and shouted at Ji Yuan, Lin Ji Yuan, you dare to ambush me. Immediately, he swung his hand and struck directly at Ji Yuan's chest, catching him off guard and making him receive a strong blow from Shui Yin, causing him to spit out a large mouthful of blood. Taking advantage of their mutual injuries, the Jiao elder followed the plan and attacked with his sword. Sensing the danger, Shui Yin turned to look behind him, this is bad, I can't dodge. Jiao elder used death-defying reverse variation to slash at him. Immediately, a blue flame enveloped Shui Yin, causing him to scream in pain. Not stopping there, Jiao elder unleashed a finishing blow with the 10,000 rays sword slash. Ji Yuan, sitting below, saw hundreds of sword chi slicing Shui Yin and shouted his name loudly, old man, even at this point, you are still pretending. His divine soul rushed towards Ji Yuan, yelling, even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Ji Yuan was terrified upon seeing this. Moving his storage ring on his finger, he said, damn it, does he want to self-destruct his divine soul? Why are you going crazy? What have I done to you? From the storage ring, he took out a magic weapon of earth-level middle grade, the soul-absorbing jar. As Shui Yin's divine soul was sucked into the jar, it continued to scream, Lin Ji Yuan, even if I become a ghost, I will not spare you. In an instant, the divine soul of a nascent soul stage had been completely absorbed. Seeing this scene, Jiao elder also broke out in a cold sweat, I didn't expect it to be a magic weapon specifically aimed at divine souls. Luckily, I haven't self-destructed yet, and moreover, they are truly in disarray. What exactly did little friend do? Inside the gourd, Xing Yi and Qing Yan were lying neatly on the ground. Qing Xian sat beside them, looking at the two and asked, what's the situation now? Why have they both passed out? To briefly explain why Xing Yi fainted, the principle of the divine spear formula is to contaminate one's own divine consciousness first, transforming it into a virus-like existence. Then, the virus of divine consciousness is transmitted into the opponent's consciousness, causing their consciousness to become disordered. However, this will also cause one to lose combat power. The premise for using it is that there isn't a significant difference in realm from the opponent, because consciousness has a self-defense mechanism. The divine consciousness of a low-level cultivator cannot breach the protective layer of divine consciousness of a high-level cultivator. There is one exceptional case, which is divine consciousness transmission. Although divine consciousness transmission also sends divine consciousness, the amount of divine consciousness that sound information occupies is extremely small. Therefore, under normal circumstances, a cultivator's consciousness will passively receive the transmission without any defense. However, the sound transmission editor has broken this rule and can transmit a large amount of divine consciousness sound transmission at once. Xing Yi had thought about using the divine spear formula first, then pushing his divine consciousness virus with a massive amount of information through the sound transmission editor and sending it out. This way, he could bypass the defenses of the divine consciousness and directly inject the anger of the divine spear formula into the opponent's divine consciousness. Of course, he also needed to use the sound transmission editor to disguise himself as Lin Ji Yuan and send the divine consciousness transmission to Zhao Shuiyin. This would cause Zhao Shuiyin to misunderstand that Lin Ji Yuan was using the divine spear formula to launch a sneak attack on her. If the distance between them was close enough, Zhao Shuiyin would have a high probability of severely injuring Lin Ji Yuan before he could prepare. At that point, as long as Elder Jiao seized the opportunity, there was a very high chance he could directly eliminate one person. If the plan succeeded, the situation would definitely turn around. Lin Ji Yuan clenched his teeth and angrily questioned Elder Jiao, what have you really done? Under his questioning, Elder Jiao thought to himself, I also want to know what ye little friend has done, this is too miraculous. But I can hardly hold on any longer, the effect of the secret technique is wearing off, and my cultivation has dropped to the first level of yuaning. Ji Yuan stared at Elder Jiao, breaking out in a cold sweat. The Jiao elder in his eyes at this moment was extremely terrifying, silent, profound and inscrutable, with bizarre techniques that were impossible to predict. He deliberately lowered his aura to lure himself into action, thinking and then being frightened on his own. He turned and ran away. Damn it, why is the Qingyun sect hiding a monster like this? Bursting out of the barrier, he looked towards the Jiao elder. Fortunately, she probably can't break this chaotic formation for now. Gritting his teeth, he used all his strength to run and find the Ouyang monster. If the trapping formation lasts long enough, there may still be a chance to call for reinforcements. Seeing him leave, the Jiao elder also collapsed to the ground, the power of the secret technique on him beginning to dissipate. As the power disappeared, the Jiao elder's body gradually returned to its original form. Fortunately, Lin Ji Yuan is suspicious and scared himself away. As for Lin Ji Yuan, he had run to the forest outside the cave. Suddenly, he saw something below that made his eyes widen in surprise. He landed below, right behind the young monster. Monster old man, what are you doing? Where's that girl? Seeing no response, he stepped forward and placed his hand on the shoulder of the monster old man. Hey, what's wrong with you? As soon as I touched him, the body of the monster old man fell forward, collided with the ground, and shattered into pieces. Back in the cave, Jiao Elder was continuously swinging her sword to strike the barrier of the trapping formation. But no matter how many blows she made, the barrier quickly regenerated. After a while of effort, Jiao Elder was exhausted. Damn it, I can't break through it. If I don't get out soon, it'll be dangerous if they come back. She planted her sword into the ground and walked step by step toward the barrier. I can't waste the escape opportunity that little friend created, I must quickly recover my cultivation and return to the golden elixir. Jiao Elder enveloped her body in a stream of green energy and placed her hand on the barrier. I'm sorry, in the end, I still have to choose this way, besides, this old lady has lived long enough, she closed her eyes and thought to herself. It's just a pity that I can't see little friend grow up. Just as she was about to end her life, she saw Xing Ling walking toward the barrier. Looking at the girl stumbling, she thought, is she little friend's junior sister? When did she arrive? Why can't I feel anything? It's bad, could it be that she is being controlled by monster old man Yuaning? Stop, what are you planning to do? Suddenly, Xing Ling fell forward, hitting her head against the barrier, causing it to crack. Soon after, the barrier was punctured with a large hole by Xing Ling's head, and just like that, the barrier shattered into pieces, to the immense shock of Jiao Elder. The scene shifts to Wang Xiang Sect, Spiritual Medicine Pavilion. Qian Yun burst through the door with a sullen expression, walking towards Cheng Xian. She gritted her teeth and questioned, where is my junior brother? I heard he was injured, is it serious? Cheng Xian pointed to a person who was bandaged up like a mummy lying on the bed, extremely serious, he was surrounded and beaten by a group of people. Looking at the mummy in front of her, Qian Yun was in despair, he got injured to this extent. Impossible. Suddenly, Cheng Xian went to a room and said to Xing Yi, you're done, it's all your fault for turning my sister into this state. Hearing this, Xing Yi raised his hand to his mouth, covering his surprise, senior sister, I'm sorry, I didn't know you and Huang Zilong's senior brother were related. Hey, who is that? I don't know him. Cheng Xian was also puzzled by the situation before her, weren't you sad just now? At this moment, Qian Yun realized that the person in front of her was Xing Yi, junior brother, are you okay? Seeing her shy demeanor, Xing Yi scratched his head awkwardly, so, senior sister considers me family? Just then, Cheng Yan kicked the door open and shouted loudly, Xing Yi, you annoying brat, today you must give me an answer. However, the young man froze when he saw Qian Yun tormenting Cheng Xian and Xing Yi. Realizing the situation wasn't good, the young man gently closed the door, never mind, I'll come find him another time. The scene shifts to the conference room of the Wang Xiang sect, where Elder Jiao was replaying the events that occurred inside the cave. After finishing the playback, she addressed everyone. This is what little friend Xingyi recorded. After watching, Gu Fei couldn't help but be surprised. I never expected that the old sect master would be taken down by Lin Ji. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by the overwhelming aura of Qingli. Qingli was so furious that the room was filled with evil energy. This old bastard, I will remember this grudge. Our Wang Xiang sect will not rest until we have revenge. Qing Xian, sitting below, spoke up to comfort him. We can understand the feelings of Li's sect master, but if he is pushed to the edge, and reveals the news of the heaven-level divine weapon, it may not be beneficial for us. Qingli sighed and then took out the map. Did the old man mention the map that my father left behind? Is it related to the formation that was hidden in the sect's treasury 5 years ago, which the sect master hasn't discovered was suspicious? However, Qing Xian was very surprised to see the mark on the map. Wait, the location on the map is... Qingli also shared with Qing Xian. It seems that Qing Xian master has already noticed. The map records the heaven-level divine weapon, which is where the demon sword is sealed in your sect. 10 years ago, the location was discovered by a small sect, Zhu Shan sect, leading to the chaos of the demon sword. Although the demon sword is heaven-level, the refined chi forms of the magic clans are different, making it of no value at all. Lin Ji Yuan has been searching for his item for so many years, yet it is the demon sword that many people can freely observe. I wonder how he feels about that. Gu Fei then spoke up. The old sect master is a kind person. That year, the unusual aspect was discovered, and a mark was made in the hidden snow, preventing the old Lin Ji Yuan from finding it. Elder Jiao was also a bit puzzled. It's strange, Qing Ling Yun hasn't told anyone, so how did Lin Ji Yuan find out? After a moment of thought, Gu Fei expressed his guess. I think Lin Ji Yuan got the information from Tianji Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Qing Xian stroked his beard in agreement. That makes sense. The divination at Tianji Pavilion is relatively vague. Perhaps he calculated that Qing Ling Yun had a connection to divine weapon heaven level, which allowed Lin Ji Yuan to approach him. However, they were not aware that the heaven demon energy was actually a divine sword. Otherwise, Lin Ji Yuan wouldn't be so persistent. Qingli put away the map into the storage ring, speaking angrily. The detestable Tianji Pavilion, if it weren't for their reliance on Nirvana Hall behind them, they would have been wiped out by others many times already. Qing Xian echoed, the matter has been clarified, Sect Masterly, it's best if you announce the existence of the Demon Sword treasure map now. Gu Fei agreed with Qing Xian's suggestion. That's right, everyone has come to a conclusion. Once Lin Ji Yuan spreads the news that our sect has a divine weapon heaven level. Even if the sect master explained that it was a demon sword, there might not be anyone who would believe it. But we announce first that the old sect master was harmed by the rogue Lin Ji Yuan because he was worried that people in the world might think he was hiding the location of the demon sword. After that, our two sects will jointly announce a manhunt, which would put Lin Ji Yuan completely in a passive position. Qingli frowned and firmly agreed, all right, even if we can't catch him, I will make sure he has to live like a turtle pulling its head in for the rest of his life. After finishing their conversation, Qing Xian and Elder Jiao also left. As soon as they were outside, Qing Xian turned back and said to her, Elder Jiao, does your secret technique really last that long? Elder Jiao looked at her gourd. Daoist friend Xingyi replenished my vitality and filled this gourd of mine, enough to last for half a month. He even said if it's not enough, I can go to him for more. Qing Xian was very surprised to hear this, half a month. How terrifying is that vitality? Clearly last time he took out the goo insect, he was weakened. It may be because the little friend has broken through the foundation establishment, so this time there wasn't too much consumption. What the heck? He has already established his foundation. I remember just a month ago he was only at the 5th level of the refined chi stage, right? That's true, I was indeed scared. His breakthrough wasn't normal, he went from the 5th level of refined chi to the 5th level of foundation establishment in one leap. Qing Xian's ears were buzzing after hearing this. Is Elder Jiao joking? What I say is definitely true, he broke through during the disciples' internal assessment, and many people witnessed it firsthand. The old man laughed so loudly that Qingli and Gu Fei in the distance could hear him. Gu Fei sighed in frustration. Is that the laughter of Master Qing Xian? Did he hear some good news? On Qing Li's side, he was biting his teeth in frustration. After all, they had accepted a truly talented disciple. It is said that this time they could resolve the crisis posed by Lin Jiyuan, thanks to the little guy named Xingyi. It's hard to believe that a major breakthrough is already astounding, yet he could even compete against a Yuaning stage cultivator with foundation establishment strength. Qingli clenched his palms in anger. It seems that the Qingyun sect is about to turn the tide. Gu Fei smiled reassuringly. Master need not worry, I have confirmed with Lady Xin Air that Xingyi has been enchanted by her divine soul and is already subdued beneath her skirt. Qingli frowned and turned to Gu Fei. As a father, it feels a bit unfair to my daughter, but it's hard to imagine any man being so mesmerized by her to that extent. Gu Fei then took out a reflection stone. This is what Lady Xin Air recorded. Immediately, an image of Xingyi holding a sausage and singing to Qing Xin was projected. After watching it, Qingli rubbed his chin with satisfaction. Very well, very well. The lyrics are deeply affectionate and go straight to the heart, they certainly express true feelings. He then clasped his hands behind his back, gazing into the distance. That old man Qing Xian still doesn't know that the genius disciple he cultivated has become a pawn in my daughter's hands. Soon after, the sound of his hearty laughter reached the ears of Qing Xian and Jiao Hai. Elder Jiao questioned Qing Xian, why is Qingli's sect master also laughing? Haha, he just likes to follow others. Over here, Qingli asked Gu Fei, so Xin Air is now with Xingyi, correct? That's right, they are at the spiritual medicine pavilion. Upon hearing this, he kicked himself into the air. Let me go over there and see what the situation is. In the blink of an eye, Qingli had arrived at the spiritual medicine pavilion. At that moment, a surge of green energy shot out from a room, startling Qingli. It turned out to be Qian Yun. After giving Qing Xian and Xingyi a hard time, she left on her flying sword. Qingli frowned upon seeing this and thought to himself, isn't that Lu Qianyun from the Qingyun sect? Why does she seem so angry? After a brief moment of speculation, he peeked inside to see what was happening, but the scene before him led him to misunderstand. Xingyi was standing in front of Qing Xian, his hands pulling up his pants. He awkwardly raised his hand to his mouth and cleared his throat a few times. Well, although you are still young, you should know how to control yourselves. When Xingyi heard him say this, he understood that this situation was over. No way, Li Sect Master, I didn't. Before he could explain, Qing Xian interjected. I already told you, it really isn't appropriate here, but your future son-in-law is a bit hasty. At this moment, Xingyi wanted to find 10 pairs of pants to put over his head. Qingli heard this and replied with an acknowledgement before turning to leave. You're young, the master can understand, just don't delay your cultivation. At this moment, Qing Xian added, Xingyi wants to bring his daughter back to Qingyun sect, he said fighting on someone else's home turf is a bit awkward, so he can't perform well. At this point, he felt that even jumping into the Yellow River couldn't wash away this grievance. Qingli was now in a hurry, letting the two children do as they pleased. A few minutes later, when he saw him return, Gu Fei asked, Sect Master, what is the relationship between those two now? Qingli clapped his hands excitedly. It's fine, they're as close as glue. Once it was just the two of them left, Xingyi, looking gloomy, questioned, why slander an innocent person? The more my father believes our relationship is good, the more freedom I have. Seeing Xingyi sitting on the ground, she spoke up, when are you going back to Qingyun sect? Wait for Jiao Elder to notify me. The two fell silent, with no one saying anything, and the room became strangely quiet. A while later, Qing Xian broke the silence. I know you're definitely curious about the secrets I have. Curious, did you say anything? Qing Xian took out a reflection stone and held it in her hand. As a gesture of cooperation, let me be honest with you about something. Seeing the reflection stone, Xingyi broke into a sweat, thinking, reflection stone? Could it be related to that evil cultivator? Hey, what if someone sees this here? She played back the scene of Xingyi singing to her. Actually, I secretly recorded the moment you sang this song into the reflection stone. Damn it, are you looking for trouble? Xing Yi remembered why he sang to her. It was to thank her for helping him earn magical power points. With a frown, Xing Yi stepped forward and grabbed her by the head. Are you making such a strange request to blackmail me later? No, I just thought it was good, so I wanted to record it. At that moment, Elder Jiao's voice reached them. Xing Yi, little friend, I have finished my task, let's return to the sect. Qing Xian, Elder Jiao, and Qian Yun had been waiting for him at the teleportation gate for a long time. Suddenly, Qian Yun's face darkened, and with a cold glance, she looked down at Qing Xian, feeling displeased. What is this woman doing here? She put on a blank expression and looked at Qian Yun. Is junior sister still angry with elder sister? Who is your junior sister? Seeing the tense atmosphere, Xing Yi turned back to look at her for an explanation. Right, I forgot to tell you, I returned to the sect to continue my seclusion. But he didn't expect that Qing Xian would take out a reflection stone. Grand senior sister, do you want to hear a song? Not wanting that to be revealed, Xing Yi broke into a cold sweat and quickly said, actually, my sword intent has already stabilized, so I don't need to go into seclusion. Seeing Qian Yun wanting to check the contents of the reflection stone, Xing Yi hurriedly said to Qing Xian, oh no, master, I am ready, let's hurry back to the sect. The scene shifted to night at Jingyang Peak of Qin Yin sect. As soon as he returned to his room, Xing Yi lay down on his bed. Ah, I missed my bed so much. He looked up at the ceiling with a dazed expression. But why doesn't it feel comfortable coming home? It turned out that Qian Yun and Qing Xian were drawing their bows and staring each other down. Qian Yun was the first to speak, you should state your purpose. Junior brother has influenced the situation at the Yuaning level this time. Do you think participating in that son-in-law selection competition has any significance? Qing Xian replied with her usual blank expression. But I have already sent out the news. Qian Yun's face suddenly darkened. It's okay, while Xing Yi junior brother was in seclusion, I visited all the fellow disciples at the foundation establishment stage. Even if it's an ordinary organization, it would just be a mock battle. Qing Xian turned to look at Xing Yi. In this matter, your performance has truly exceeded my expectations. There's no need for a test. I need you to help me obtain 5 items, namely the heavenly spiritual roots of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, and the blood essence of a nascent soul stage cultivator. After hearing this, Qian Yun pointed at Xing Yi. Are you crazy? The junior brother just established his foundation, but she had her own plans. You don't need to worry about that, we don't really have to kill a Yuaning cultivator. The Hehuan sect has a type of secret technique that only those inside the sect can access, requiring the blood essence of high-level cultivators to aid in cultivation. Therefore, before they die, all the masters and elders will extract all the blood essence from their bodies and preserve it in the ancestral land for their descendants to cultivate. As long as one can become an inside sect member of the Hehuan sect, there will be an opportunity to enter the ancestral land. But the Hehuan sect only accepts female disciples. How can a junior brother join? The Hehuan sect also accepts male disciples, but only to serve as cauldrons, she replied, then turned to look at Xing Yi. With your talent, it's very easy to become a high-level cauldron and enter the inside sect. No, I don't have that kind of talent. Qian Yun then spoke up, even if it is possible, why would the junior brother take the risk to help you? Just because you know he's a corpse. Qing Xian stared at Qian Yun and asked, is that not enough? Qian Yun immediately retorted, not enough. You've seen the junior brother's talent, if you reveal his identity as a corpse, he would probably leave the sky continent for the endless sea, which is more suitable for his cultivation. Qing Xian turned to look at Xing Yi. Would you really leave your senior sister to go to the endless sea? I wouldn't want to. Not wanting Xing Yi to suffer because of her, she said loudly with flushed cheeks, if it comes to that, I'll go with him. These words deeply moved Xing Yi. Senior sister, have you finally agreed to run away? I'm just trying to gain the upper hand for you. Can you stop causing chaos? Qing Xian sighed deeply, fine, I'll add one more condition, the storage ring you used to own is with me. If you help me get the blood essence, I'll return it to you. Hearing this, Xingyi felt as if lightning had struck him. The storage ring of this body, from before. Seeing his reaction, Qianyun asked, "What's wrong? Is there something really important inside?" Xingyi didn't respond but stayed lost in thought. Damn it, if only the system wasn't disconnected, I could have asked what's inside. After a moment, Xingyi turned to the woman and asked, "How can you prove the storage ring is with you? Tell me, what's inside it?" Without hesitation, she replied, "There's a marriage contract between you and the third princess of the Zhanglan kingdom inside." Both Xingyi and Qianyun were utterly shocked by this revelation. What? Xingyi broke out in a cold sweat, gritting his teeth and thinking, something this important, and that stupid system didn't even tell me. Qianyun was also lost in thought. Does junior brother have an engagement with the princess of Zhanglan kingdom? Have they already married? But at that moment, Cheng Xian continued, leaving both of them in shock. I just made that up. Xingyi was furious, radiating evil energy, and grabbed Cheng Xian by the collar. What the hell, do you want to cooperate or not? I was just probing, but I feel like you also don't know what's inside. Xingyi released his grip, glancing away to cover up. After becoming a corpse, many memories from my living days are incomplete. But her words made Xingyi tremble. That's right, a corpse cannot be taken over. Cheng Xian took out something and held it in her hand. Do you remember this? Receiving the item, Xingyi's eyes lit up as he began to inspect it. In your storage ring, it seems to be a divine weapon fragment, some very special materials, which Lin Jiyuan has never seen. Xingyi had to widen his eyes in shock upon seeing the notification from the inspection system. The item in his hand was an outer fragment of the system. Looking at the system notification, Xingyi thought to himself, the shell of the system? What is this? Does the system have a physical form? Qianyun spoke up when she saw Xingyi frozen in place. What's wrong, junior brother? It really is the stuff from my storage ring. Xingyi looked at Cheng Xian with suspicion. So what is your relationship with that evil cultivator? She didn't hide it and told Xingyi. He saved me once when I was young, and I helped him a bit. You knew he was an evil cultivator and still helped him? Moreover, based on the personality of that evil cultivator, he must have had some ulterior motive for saving you. Faced with the questioning from both, she lowered her head sadly. Whether there was an ulterior motive or not, he is gone now. Besides, initially, I only helped him connect with the Beast Tamer Sect to purchase demon pills, and then I didn't contact him again. It wasn't until 4 years ago that I went to find him. Qianyun was a bit puzzled upon hearing this. What made you seek him out? I wanted to resurrect 2 people who died in the demon sword chaos. Qianyun was somewhat surprised to hear this. I have never heard of spells to resurrect the dead. That's right, I searched through all the skill instruction books of the Cultivating Immortals world and found no records related to it. But the old man Du is not from the Cultivating Immortals world, he comes from a higher level cultivation realm. He came here because I was hunted down. I have seen his methods and feel that his words are not just empty talk. Xingyi also spoke up at this moment. Even if it's true, you are still playing with a tiger. It's fine, as long as he can help me. Xingyi continued to ask her, what happened next? Did you succeed? I just need one last step, to find the blood essence of 5 cultivators with heavenly spiritual roots in metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, at least reaching the nascent soul stage. Originally, the old man Du had a way to achieve this, but he died. When I received the news of his death, I was truly desperate. Later, when I saw his corpse on the reflection stone, it was you, yet you seemed to have consciousness and even broke through to sword intent. At first, I suspected that you had been taken over by the old man Du. Although I had never heard of anyone being able to sever the corpse, the old man Du came from a higher level cultivation world after all. But after interacting with you, I realized you were not him. Therefore, I held on to a glimmer of hope, wanting to see if you could help me. The results of your performance far exceeded my expectations, whether through threats or pleas. Now, I can only hope to entrust everything to you. If you can truly help me obtain the blood essence, I can agree to anything. Xingyi did not agree immediately, but questioned her back. Then I have a few questions for you. With a sharp gaze, Xingyi asked the first question, did you kill Wong Deng and Wang Ju? It wasn't me, but at first, I schemed for Du Old Man to catch Wong Deng. Qian Yun, upon hearing this, exclaimed, "Do you know that they conspired with evil cultivators and caused the deaths of many of my fellow disciples?" At that time, Du Old Man and I made a bet: if Wong Deng refused to cooperate and would rather die after being captured, rejecting Du Old Man's demands, then he would erase their memories and let them go, and Du Old Man wouldn't harm your sect disciples. But unfortunately, he turned out to be a useless person. Does that mean those evil cultivators had other accomplices who killed Wang's father and son? I don't know about that. Xingyi then asked the second question: how did you know I was a corpse? Ching Xian recalled the first time she met Xingyi: when I visited Du Old Man 2 years ago, he was refining you at that time. Qian Yun and Xingyi were very surprised to hear this information. Ching Xian continued with the subsequent events. He said you wanted to ambush him, and mentioned you had many strange spells. He almost fell into your trap. Xingyi heard this and stroked his chin, thinking to himself, to receive such a comment from those evil cultivators, it seems that the predecessors were quite powerful, but they were just caught up in a mission that did them in. Breaking off his thoughts, Xingyi asked her, "Then how did my storage ring end up in your hands?" He handed it to me casually. At that time, my birthday was approaching, and he saw that this storage ring was beautiful, so he gave it to me as a birthday gift. Upon learning the truth, Xingyi was left speechless. Great, using someone else's relic as a gift, that damn old man. At this moment, Xingyi asked one last question: so who is the person you want to resurrect? Without thinking for too long, Ching Xian revealed the identities of the two people she wanted to resurrect. One is my mother, and the other is a good friend of mine. Xingyi turned to Qian Yun: I have nothing more to ask. What about you, senior sister? I don't have any either. Seeing him like this, Ching Xian asked, so you agree to this deal, right? But Xing Ye's answer left her confused. I refuse. That storage ring is fine whether I have it or not. Now quickly reveal my corpse identity. I am still busy running away from my grand senior sister. Moreover, I don't think those evil cultivators will actually help you. More than half of his methods have problems. Sometimes, it's better to let go than to always live in the past. At this moment, the red system appeared again, surprising Xingyi. The system issued the mission: earn 20,000 magical power points at Hehuan Sect, deadline 1 year. Damn, this mission is meant to oppose me, isn't it? Success in the mission grants a 10-fold mission change voucher, failure results in a height decrease of 30 centimeters. A mission change voucher. This is useful. In case I accidentally encounter a death mission like the previous host, I can use the voucher to exchange it. It's also a lifesaver against this system in this life. Seeing Xingyi refuse, Ching Xian turned to leave. I understand, I'll find a way myself. I'll ask my father to annul the engagement. Sorry for the trouble caused to both of you during this time. But Xingyi raised his hand to stop her. Wait. He smiled at her and said, earlier you said you'd agree to any condition, right? Ching Xian misunderstood and started to remove her clothing, startling Xingyi. Hey, why are you taking off your clothes? Ching Xian turned to ask Xingyi, isn't it because of this? I'm not that shallow of a person. She still looked confused and asked Xingyi, so what if I am the grand senior sister? Scratching his nose, Xingyi replied, in that case, I will break my usual shallow behavior just this once. Without discussing trivial matters, Xingyi got to the main point. To be clear, I can make a trip to the Hehuan Sect, but I can't guarantee that I'll get the blood essence. Ching Xian agreed with Xing Ye's decision. Alright then, what are the conditions? Aside from my storage ring, you must publicly apologize and declare that you conspired with evil cultivators, causing many disciples of our sect to lose their lives. Of course, any unfavorable news about Qin Yun's sect must not be disclosed by you. Fine, I agree. Is there anything else? Not for now. If I think of anything else, I will add it. At that moment, Qing Xian sent a voice transmission to Xingyi. Xingyi, little friend, quickly come to the main hall of the sect. Qian Yun also spoke up, go ahead, I'll keep watch here. Immediately, Xingyi flew off to the main hall to meet Qing Xian, leaving Ching Xian to ask Qian Yun, don't you find this strange? Seeing Qian Yun not understanding, she continued, according to him, he can refuse me, but in the end, he still agreed to go to Hehuan Sect. Once I admit to those crimes, with the current alliance situation of the two sects, it will bring unpredictable losses to the sect. Qin Yun's sect will hold the dominant position in this alliance, but he has just joined the sect, and I haven't been here for 2 months. If it's just for the benefit of the sect, is it worth such a big risk? Adding to what he said earlier, I ultimately agreed to run away with him. Qian Yun curiously asked her, "What exactly do you mean?" Qing Xian sighed. Everyone says that the grand senior sister of Qin Yun's sect is smarter than others, but unexpectedly, when it comes to feelings, she is like a blank sheet of paper. Before Qian Yun could fully understand, Qing Xian continued, "Earlier, he must have mentioned taking you far away, right? But perhaps you used the reason that the sect has a debt to you, and you cannot leave to refuse." Qian Yun recalled that she had used that reason to reject Xing Ye's offer. Now he is doing this to repay the sect on her behalf, so when the two have to leave, she can be at peace with herself. Qian Yun recalled Xing Ye's earlier words, "Is it because of me, junior brother?" Qing Xian turned and opened the door to the room. "Treasure it, don't wait until one day someone else takes it away and then regret it," she said, and with that, she left Qian Yun in a swirl of thoughts. Meanwhile, Xing Yi had arrived at the sect's main hall. Disciple pays respect to master, pays respect to elder Jiao. Qing Xian spoke from above, "This time you performed excellently in the matter of Lin Ji Yuan. I intend to promote you to the position of chief disciple in place of Wong Deng, becoming the grand senior brother of the inner sect. What do you think?" Xing Yi still clasped his hands respectfully, "Thank you, master, for your kindness, but I have a request." Xing Yi raised a finger and stated his request, "This feels like favoritism. I hope to be ranked after the grand senior sister," being suddenly addressed as junior sister feels a bit unfamiliar. Qin Xian and elder Jiao were at a loss for words after hearing this. "I thought it would be a grand request, this is easy to accommodate." Elder Jiao also spoke up, "Little friend, how is your junior sister doing?" Upon hearing this, Xing Yi smiled and thought to himself, as expected, they will ask this question. Tao Jiao elder is concerned, she no longer has any obstacles. Saying that, Xing Yi also called Xing Ling outside. As soon as she saw Xing Yi, she smiled and spoke, "What's wrong, Gidge?" But inside, she was secretly cursing, "Little guy, I told you I need to seclude myself to recover." Jiao elder saw this and thought to herself, "What is this, is it in the storage ring?" The previous appearance couldn't cause any fluctuations, could it be affected by the formation? At this moment, Qing Xian also asked, "Previously, Jiao elder was in a hurry to bring everyone back to Wang Xiang's sect because she was afraid Lin Ji Yuan would return, and didn't have time to ask about this junior sister." Seeing Xing Yi in a difficult position, Xing Ling thought to herself, "This is opposing me, let's see how you explain this time." Xing Ye's face darkened as he spoke, "Everyone knows that living beings cannot be stored in a storage ring, so this is truly the corpse of my junior sister. My junior sister's name is De Hua. She went missing 2 years ago, and I have always been searching for her. After meeting the grand senior sister, I learned that she is investigating the case of missing disciples in the sect, and we became acquainted. Not long ago, I, along with grand senior sister and Xiao Wan junior sister, went to a cave to investigate. There, we unexpectedly encountered evil cultivators. Among the corpses controlled by those evil cultivators, there was someone who looked remarkably like my junior sister, Xing Dehua. However, that Dehua junior sister did not know why a strand of consciousness still lingered. Thanks to her, we were able to capture that evil cultivator." Qing Xian was somewhat surprised after hearing this. "What? The beginning of this story is completely different from what Lu disciple told us." Xing Yi, without any panic, continued with the act, "I know, master, please do not blame grand senior sister for lying. I asked her to hide the truth." The young man put on a distressed expression, pointing at Xing Ling, "Although De Hua doesn't know why she still has her consciousness, corpses are still not tolerated by righteous cultivators. But I truly can't bear to let junior sister be obliterated like that." Both of them sighed in response, "This is something I can understand. You can rest assured, Qin Yin sect, although a prestigious righteous sect, is not overly harsh. Let's do it this way, as long as you do not affect your cultivation and do not disclose this in front of outsiders." As for the matter of the junior sister, we will pretend not to see it and let it pass. Seeing that the two had been deceived by him, Xing Yi excitedly gestured to Xing Ling. Is that true? That's great. De Hua quickly thanked the master and elder Jiao. Seeing Xing Yi like this, Qing Xian smiled and continued, actually, there is one more thing that I, the master, am curious about. His expression became serious as he asked the main question. How could the junior sister escape from the hunt of the nascent soul stage, and why was she able to break the formation that even Elder Jiao couldn't? In a difficult position, Xing Yi quickly shifted the question to Xing Ling. I really didn't have time to ask, please explain it to everyone, De Hua. After a moment of thought, she laughed and explained, haha, I actually forgot, turning into a corpse makes memories come and go. Elder Jiao, somewhat skeptical, asked again, you forgot? You don't have any impression at all? Xing Yi quickly spoke up in her defense. Master, Elder, don't blame her, after all, there has never been a precedent for a corpse regaining consciousness, so it's natural for strange occurrences to happen. Exactly. She hadn't been happy for 3 seconds before Xing Yi doused her with cold water. Therefore, to find out what has happened to De Hua, we will let her stay here. The young man clasped his hands in prayer. I hope Master and Elder Jiao can help the disciple investigate the suspicions surrounding junior sister. Both of them felt a bit awkward upon hearing this. This isn't very good. That's right, after all, she is little friend's junior sister, the young woman hurriedly added. Exactly, Gidge, if the research leads to the end and we find out she has turned into an ordinary corpse, then it's over. Xing Yi, after hearing this, also raised his hand to stroke his chin. That's true, I didn't think this through completely. I originally wanted to see if a condition like De Hua's could be replicated, then all high-level dying cultivators could become immortal, all could achieve the realm of eternal life by turning themselves into corpses. At this point, Xing Yi also recalled Xing Ling into the storage ring. It seems the disciple is still too naive. With a swish, Qing Xian and Elder Jiao charged in to grab Xing Ling's legs, preventing her from entering the storage ring. Both of them then used all their strength to pull her back, keeping her by their side. Qing Xian spoke up, just leave it to this master. Under the premise of not injuring junior sister, investigating the abnormalities in the girl's body is clear. Xing Yi took off. Jiao Elder spoke up, aren't you staying with us, little friend? No, if I'm there, everyone will feel uneasy. Hearing this, Jiao Elder broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, what does uneasy mean? Did your junior sister offend you in the past? Last time, she was directly thrown out as bait. Over here, while Xing Yi was flying, he noticed a stone in the center of the square. Not knowing what he was thinking, Xing Yi landed in front of the test stone, shifting the scene back to the bath of Xingyang Peak. Inside, Qian Yun and Xiao Wan were soaking and talking to each other. What's wrong? Did you ask Xing Yi junior brother to go to Hehuan's sect to be your male cauldron? That's about it. Xiao Wan placed her hand on her chest, looking at Qian Yun. You could also go to Yuan Yang Pavilion to be your senior sister's female cauldron. Oh no, I didn't mean for you to take it so seriously. Qian Yun crossed her arms, lifting her bosom. Anyway, my mind is a bit chaotic. To discourage him from this thought, I wanted to rehearse a bit with you. Seeing Qian Yun's confused expression, Xiao Wan thought to herself, what is there to rehearse about? Senior sister is not quite right, but I can't miss the chance to act side by side with senior sister. After thinking, she excitedly said, no problem, leave it to me. Qian Yun turned to look at her. Suppose you are me, and I am Xing Yi junior brother, how would you stop me from going to Hehuan sect? She also got into character and replied, junior brother, you cannot go to Hehuan sect, it's too dangerous. Qian Yun closed her eyes as she became Xing Yi, senior sister is overthinking. As soon as she heard this, Xiao Wan's face turned red, thinking, oh my, grand senior sister called me senior sister, this feeling is so wonderful. Reminded, she raised her hand to her mouth and coughed a few times, cough cough, it's fine, you continue. Qian Yun resumed her role as Xing Yi, junior brother, I'm just going to take a stroll around Hehuan sect, fool that Qing Xian will accept the blame, I won't take the risk of helping her get blood essence. Senior sister, your performance is too mixed with personal feelings. I don't care, anyway, using danger as a reason doesn't sit well with me. Then let's change the direction. Junior brother, you cannot go to Huan's sect. If the matter were to be exposed, and people found out that the core disciple of the Qin Yun sect had secretly joined the Huan sect as a male cauldron, Cheng Xian's confession of guilt would not compensate for the damage to the sect's honor that this would bring. Qian Yun listened and thought it made sense as she rubbed her chin, pondering, if junior brother really helps me repay the favor, then the exposure and the negative impact will indeed make him cautious. Xiao Wan then poured a bucket of water over Qian Yun's head. But with the ability of Xingyi junior brother, I believe he has absolute confidence. He wouldn't make such a proposal if he thought it would lead to a loss. This angered Qian Yun. Which side are you on, after all? I finished speaking and realized this reason didn't hold up well, so I'd like to negate it myself. Aha. Qian Yun held her head in despair. That's true, junior brother always takes a step back to consider 3 steps ahead, and he won't make a proposal unless he's certain. Suddenly, Xiao Wan leaned in close and gently stroked Qian Yun's cheek. Then there's only one method left. While still bewildered by what Xiao Wan was doing, she continued, junior brother, don't move, leave it to me. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Wan lightly brushed the oyster soaking in water on Qian Yun's body. This left Qian Yun extremely embarrassed, her eyes widening. Immediately, Xiao Wan received a kick from Qian Yun. She shouted loudly, what the hell are you doing? When she touched the oyster, blood gushed from her nose. Hee, that's the beauty trick. She then moved closer to Qian Yun and said, follow the steps I just took, rice cooked into meal, and you'll wake up the next morning. She went on to instruct Qian Yun, junior brother, I don't want my man to be a cauldron for someone else. At this point, blood started streaming from her nose in 2 streams. Who could stand to hear such words? I certainly can't, let's team up and act out a tragedy together. However, Qian Yun hesitated, thinking about the method she suggested. Seeing Qian Yun like this, she felt helpless. Senior sister, at this moment you should tell me, silly, how could I use this method? Xiao Wan hurriedly ran over to grab Qian Yun's hand. Senior sister, say something. You can't really be considering the feasibility of this method, I just wanted to take advantage of you, please don't take it seriously. Suddenly, Qian Yun expressed her gratitude, which left her in a panic. Please don't thank me, don't do that. Seeing Qian Yun stand up to prepare, Xiao Wan hurriedly hugged her leg. You can't go, absolutely not, I have many better ways to ensure this, senior sister, please don't go. But no matter how much she tried to hold her back, Qian Yun was determined to leave, causing her to hit her face against the ground. At that moment, Xiao Wan regretted her foolish antics. It's over, it's all over. After finishing his personal matters, Xingyi flew back to Xingyang Peak. While flying, he saw someone below calling him, so Xingyi landed in front of Xiao Wan and asked, what's wrong, Xiao Wan junior sister? Hearing this, she showed a clueless expression. What did you just call me? Xingyi didn't say much and took out the reflection stone to show the scene of the master promoting him. After watching, she was extremely shocked, her mind conjuring images of Xing Ye's wedding to Qian Yun since they were now a perfect match. She held her head and screamed internally at Xing Ye's confusion. How annoying. Ending her thoughts, she asked Xing Yi, I want to ask you, what do you think of the grand senior sister? Ideal girlfriend. So do you crave the grand senior sister's body or do you want to grow old together with her? Both crave and want. After listening, the girl became utterly dejected, making Xingyi puzzled. What does that expression of yours mean? After hearing everything, Xingyi was extremely shocked. What? Has the rice become cooked? That's right, it was originally just a casual suggestion, but the grand senior sister seems to really want to use that tactic to make you give up on the Huan sect. No way, that doesn't fit with the grand senior sister's character setup. I don't know, but I find her very strange today. Xiao Wan also stood up, preparing to leave. I came just to inform you, if you truly feel you must go to the Huan sect, you should explain it properly to the grand senior sister first. The girl looked at Xingyi with teary eyes. If you really do that and you let down the senior sister, I will absolutely not forgive you. Hey, wait, why are you crying? The girl didn't listen and ran away. I want to cry, I need to cry enough, boo-hoo. After talking with Xiao Wan, Xingyi also flew back to Xingyang Peak, walking briskly down the hallway. Xingyi thought to himself, this girl really is talking nonsense, how could the grand senior sister do something like that? As soon as he opened the door, Qian Yun, who was waiting inside, spoke up, you're back. She directed her hand towards the chair and said to Xingyi, come have a few drinks with me. After saying that, Qian Yun poured a glass of wine for Xingyi. Seeing her actions, Xingye's face darkened as he thought, wait a minute, why is she suddenly looking for me to drink in the middle of the night? He broke into a cold sweat, could it be that she wants to get me drunk and then blame the chaos on that? That girl Xiao Wan was right, does the grand senior sister really want to take things further? Qian Yun interrupted Xingye's train of thought, what's wrong? Is the junior brother not good at holding his liquor? Reminded of this, Xingyi quickly picked up the glass of wine, no, if the senior sister is interested, I will drink with you. He thought to himself, what should I do now? If the senior sister truly takes the initiative, how can I hold back? But what about the system's mission? Although the senior sister probably doesn't mind my Dao partner being 1.4 meters tall, that reward could save my life later. If not, when an inevitable mission comes along, wouldn't the senior sister just become a widow? Noticing his state, Qian Yun asked, does the junior brother have something on his mind? Yes, there is something that has me very uncertain. Regarding going to Hehuan's sect, is that so? That's basically it. Does that mean the junior brother must definitely go? He must definitely go, because it's a long-term plan, and that reward must be obtained. Suddenly, Qian Yun raised her hand as if she wanted to take off her clothes. I didn't want it this way, but I really don't want the junior brother to go take risks. Xingyi saw this and his cheeks turned bright red. It's here, next we must rely on willpower, Xingyi, be strong. But contrary to what he thought, Qian Yun took out a reflection stone and projected the events captured in the stone to speak to Xingyi. This is the reflection stone that Wong Deng used to slander you before. I hid the face of Lu Qing's senior sister in there. Xingyi was confused and didn't understand what she was doing. Senior sister, why are you taking this out? Qian Yun darkened her expression and threatened Xingyi. If the junior brother stubbornly insists on going, I will spread the contents of the reflection stone throughout the Hehuan sect. Although Hehuan sect primarily focuses on dual cultivation, it is centered around women and the men are supplementary. To put it bluntly, all male disciples are male pets. Many female disciples find your behavior in the reflection stone very offensive. Later, we will reveal evidence that the contents of the reflection stone are fake. The high-ranking members of the Hehuan sect, to avoid any suspicion, will not accept disciples. Xingyi was taken aback by Qian Yun's actions. Are you implying that the rice cooked into a meal is me openly cooking with someone else? She shyly tucked her hair behind her ear and glanced away. I know it's a bit excessive, but I don't want my future Dao partner to have a past as someone else's male favorite. Xingyi was unexpectedly astonished when he heard Qian Yun say those words. At a crucial moment, Xingling burst through the door and shouted, Xingyi, what do you mean? Qian Yun was confused when she saw Xingling. Who is this? Xingyi ignored the question and smiled at her. I understand the intentions of my senior sister, I will not go to the Hehuan sect anymore. Then he reached out toward Xingling. But my junior sister will go in my place. Hearing this, she furrowed her brow and asked, what? Where to? To the Hehuan sect. At that moment, Qing Xian also stepped out from the teleportation gate. Miss, I assure you that my master will not harm your research, so why are you still running away? Seeing Qing Xian as a lifeline, Xingling quickly stepped in front of him and said, I'm not running anymore, take me away quickly. Qian Yun, in the room, also stood up with her hands clasped respectfully, greetings, master. He scolded her, Lu disciple, it's really something, keeping this from me for so long. Don't you trust your master? Xingyi, sweating nervously, thought, oh no, I haven't told my grand senior sister about my junior sister's situation, but the girl's response made Xingyi breathe a sigh of relief. I trust master, but mainly considering the feelings of Xingyi junior brother. Qing Xian stroked his beard and looked at Xingyi, that's right, if you hadn't hidden this from me, perhaps the sect would have missed out on a good seed like little friend. Master is overpraising me. Qing Xian then cast a glance at Xingling, the Hua girl. Do you have anything you want to say to your Gage? However, she said nothing and went straight into the teleportation gate. Seeing this, Qing Xian also reached out to close the door. Haha, then I won't disturb you any longer, you may continue. Qing Xian left, leaving a quiet atmosphere for Xing Yi and Qian Yun. Seeing the atmosphere seemed tense, Xing Yi raised his hand to scratch his head and said, "Fortunately, senior sister reacted quickly, otherwise, it would have been exposed. What exactly is going on?" With that, Xing Yi recounted the whole story to Qian Yun. After listening, she seemed a bit surprised. "What do you mean, you pushed what happened to you onto that junior sister? Who is she, after all?" Xing Yi also raised his hand to explain, "Senior sister, you must know that I have a special storage space, right? It's the one that doesn't disrupt the spiritual power when storing and retrieving items. That junior sister is kept in that space. At first, I thought she was just a corpse, but during my last seclusion, she suddenly woke up and said she was my junior sister. It's just that we both have incomplete memories. I don't remember having a junior sister, nor do I know what a storage space is. She only remembers that I am her Gage, and nothing else." After hearing this, Qian Yun rubbed her chin. "If she agrees to replace you at He Huan's sect, then there is no risk of revealing her identity." That's right, that's right. So, junior brother, did you plan for your junior sister to go to He Huan's sect from the very beginning, didn't you? Not at all, I want to go by myself. Upon hearing this, Qian Yun crossed her arms in front of her chest, looking displeased. Do you want to go and become a male cauldron? Xing Yi sighed and looked down. He mainly wanted to observe the reaction of senior sister because he had never received any reaction from her before, so he wanted to take this opportunity to see what she was thinking. Suddenly, Qian Yun stood up and walked out the door. It's getting late, I'm leaving. Seeing this, Xing Yi pointed to the table and said loudly, "Senior sister, your wine. I give it to you." The girl walked away with a flushed face and went straight to her room. Not far away, Xiaowan used stealth techniques to observe the situation. Seeing Qian Yun like that, she covered her mouth with her hand, thinking, "Senior sister is blushing, could it be that they, but it's a bit fast, I had planned to stay here until tomorrow morning." She curiously opened Xing Ye's room door and looked inside. Suddenly, Xing Yi spoke up, startling her, "Xiaowan junior sister, why aren't you resting this late?" She scratched her head and laughed foolishly, it seems my intel was wrong, it makes sense, how could grand senior sister? But unexpectedly, Xing Yi deliberately said something that made her misunderstand, "No, junior sister is right, I didn't expect grand senior sister to be so proactive." That night, Xiaowan's heart-wrenching cries of pain and regret echoed throughout the Qingyan sect. Her cries alarmed Guanzhou, who was furious to hear that Xing Yi was bullying Xiaowan. That same night, Xing Ye's desperate pleas for mercy also spread throughout the Qingyan sect. It went on like this until the next morning, when Xing Yi was sitting and talking with Qian Yun and Qing Xian. The current situation is like this, the previous conditions we discussed will not change, but I will switch to having junior sister go to He Huan's sect, Xing Yi said. Qian Yun was secretly worried and thought, how could she possibly agree? But Qing Xian's response surprised her. Alright, let's do it that way. Qing Xian turned to look at Qian Yun. There's nothing to be surprised about, you weren't there when Lin Ji Yuan attacked us, she was able to return unscathed under the hunt of monster old man nascent soul stage. Just based on this, she has no reason to refuse. Qian Yun was taken aback and asked Xing Yi, what? Is that junior sister so powerful? Just like me. Qing Xian continued, but you took her to Master Qing Xian. Unless he really finds a way to give the corpse sentience, I don't think he will return junior sister to you anytime soon. But Xing Yi had his own methods, don't worry about that. I guarantee that within a week, Master will bring my junior sister back. A week? Do you really think Master Qing Xian can uncover the mystery surrounding your junior sister in just 1 week? Xing Yi was confident in his words, whether he uncovers it or not, he will return her. Seeing Xing Yi so determined, Qing Xian also stood up, All right, then I will wait for a week. Just as they reached the door, Qian Yun spoke up. Do you need me to take you back to Wang Xiang's sect? No need, I can wait here, she said before heading outside to her room. Inside the room, Qian Yun told Xingyi, actually, I used the intelligence network within the sect to investigate Qing Xian a bit. She was originally the darling of Wang Xiang's sect, a rare talent in cultivation. She reached the third level of foundation establishment by the age of 13. Xingyi was extremely surprised after hearing this. Wait, she is still at the third level of foundation establishment, what happened that caused her cultivation to decline like this? It's not a decline in cultivation, ever since the demon sword uprising 10 years ago, her realm hasn't been able to increase. What happened? She has a very good friend named Chen Chang, and that friend's father is named Chen Rongsu. Hearing this name, Xingyi broke out in a sweat. Chen Rongsu possessed the demon sword, which caused the demon sword uprising of the master sects, right? That's right. During the demon sword uprising, Qing Xian's good friend and her mother were killed by Chen Rongsu after he transformed into a demon. Upon hearing this, Xingyi gradually understood. Could it be that the emotional blow is what caused her cultivation to stagnate? That's right, in the terms of the outside world, that would be the case, but I have a different perspective on this matter. The next words from Qian Yun shocked Xingyi. Perhaps the cause of the demon sword uprising is related to Qing Xian. After the demon sword uprising, someone investigated the source of the demon sword. Although the demon sword has been taken by someone, there are still many mechanisms that cannot be activated, leading to the deaths of 2 cultivators in the Yuaning stage. How did Chen Rongsu manage to obtain the demon sword with his cultivation at the golden elixir stage back then? Upon hearing this, Xingyi also had a question like the girl. Right now, everyone just feels that he is extremely lucky to have coincidentally avoided the slaughter of so many people. But today, Wang Xiang's sect just announced some news, stating that 60 years ago, the old sect master of Wang Xiang's sect discovered a hidden secret realm map. Because he sensed something unfortunate, he chose to hide the map but was instead harmed by Lin Ji Yuan. Is this possibility true? For some reason, Qing Xian saw the map before her grandfather hid it, then remembered and revealed this to Qin Chang, which was later discovered by her father, Chen Rongsu. After hearing this, Xingyi had to ponder the girl's speculation. Indeed, if there is a map, it could help avoid danger. If this speculation is true, then Wang Xiang's sect is doomed. Qian Yun smiled with her eyes squinted at Xingyi. That's right, so junior brother, you shouldn't be afraid of that woman blackmailing you. We have more loopholes than she does, and this smile makes Xingyi feel a bit frightened. It's too scary, you can't offend anyone, especially Grand Senior Sister. Xingyi also put on a serious expression and spoke to her, which explains why her cultivation has stagnated. That's right, many people have died because of her. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to cultivate anymore. Xingyi stroked his chin, pondering his doubts. But if there really is a resurrection technique, would she only choose to resurrect 2 people? Somewhere, a flawed soul kept screaming, it hurts so much, I hurt so much. It turned out this soul was Qing Xian's mother. Xian heir, it hurts so much, quickly help me. A different soul beside her replied, stop complaining, aunt. You've been in pain for 10 years, screaming won't change anything. That soul gave a strange smile at Qing Xian and asked, do you really think that Xingyi, the one you like, can obtain the blood essence to resurrect us? Qing Xian remained focused on the jade slip and replied to her, Chen Chang, I have to say it several times, we are just cooperating. Chen Chang gasped when he heard that. Stop pretending, we can see through it. Your eagerness to set up that girl from the Liu family with that young man isn't because you're interested in him, it's because, as a sinner, you feel unworthy of him, so you want to quickly bring them together so you can cut off those thoughts, am I right? You are exactly right. It would be perfect for you to be happy while we suffer, isn't that so? I don't need you to save me, I want you to come down here with me. At that moment, Qing Xian could only hear the painful cries and accusations of those 2 people. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed, and Xingyi was gently caressing Xing Ling's face. De Hua, wake up, say something. Qing Xian spoke up from behind, little friend, I have sworn with the Tao heart, I truly haven't done anything else, and she has become like this. Xian Yun behind them was sweating, thinking, so she was really brought back. Did junior brother already know this would happen? Xing Yi maintained a sorrowful expression and continued his role. I know, after all, it's extremely rare for De Hua's corpse to develop consciousness. We are also mentally prepared for unexpected events to happen. Asking the master to study is just to avoid situations like this. It seems that De Hua has already become a normal corpse. After hearing this, Qing Xian sighed. I have let down the expectations of my little friend. If there is anything I can do to make up for it, please just let me know. Xing Yi wiped away a crocodile tear as he looked at Qing Xian. I've said it before, this is not the master's responsibility, but I truly have something to ask of the master. Upon hearing this, Qing Xian stroked his beard. Little friend, feel free to speak without hesitation. Seeing that the plan was in place, Xing Yi got straight to the point. I have a distant relative who is a girl and is very eager to join the He-Huan sect. Could I ask the master for a recommendation letter? Qing Xian hesitated a bit after hearing this. The He-Huan sect. What cultivation level is your distant relative at? It might be better for her to join my sect instead. Seeing this, Xing Yi scratched his head. To be honest with the master, her personality is a bit wild. The He-Huan sect would suit her quite well. Oh really? Then never mind. Previously, there was an agreement with the little friend that any request would be acceptable, but I do not know the name of that distant relative. Xing Yi respectfully clasped his hands and replied, Thank you, master. Her name is Xing Ling. Before long, the recommendation letter was in the hands of Cheng Xian, who was also surprised by Xing Ye's method. You actually took advantage of Qing Xian master's sense of shame to send a recommendation letter. She handed the recommendation letter back to Xing Yi, asking, But do you have a way to help your junior sister recover? Xing Yi turned to Qian Yun and said, After I help my junior sister recover, I will exhaust my spiritual energy in divine soul. At that time, please trouble senior sister to move me to a quiet room for seclusion. If master or anyone comes looking for me, just say I broke through too quickly, and my realm is unstable. I need to be in seclusion for a year, otherwise, it will harm my foundation. Having said that, Xing Yi sat down in a position to transmit energy. Not wanting to worry senior sister while completing the system's mission, I can only exchange identities to join the He-Huan sect. With that thought, Xing Yi shouted and simultaneously exchanged bodies with Xing Ling. Immediately afterward, Xing Ye's body lay unconscious on the bed. Cheng Xian and Qian Yun were bewildered by the scene before them. Is that it? It feels so casual. With that, Qian Yun, unaware, recounted the plan once more. Miss, this is how things are. Xing Yi immediately got into character. I understand now, so let's follow Gija's plan. Qian Yun glanced at Cheng Xian. Gij instructed me to respect her own wishes. It's fine if she doesn't want to go, no one can threaten us. What's there not to want to go for? It's the cauldron that senior brother has chosen. If the two sisters have Tao partners, they will definitely choose to dual cultivate instead of being isolated and alone, right? Qian Yun shyly picked up Xing Ye's body on her shoulder. I'm taking junior brother to the quiet room. Cheng Xian then spoke up. What are your plans next? Leaving Qing Yun's sect in a normal way will surely be detected by the divine consciousness of Qing Xian master. Xing Yi smiled at her. I've thought this through, but I will need your help. The scene shifted to some birds pecking at their food when suddenly someone's net appeared and snatched the birds. It turns out it was Cheng Xian, the girl following Xing Ye's instructions to steal a bird from the sect. She then diligently began to pluck the feathers from the bird she had just caught. After attaching something to the bird's leg, she released it into the sky. The bird spread its wings and flew up into the blue sky, soaring from day into night, still flying, truly incredible. As it was leisurely flying in the sky, an eagle appeared from behind and swooped down to attack. The scene shifted to an old man speaking with the person across from him. Brave warriors, I wonder what you can contribute? The bald man riding the horse was Black Cliff, the sect leader of the Black Wind Gang. You are the village leader of Dan Xian, aren't you? While interrogating the village leader, a subordinate approached him and called out, "Didn't you say to have your bird check for any escapees? Why are you flying down here?" He smugly held the bird in his hand. "Sect leader, since I was young, I trained Whirlwind to collect gold. The sparkling treasures have always been its top priority." Upon hearing this, Black Cliff looked displeased. "If you say another word of nonsense, I'll chop off both the bird in your hand and the one under your legs." Threatened with being chopped, his younger brother, scared, took out a ring. The whirlwind came down because it caught a bird, and that bird was wearing this ring. Black Cliff exclaimed and reached out to take the ring. "Is that true?" Upon looking at the ring, he widened his eyes in surprise. "This is..." Holding the ring in his hand, he laughed loudly. "Haha, this is the storage ring of the immortal family." The gang members behind him began to discuss. How could the sect leader possibly know the immortal family? "Are you new here?" Many years ago, the sect leader found a scroll of immortal techniques and self-taught into the magical talent of the immortal family, and then established our Black Wind gang. The person next to Black Cliff spoke up. The sect leader found the immortal family's skill back then, and today he found another treasure of the immortal family's heavenly formation. The immortals are truly profound, and they will definitely lead our Black Wind gang to the peak. At that time, we can establish our own sect, and we will also be immortal. Ha ha ha, very well said, the village leader said in agreement. Congratulations to the Supreme Immortal for receiving such fortune. He raised his hand towards the people behind. The villagers have gathered here at the request of the Supreme Immortal. I wonder if the Supreme Immortal has any orders. He shouted loudly, causing everyone to feel immense fear. The old rule states that 8 parts of the plundered wealth are to be turned over, and while women may enjoy themselves, they cannot take anything away or leave anything behind. Upon hearing this, the village leader began to sweat profusely. Supreme Immortal, after all, you found the immortal in our village, how can this be acceptable? In response to the village leader's words, he did not bother to reply and spat on the ground. However, that single spit struck the village leader's forehead, ending his life. The girl, seeing the village leader die before her eyes, couldn't hold back her tears and continuously cried out, "Village leader grandfather." He glanced down at the village leader's corpse. The immortal he found is merely lucky, it has nothing to do with your village. At this moment, the girl loudly threatened him. "My sister is the immortal, and if she finds out, she won't spare you wicked thieves." Upon hearing this, he jumped down from his horse and in an instant stood in front of the girl. The girl behind quickly covered the little girl's mouth. "Children don't understand, please don't pay attention to her." He smiled maliciously and asked the little girl, "Has your older sister joined the Chinyan sect?" Seeing that he knew her sister, the little girl trembled and replied, "How do you know?" "No, you know and yet you dare." Before she could finish, he cut her off. "It's precisely because your sister has offended an immortal that I'm here to deal with you villagers. Moreover, she is already dead, but those she offended are so enraged that they demanded I kill all of you." "No, it can't be, don't lie to me." "Huh, why would I lie to you? I even know that the immortal sister of yours has to rely on sleeping with men to advance inside the sect." Seeing her sister being insulted, the little girl bit his finger, but accidentally bit down on the storage ring, causing it to glow. He angrily swung his hand, wanting to hit the little girl. This little brat wants to die. Just as his fist flew towards her, it happened to hit the head of Xing Yi emerging from the storage ring. Not sensing an attack, Xing Yi yawned. "Oh no, I accidentally fell asleep in the storage ring again." Black Cliff broke out in a cold sweat upon seeing this. Where did she come from? "I used up to 80% of my strength. A normal person would have had their skull crushed by now." Xing Yi ignored him and asked the little girl in front of her. "Little girl, what are you all gathered here for?" The girl pointed at Black Cliff behind her. "That person is the bad guy, he killed the village leader and wants to wipe out everyone in the village too." Xing Yi responded with an, "Oh," upon hearing this. Black Cliff folded his hands respectfully from behind. "May I ask, for what reason?" Xing Yi turned back to look at him with tearful eyes. "Is that true?" Seeing this, Black Cliff smugly thought to himself. "Oh, what's this? Are you scared enough to cry? It seems I overestimated her." That's right, but you're still worthy of me having a bit of fun. Soon, I will give you all a blissful death. Xingyi looked up at the sky and sighed. Finally I have encountered a more typical storyline. The enemy we always encounter, whether they are people a few levels above us or those with power behind the scenes, can be quite exhausting to deal with. Although it can ultimately be resolved, it is very tiring. Sometimes I just want to open something without using my brain. He looked at Xingyi in confusion and asked, "What are you talking about? Are you out of your mind?" Xingyi smiled widely, waving his hand provocatively at him. "Come here, come on up, let me have some fun for a while." He disdainfully gestured towards Xingyi. "Haha, quite wild, huh? Don't worry, I'll go first, and then my brothers won't let a beauty like you go to waste." Just as he was feeling smug, Xingyi grabbed his arm. "Isn't this my storage ring? How did it end up in your hands?" With one affectionate grip from Xingyi, he became like a brother to Yang Go. His face darkened, and he loudly ordered his subordinates, "Everyone, let's go and kill her." Hearing the command, the subordinates rushed towards Xingyi with weapons drawn. Facing this ragtag group, Xingyi calmly ran his fingers through his hair. From that bunch of hair, Xingyi plucked a strand. Next, Xingyi controlled the strand to eliminate the chaotic group rushing toward them. Seeing Black Cliff mount his horse, one of the thugs questioned, "Sect leader, don't we have no chance of winning together?" "Enough chatter, hurry and run," Xingyi replied. How could he let him have a chance to escape? He quickly used the strand to eliminate the thug in an instant. Seeing the danger before him, he immediately jumped to evade. The thug's head fell to the ground in front of him. Xingyi radiated an evil energy like a demon, slowly walking toward him. "No wonder you are the boss, your reaction is very quick," he gritted his teeth, glancing back. "Damn useless people, can you not hold it together at all?" But when he looked back, he panicked. Seeing that all his men had been killed, he could not believe the scene before him, collapsing to the ground in despair. How could all of them have been killed in such a short time? "What the hell did you do?" Xingyi said cheerfully while controlling the strand of hair in his hand. "Didn't I already say? Open the shui chang." At that moment, a little girl ran over and said, "Elder sister, wait a moment. I have something to ask him." The little girl ran up to question him. "Are you saying that everything related to Lu Qing is a deception?" Xingyi was somewhat surprised when he heard the name Lu Qing, staring at the little girl. He closed his eyes and bowed his head to the ground, responding, "I did not deceive you. She has offended a powerful figure and has already been killed. I'm just a bandit, how could I dare to touch the village of the Qin Yun sect disciples?" Seeing the little girl cry like that, Xingyi thought to himself, what a coincidence. Am I not solving the crisis of Lu Qing's village right now? I had already sent her belongings back. It seems the reason for her becoming an immortal was just to deceive children. The adults in the village probably guessed that Lu Qing had run into some trouble and deliberately hid this from the little girl. Finishing his thoughts, Xingyi took out a goo insect and shot it into the ear of the Black Cliff. He panicked and covered his ears. "What is that?" Xingyi also told him, "There's no need to be afraid, it's just something that makes you speak the truth." Then, Xingyi asked him, "Who made you attack Lu Qing's village?" As he was saying, "It's the inside sect disciple Xing," he was immediately struck in the face by Xingyi. Xingyi quickly ended his life. He silently thought, no more questions, everything that came out of his mouth was a lie. At this moment, he also realized that someone in the sect wanted to harm him. The girl behind him spoke up, "Lu Qing's senior sister must have." Xingyi smiled and pointed at himself, "Little junior sister, actually I am also a disciple of Qin Yin sect." Suddenly, the girl shouted at Xingyi, "Don't lie to me." "What? Why would I lie to you?" The girl pointed at Xingyi and assessed, "No disciple of Qin Yun sect dresses like you." Seeing her point, Xingyi opened the system panel to buy new clothes. In an instant, Xingyi donned the most fashionable fairy outfit. Looking at the scene before her, the girl gasped, "Are you really a fellow disciple of Lu Qing?" "That's right, don't listen to that bandit, your Lu Qing sister has ascended to the upper world. These people envy her so they want to harm your village." Xingyi then gifted the girl a few strands of his hair. "These strands are for you, Each one contains a spark of my divine consciousness, allowing you to understand basic commands to deal with enemies below the mid-foundation establishment stage, he said before turning and flying away. You have to take good care of this village in place of your sister. At this moment, Xing Yi was flying toward the He Huan sect. What had just happened made him ponder. Killing so many people, I'm no different from the evil cultivators I despised before. Before I crossed over, I hadn't even killed a chicken, and now I feel nothing when I take lives. Suddenly, the system popped up, catching Xing Yi by surprise. It might be because the host has traversed through the gates of hell multiple times and has gradually adapted to the survival methods of this world. Seeing the system, Xing Yi was incredibly happy. System, have you successfully resolved it? Remembering a day earlier when Xing Yi stood in front of the test stone, he approached and reached out to touch it, wearing a sorrowful expression as he muttered to himself. Can the system hear me? Suddenly, the test stone displayed the words. I didn't expect you to think of this way to contact me. Xing Yi was very surprised to see the system respond. You really are not asleep. What situation is this? You feel it too, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have sent a clone to contact me. That's right, I just feel that something is not quite right with her. Previously, I had easily torn the soul refining technique apart, but now that my strength has increased to foundation establishment, I can't break the trapping formation. Yet that clone easily destroyed the formation. Therefore, I put the clone into a coma for a period to conduct some experiments. This included merging the system's functions into a demon pill. I also tried to use a part of my divine soul to merge with the broken spirit sword in the system space, but that resulted in failure. So, I have reason to suspect that there are some strange things within my body that even you cannot identify due to the existence of this clone. I do not know in what form she once existed within my body, even you, as a system, could not detect it. Now she has physicalized herself for some purpose. At the same time, she also took away her unique abilities. Is she really that formidable? I wonder if your deep sleep is also because of her, so you left her and wanted to use the test stone to conduct an experiment. At this moment, the system also informed Xing Yi, she indeed cut off my connection with the outside, but I still have the authority to hack into the test stone. She probably didn't expect the host to use this method to contact me. Xing Yi wondered and asked the system, so what exactly is she? Unclear, perhaps she knows my background. Her operations have higher authority than mine, but the system is very little affected by her. This feeling is quite strange, like a leader who only knows how to give orders but has no idea how the subordinates should carry them out, right? Exactly, that is indeed the feeling. So what is her goal, do you know? Even though she has always been in a symbiotic hidden state, why suddenly want to materialize? Because the clone is created by completely replicating the host's system value. Her previous state was living in symbiosis with the host. Her power depends on the growth rate of the host. She might have cut off because the host's growth rate is too slow. But the magical powers point is a source of strength from the system. The host originally earns magical powers points within the system's consumption is a good cyclical process. However, she can directly seize magical powers points to elevate herself. While the host can also elevate themselves, the system's ability will be weakened. Once she reaches the point of elevating herself beyond the system, she will be able to destroy the host's divine soul, turning both the host and the system into nutrients to elevate herself. So what should we do now? Should we eliminate her before she gets strong enough? She is not in her peak state right now, but she is not someone the host can deal with. What do you mean? Am I just supposed to sit here and wait to die? Seeing Xing Yi worried, the system quickly entered the content. Xing Yi, seeing the message from the system, was at a loss for words. Don't worry, I will take action. Host, you need to continue to delay. She has just dealt with an enemy in the nascent soul stage, and her strength has been greatly depleted. If she does not return to the system space to absorb magical powers points, she will soon revert to a sleeping state. We just need to wait for her to enter the sleeping state, and then we will find a way to break the situation. Xing Yi still had doubts. In any case, if she doesn't return to the system space, she will always be in a sleeping state, so it would be fine to leave her like that forever. The system dismissed Xing Ye's suggestion. That won't do. Why not? She doesn't know what measures she has used to sever all of the host's cultivation abilities and essence. If the host doesn't let her return to the system, then she shouldn't even dream of advancing her realm or learning skills outside of swordsmanship. Hearing the system say this, Xing Yi gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, saying that I don't need to worry about cultivation, only to use this to get a hold on me. The system inside continued to send reassuring messages. Host, don't worry too much. The current functions of the system are not entirely incapable of resolving this state. After collecting enough magical powers points, and proceeding with the first upgrade, there will definitely be methods to counter it. What are you talking about? How long will it take to collect 10,000? No, this has already accounted for the host's income from before. Xing Yi raised his hand to open the system interface to check. Is that so? Let me see how much is still missing. The system also displayed the current magical powers as 79,863. Isn't it just completing the tasks at Huan's Sect to reach the goal? That's right, and additionally, I've broken the communication blockade. As long as I keep that clone in a dormant state, I can immediately restore communication with the host. Returning to the present, Xing Yi happily said to the system, congratulating it on breaking the seal. Everything was done according to the previous plan. No, I don't recall in this plan that the host was to become a female. The system's announcement amused Xing Yi. That's fine, based on the male cauldron's position at Huan's Sect, it would be quite difficult to earn 20,000 magical powers in a year. Indeed, the host shouldn't be considering this aspect, simply doing it just for fun with the senior sister. Hey, can you stop it? Xing Yi wondered and asked the system. I can feel the Yin slaughter pearl moving within my body, but the aura is not revealed at all. The system explained to Xing Yi, this ancient clone only refers to the use of materials, which are similar to the main body. Why do your words sound so strange? The system splashed cold water on Xing Yi's face. That's because the host still has the illusion of being human. Although the materials are similar, the crafting techniques are even better than those of high-level evil cultivators, so the host cannot suppress the Yin slaughter pearl. This ancient body can basically suppress it. So that's it, no wonder the operation is smoother than my own. It's a pity I transformed it into a female, otherwise, would have switched to this one. This is originally an ambiguous existence, the host should avoid using it if possible. After flying for a while, the system announced, ahead is Fairy City, part of the Huan Sect, a no-fly zone. Seeing Xing Yi confused, what is Fairy City? The system explained, although it is called Fairy City, most of the residents are mortals, and the living conditions are very strict. This place offers entertainment and transactions for cultivators. The Qin Yun Sect also has its own Fairy City, but the host has never been there. After hearing the system's explanation, Xing Yi landed on the ground. Is that so? Then let's first find out about the conditions for joining the Huan Sect. The system wondered, did the host not receive a recommendation from the master of the Qin Yun Sect? That's only if there's no way to enter the Huan Sect that I'll consider it. The master is still very good to me, I only want to use it if I encounter problems at the Huan Sect. As soon as they arrived at the city gate, a soldier stopped Xing Yi. If you're not a disciple of the Huan Sect, you need to pay 500 spirit stones to enter the city. Xing Yi said nothing and took out a pouch of spirit stones, handing it to the soldier. He smiled and told the soldier, if there's any left, Daoist friend, take it to drink, I want to know how to join the Huan Sect. Seeing Xing Yi like this, the soldier pointed behind him, enter the city, just go straight in, and there will be a managing elder of the Huan Sect inside. You can ask there. After Xing Yi left, the two soldiers chatted, not bad, Wong brother has met a wealthy woman. What wealthy woman? She just spends money like water. He looked at the pouch of spirit stones and shouted, isn't this exactly 500 spirit stones? Damn it! Xing Yi, hearing his shout, coldly snorted, if there's any left, take it to drink, and if there's none left, don't drink anymore. After a while, Xing Yi arrived at the registration area of Huan Sect. Upon entering, an old woman spoke up, the quota for disciples of Huan Sect is full, we are not accepting any more for now. Xing Yi smiled and took out her recommendation letter, I have a letter of introduction here, luckily I prepared an extra. As soon as she took the recommendation letter, the old woman was astonished by its content. Then, the old woman returned the recommendation letter to Xing Yi. Quickly take it back, you were fortunate to meet me, or else you would be in trouble. Hey, what's going on? The old woman used a sound transmission to inform Xing Yi. The head of the law enforcement hall of my sect once joined the He Huan sect due to a heartbreak with the master of the Qin Yin sect. She has the title Huang Yen Wang in my sect. If you wish to use this recommendation letter to enter the sect, you wouldn't even know when you would die. Xing Yi, after hearing this, held his head in both hands and screamed, Master, are you playing with me? Like that, Xing Yi sat alone by the roadside, not knowing what to do, feeling very confused. I'm done, I can't complete the mission, I have to turn into 1.4 meters tall, from now on I can only sell children's clothes and eat at child-sized tables. While lamenting, someone approached and spoke, Miss, do you want to join the He Huan sect? Xing Yi looked at him with a bit of confusion and asked, Who are you? He smiled and introduced himself, I am Wang Qingrui, the external affairs elder of the He Huan sect. I have some connections and can help you become a registered disciple. A moment later, Xing Yi followed him to the registration place. Just in time, there is a young lady wanting to join the sect, and you can accompany each other. Xing Yi approached the registrar and asked, Excuse me, what does it mean to be a supporting disciple? It refers to a disciple who cultivates and offers assistance to someone else. Upon hearing this, Xing Yi felt worried and said, Isn't this just being a cauldron? Not at all, it's assisting in completing activities with your partner. Damn, if this isn't being a cauldron, then what is it? Seeing Xing Yi like this, he explained, No, He Huan sect only recruits male cauldrons. The girl next to him chimed in, If she doesn't want to join, then just let it be. She crossed her arms with a smug expression, This young lady enjoys activities and helping others, so hurry up and let me join the sect. Xing Yi flew over to ask Qingrui, Can you find a smarter bait? This is really too awkward. Seeing the situation was not good, Qingrui led Xing Yi into a small alley. He Huan sect only accepts male cauldrons because the internal skill is focused on harmonizing male and female energies, but sometimes women may not necessarily prefer men. He turned back to look at Xing Yi and continued, Cultivating the skills of He Huan sect will generate very strong sexual energy, but some seniors, who dislike men, only see them as tools to enhance their cultivation. If they can't find a suitable partner for a long time, the lack of emotional fulfillment may lead to the risk of overindulgence. Therefore, they recruit female disciples to support cultivation, but such matters cannot be openly discussed. That is why we, the external affair officials, secretly select suitable candidates. Xing Yi, after listening, had a rough understanding of the issue, but still asked Qingrui, So does a disciple's support count as officially joining the He Huan sect? Of course, once you succeed and catch the eye of a senior, you will be taken on as a close mate and enjoy the treatment of an inside sect disciple. Xing Yi asked one more question, Then I'll ask the most important question. Please ask. Xing Yi's expression darkened, showing a serious face, Are those seniors beautiful? They aren't old women, are they? Qingrui, upon hearing this, couldn't help but cough helplessly, Ahem, young lady, you really know how to joke. The skills of the He Huan sect have the effect of rejuvenation, the deeper the training, the younger you become. After all his questions were answered, Xing Yi placed her finger on the designated spot. Next, Qingrui gestured to guide Xing Yi, Miss Xingling, Miss Lan Yu, let's go, I will take you to the gathering point. Xing Yi pointed at Lan Yu, Hey, isn't she an actress? You are the one who is an actress. A little later, both were led by Qingrui to the foot of He Huan sect. After that, he led them into a room. This is the guest accommodation of He Huan sect, you will rest here for one night. Tomorrow, someone will come to inspect and notify you to assemble. Lan Yu crossed her arms in front of her chest, smugly speaking, Is it a physical competition for two people? The specific content of the test is confidential, I cannot disclose it. Someone will inform you tomorrow. Hearing this, she sulked and went into the room, It's so complicated, I shall rest first. Xing Yi also sighed, Indeed, a girl wanting to join the He Huan sect has a very open mindset. Miss Xingling, you should also rest early, I won't disturb you any longer. As Xing Yi opened the door to the room, the system appeared, I didn't expect that the host would join the He Huan sect in this way. Better than failing to complete the mission. Besides, this is quite good, otherwise, having a harem forcibly arranged for me would be awkward. The system continued to announce, surprising Xingyi, by the way, host, the previous mission draw was interfered with by a clone, the genuine draw item is still with me. Immediately afterward, a gift box appeared right in front of Xingyi. Seeing the gift box, Xingyi laughed like a madman, haha, hee, hi. The system could only respond helplessly, is it necessary to be this happy? Suddenly, Xingye's complexion turned sinister, don't you know? A girl who loves to laugh at her luck won't be too bad. Host, can you please be a bit normal? Xingye's hands quickly opened the gift box. Explode it for me. As the gift box opened, a happy tree appeared, along with a notification from the system. Congratulations host, you have received the Divine Soul Extraction Machine. Xingyi, feeling disheartened, held the item in his hand. What is this? Isn't this just a head massage device? Xingye's eyes went wide in surprise upon seeing the notification from the system. A manual will be released in your mind. If you want to experience the wonderful sensation of a cultivator's great power divine soul venturing into the void, then quickly use the Divine Soul Extraction Machine. What? Does this really extract the soul? Each use only extracts a small amount of the host's divine soul. After a successful extraction, the host's consciousness will be transferred into the extracted divine soul. The extracted divine soul has no attacking capabilities but is immune to any attack effects, and it is also immune to formations and seals. The intensity of the divine soul extraction will decrease over time and will eventually dissipate, with the consciousness returning to the original body. You can also choose to self-dissolve, and the consciousness will simultaneously return to the original body. Finally, it is recommended that the host uses it no more than 5 times a day. After learning about the effectiveness of the joy fruit, Xingyi was very happy. Listening to the instructions feels thrilling. Open the divine weapon map. Immediately afterward, Xingyi tested his new reward to see its effect. Just after immersing himself in it twice, a stream of red energy rose above his head. Then, Xingyi lost control and fell to the ground. After the divine soul was released, Xingyi couldn't help but wonder, hey, why do I look like my original self? The host has only changed bodies, not divine souls. As soon as he landed on the ground, the system announced, but why does this divine soul of the host resemble a heart demon so much? What do you mean? Not only does it look very similar, but the host's divine soul is also influenced by the Yin Slaughter Pearl's blood control, making the aura resemble that of a heart demon. A heart demon is just a figment of the imagination, right? Not at all. A heart demon is a special type of life form that feeds on the negative emotions of cultivators. Heart demons are weak and almost have no consciousness of their own, so they cannot be detected. However, if the negative emotions of the cultivator are too strong, the heart demon will be able to read the information within, transforming into a form that allows the negative emotions of the cultivator to continue expanding. Based on the heart demon shaped by the cultivator's negative emotions, it can only be seen by the cultivator, while others cannot perceive it. The heart demon will bond with that cultivator. If later the cultivator can overcome their negative emotions, the heart demon that is not nurtured will slowly weaken and die. However, in most cases, the heart demon becomes stronger and ultimately harms the cultivator, leading to their overexertion and even causing their death during breakthroughs. The heart demon also has levels. For instance, if a chi refinement stage cultivator has a heart demon that died during a breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage, this heart demon will qualify to become a foundation establishment stage cultivator's heart demon, and so forth. After hearing this, Xingyi raised his hand to stroke his chin. So, the heart demon is a parasitic existence. That's right. The current state of the host is about 80 to 90% similar to the heart demon described in the documents, except that anyone can see the host. At this moment, Lan Yu suddenly opened the door and walked in. Xing Ling Daoist friend, do you know how to contact Master Wang? But before her stood the unconscious body of Xing Ling, with Xingyi standing beside her. The girl hurriedly drew her sword and shouted, an evil object is harming people here. You must be unlucky to encounter me. She used demonic swordsmanship, unleashing a powerful sword chi that sliced through Xingye's divine soul. After a moment of panicked screaming, Xingyi realized that he was unharmed. The system also chimed in, I told you, the current state is immune to all attacks. Seeing that Xing Yi was still fine, Lan Yu's face darkened with fear. No, it's not effective. Refusing to accept the truth, Lan Yu continued to use her techniques and even added light to water. Xing Yi looked around in frustration, thinking to himself, look what you've turned my living room into, but I have to admit this little girl's magic weapons are abundant. The system also reported, all are Earth level, with some possessing weak dragon energy, likely items from the royal family of the Zhonglan kingdom. Seeing that Xing Yi was still fine, the girl was sweating profusely and gasped, how can this be? It has no effect at all, clearly, the aura of this evil object isn't strong. At that moment, she suddenly remembered something. Wait a minute, I remember the teacher saying. There is a type of evil object that is immune to attacks. After remembering, she looked at Xing Yi in front of her with even more fear. You are a heart demon, aren't you? The system chimed in, see, indeed recognized as a heart demon. She fearfully recoiled against the wall. How can this be? How can I have a heart demon? Besides, I don't even know you. Xing Yi frowned at her, thinking to himself, you say you don't know me? That truly breaks my heart. When you were young, I saved you from the hands of a second-tier tiger king, and I lost my life in the jaws of that demonic tiger. Later, my parents and my fiancé found out that you had ties to the royal family, and they came to the Zhonglan kingdom's royal city seeking an explanation. As a result, they were regarded as frauds by the palace guards and were killed, leaving my 5-year-old sister to become an orphan from then on. Upon hearing Xing Ye's words, she was extremely confused. That can't be, I have no idea about such a thing. Xing Yi continued, you definitely don't know. With your status, how would those above allow you to have such a heart knot? They sealed all memories related to you and me, fearing that one might develop a heart demon, which would affect your cultivation. But they do not know that memories in the subconscious cannot be sealed. Although you may not notice it yourself, the guilt that spreads from your subconscious and the feelings of self-blame allow me to gradually grow. Xing Ye's eyes were red and sorrowful as he approached her. Finally, today, I have a physical form and can interact with you. Lan Yu did not realize that she was being deceived by Xing Yi, and her eyes were filled with tears. I'm sorry, but I really don't know. Xing Yi also did not expect that she could be deceived so easily. I ask you, what is your relationship with the royal family? Lan Yu was somewhat surprised to hear this. Oh, you're a heart demon, don't you know? I can read negative emotional information, but there is nothing regarding your identity. She believed Xing Ye's words and revealed her identity. I am the 8th princess of Zhongyu. After a moment of surprise, Xing Yi regained his composure and continued to question her. You are a princess, why are you at Hehuan Sect? Zhongyu sadly explained the situation. My father forced me to marry someone very unpleasant, so I sneaked out. I found out that the person with the worst relationship with the royal family is Hehuan Sect. So I want to hide in here. Hey, wait a minute, you are a princess, so are you good at the 2-person game we mentioned before? I often play the 3-legged race with the maidens, or I carry someone in a relay. These kinds of games don't only involve 2 people, I also know how to play games that involve many people. Xing Yi listened and felt helpless at her simple thoughts. Heh, what do you think the Hehuan Sect means? The girl looked at Xing Yi with determined eyes and answered decisively. The sect of family joy. Seeing Xing Yi hold his head in despair, she asked again. Do heart demons have many questions like you? Then she placed her hand on her chest, expressing her remorse. I didn't mean to be disrespectful, I want to do my best to make it up to you. If you have any requests, just say them, and I will do anything I can.